Chapter 1. The wine is too distasteful. All shall face execution. In the year 1500 of the sea-round calendar, amidst the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago, the weather today is far from pleasant, as a tempest sweeps across the expanse of the sea. A naval warship sails upon the turbulent waves. Report to Major Michael. A suspicious vessel has been detected 2,000 meters to the northeast, lacking any merchant or pirate flags, its specifications significantly exceeding those of civilian craft, with concealed gun ports on its side, initially identified as a smuggling ship. Bored and languid, Major Michael reclines on the sofa, and upon hearing his subordinates report, he commands, accelerate towards them, then request permission to board for inspection. All personnel, load your weapons should they resist. Jump ship immediately and execute a sweeping barrage, but refrain from cannon fire. Understood, Major Michael. The naval sergeant salutes respectfully before turning to convey the orders. Michael gazes out the window towards the endless horizon of the sea, sighing in resignation and tedium. Why must I find myself in the world of One Piece? Indeed, Michael is a traveler from another world, unfortunate enough to have crossed over without any system to assist him. Yet perhaps due to some alterations wrought by his journey, his strength, speed, and even his mastery of hockey surpassed that of ordinary individuals, particularly his stamina, which could be described as seemingly boundless. Despite this, Michael endured a childhood devoid of comfort following the loss of his parents, ultimately seeking a safer existence by enlisting in the Navy. The seas are tumultuous, the Grand Line shrouded in mystery. As a mere reader, an outsider, he adored this epic narrative. Yet as a traveler, a mere pawn in the unfolding game, he found this world utterly wretched. The political system is laughably corrupt, with aristocracy and slavery rampant. On the seas, pirates pillage and murder, while gangs exploit the common folk. Even the Navy serves as the henchman of the world government, betraying the very ideals emblazoned upon their capes. The author vividly illustrates themes of passion, camaraderie, and adventure upon the pages, yet conceals the darkness and brutality within the creases of the spine. For instance, during a routine patrol off the coast of the Sabaody archipelago, he encounters a smuggling vessel. The reason for his order against cannon fire lies in his ignorance of the cargo aboard, whether it consists of living beings or not. Those who have traversed this realm know well that the most lucrative trade in Sabaody is the trafficking of human slow cost, minimal risk, and high reward of veritable goldmine. With this thought, Michael rises from the sofa and ascends to the deck. The disparity in performance between the smuggling vessel and the warship is colossal. The wooden sailboat pales in comparison to the iron behemoth, a testament to the technological gap. Moreover, this world is replete with wondrous powers otherwise. The Navy would have long since traversed the globe multiple times over. In a mere moment, the warship closes the distance with the smuggling vessel, aligning parallel to it, as naval soldiers relay Michael's recent orders through a loudspeaker. Vessel ahead. Reduce speed and prepare to anchor. This is a routine naval inspection. Please comply. After several repetitions, the ship shows no signs of fleeing or resisting, instead obediently coming to a halt. Michael remains vigilant, leaving the majority of his soldiers to guard the warship while taking a contingent aboard the smuggling vessel. Esteemed naval officer, our vessel is engaged in legitimate business. Please inspect us thoroughly. The diminutive man at the forefront greets Michael with an unsettling grin, his face resembling a grotesque caricature. Michael narrows his eyes, discerning an air of audacity masked beneath the flattery. What is your name? Esteemed naval officer, I am Jerome, here delivering goods to a pet store. Delivering goods to a pet store? Michael casts a sidelong glance at the menacing figures behind Jerome, remaining noncommittal. Legitimacy is not for you to determine, Michael replies slowly, gesturing towards the securely locked hatches. Open all the hatches. Yes, of course, please follow me. Jerome maintains his obsequious demeanor as he unlocks the hatches. Amidst the torrential rain, a lightning bolt cleaves the sky, illuminating the hold for a fleeting moment. Within the transformed prison hold, over 100 individuals are incarcerated, classified by their race. Not only the bewildered naval soldiers, but even Michael cannot help but widen his eyes in shock. He has previously shut down slave ships, Yet never has he encountered such a multitude that clearly exhibits no fear of naval inspection. Jerome, is this what you call legitimate business? Which pet store accepts this cargo? Ah, esteemed naval officer, is there truly a difference between slaves and pets? Michael refrains from responding, instead raising his hand to signal that all Navy personnel accompany him draw their weapons towards the nearby crew members. Yet Jerome exhibits no sign of panic at the sight of the guns. Rather, he calmly states, esteemed naval officer, please do not act rashly, for you may come to regret it. Regret? Michael lowers his gaze. I will never regret capturing a smuggler dealing in human lives. Do not speak so confidently. Jerome's face remains a mask of sycophantic amusement, yet a glimmer of derision flickers in his eyes. You must understand, this lot has already been reserved by the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons. The moment those words escape Jerome's lips, the expressions of all the boarding naval officers shift to one of hesitation. Especially the exquisite blonde we have captured, she will surely incite fierce competition among the Celestial Dragons. And the bidding price will be exceedingly high. Jerome tugs at Michael's naval cape, distorting the word justice as he speaks. What do you say? If you let us go, I shall offer you 10% of the profits from this auction as a reward. Michael peers into the hold. The darkness cannot obscure his vision, and he clearly observes the expressions of the slaves transforming from surprise to fury, ultimately settling into despair. 20%, flat rate. Michael's expression fluctuates before he exhales deeply. Do we have an agreement? You truly are a greedy man, but I relish collaborating with those who share such traits. Very well. You may all return to the warship. Michael waves them off, and once all naval soldiers have returned, he smiles at Jerome, saying, do you have any wine? Race to a successful partnership. We do. We have the finest vintage. Then let us indulge in a toast. Michael sweeps back his rain-soaked platinum locks, the slicked-back hairstyle doing little to diminish his striking handsomeness. He watches quietly as the thugs bring forth 2 bottles of evidently expensive wine. Jerome, with no sense of restraint, uncorks one and drinks heartily. Michael, however, merely sips before letting out a sigh. His temper is truly explosive. Then, without warning, he shatters the bottle against Jerome's forehead, a cruel smile etching itself upon his lips. What nonsense about the Celestial Dragons. While other navies may choose to bow, he certainly will not. He shall never bow. Having traversed 18 years in this world, Michael initially aspired to live peacefully like a salted fish, hoping merely to survive until the grand conclusion. Yet today, he realizes how laughable his thoughts were. He cannot remain aloof. His humanity forbids it. His explosive temper forbids it even more. Thus, he must resort to his ancestral craft. Faced with the filthy and despicable Celestial Dragons, confronted by the corrupt world government and the various kingdoms, what is there to do but revolt? As he observes the malice lurking in the eyes of the slave traders, eclipsing their false flattery, Michael smiles in understanding. The wine is too distasteful, all shall face execution. A pair of pristine white wings unfurls from his back. The divine light piercing the heavens disperses the ominous clouds. Pure white flames surge forth, consuming the entire deck like a relentless tide. Chapter 2. The singer, Stella. 5 years ago, prior to his formal enlistment in the Navy, Mikael consumed a devil fruit tea. That time, he was laboring aboard a merchant vessel, tasked with guarding the fresh fruit storage. A sudden jolt caused the piles of fruit to collapse, but fortunately, the warehouse was cushioned with soft padding, preventing any losses. However, a pristine, spiral-patterned apple rolled to his feet. A voice in Mikael's mind urgently beckoned. Eat it. Eat it. He chose to heed his desires and unhesitatingly took a bite. Following an indescribable stench, he became a wielder of devil fruit powers, the human fruit, mythical Zoan, seraphim form. Yet upon joining the Navy and reporting his abilities to superiors, he inscribed on the documents that he possessed the human fruit, ancient type, harpy form, concealing most of his other abilities aside from his capacity for flight. This time, however, he could not contain his fiery temper. Perhaps he had never mastered the art of subtlety in either life. Or perhaps it was simply that his blood, which had never known chill, now melded with the sacred flames, reigniting with fervor. His pure white holy flames consumed 88 B. While comparing bounty notices, he discovered that the individuals he had noted upon boarding were all notorious criminals, with bounties no less than 40 million berries. If they couldn't withstand a single blow, it was evident they truly deserved their fate. The amount of a Michael fell into silence. Born an orphan, he made his living as a wandering minstrel. Lacking strength, yet endowed with beauty and talent, he was, in this vast ocean, the epitome of a perfect prey. In O Wonder Jerome, who was reduced to ashes by his flames, would declare her a rare gem. Had Michael not crossed paths with her, she might have succumbed to the tragedy of her original fate. However, now that they had met, Michael found it impossible to remain indifferent. The orphaned wanderer mirrored his own tumultuous past. After a moment of contemplation, Michael allowed a sincere smile to tug at the corners of his mouth. Given this, would you consider joining the Navy? Join the Navy? Stella appeared perplexed, her brow furrowing in confusion. Are you jesting? No, certainly not, Michael replied, shaking his head as he gazed into Stella's emerald green eyes. A monumental shift is imminent. The pirate King Joel D. Roger has surrendered. The seas ahead will become increasingly perilous. Thus, I extend this invitation to you. Navigating the ocean alone is fraught with danger. Stella regarded the earnest expression of the youth before her and, almost instinctively, nodded. That sounds rather appealing to join the Navy. I understand you may have questions. Wait, did you just agree? Indeed, I did, Stella said, pressing her slightly flushed lips together. Safety is paramount on the high seas. I am not foolish. Michael smacked his lips, suppressing a torrent of persuasive words. He turned instead to gaze out the porthole at the sea, where calm waters concealed tumultuous undercurrents. What are the human traffickers? Reduced to ash and scattered across the ocean. And the smuggling ship? Also turned to cinders and cast into the abyss. As a member of the Navy, it was customary to report back to one superior after completing a mission, and Michael was no exception. As the aide to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, he was obliged to inform his superior about the eradication of the human traffickers in the Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Shuan rubbed his temples wearily as he surveyed the rather unrefined Michael before him. And what are the enslaved individuals? Oh, after their information was documented and it was confirmed they were not wanted criminals, we dispatched teams to return them home in batches. That we also discovered 3 devil fruits. You may handle the devil fruits as you see fit. Understood, Michael replied with a cheeky grin, presenting the mission report, each platinum strand of hair exuding an audacious flair. This is the detailed account of the entire incident. Shuan accepted the report, and after a cursory glance, his expression turned grave. This matter is connected to the celestial dragons. Michael had emphasized the involvement of the celestial dragons within his detailed report. Noticing Shuan's furrowed brow, Michael smirked slightly and added, the leader of the traffickers openly confessed that the goods were ordered by the celestial dragons. His brazen bribery suggests authenticity. Curse them. Do they blatantly disregard the laws abolishing slavery? Shuan muttered under his breath. Continuing, since he could utter the term order, it indicates that these so-called human trafficking establishments and auctions are in collusion with the celestial dragons. Michael seized upon Shuan's train of thought. Given the nature of the celestial dragons, they would never deign to converse with slave traders directly. It is highly probable they are communicating through the CP organization and the Navy, which is eager to curry favor with them. Shuan held a disdainful view of such opportunists. Should we not implement the plan we previously discussed? Michael, sensing Shuan's rising agitation, cautiously inquired, are you referring to the cleanse of Sabaody? Shuan's brow creased slightly. Yet he retained an air of intrigue. Indeed, although the higher-ups have instructed us to turn a blind eye to the pirates of Sabaody, allowing them to enter the New World to breed trouble, they did not prohibit us from acting against other factions. There are far too many gangs and human traffickers entrenched in Sabaody, not to mention the numerous parasites within the Navy. 2 years prior, when Michael had accompanied Peach Rabbit Shuan to Sabaody, he had proposed this idea. However, that period coincided with the Navy's relentless pursuit of Joel D. Roger, leading to a temporary shelving of the plan. Now, with Roger's surrender, Michael revived the discussion. Shuan nodded thoughtfully, ultimately affirming Michael's proposal that I, too, believe the plan is viable, but must commence after the execution of Joel D. Roger. This response satisfied Michael immensely. After waiting 2 years. What was another month? By the way, regarding the celestial dragons and the smugglers, you must make a trip to Marineford. Shiwan lifted his gaze, his expression intense. The internal issues of the Navy must be presented before Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 4. 10 days later, the execution of Roger. In the world of pirates, the Navy undoubtedly boasts the swiftest vessels and the most liberated routes. The calms that pirates dread serve as the Navy's sanctuary, where they can leisurely traverse the waters. Since becoming a member of the Navy, Michael had not returned to Marineford often, typically only visiting upon promotions. Yet each time he found himself awestruck by the grandeur of the Marine headquarters. Ships lined up like trees, towering structures, and the seagull flag fluttering at the pinnacle. Stella stood beside Michael, her verdant eyes sparkling with awe and excitement. Once ashore, she elongated her neck, eagerly scanning her surroundings. Michael, is this truly the legendary Marine headquarters? Where else would you find such a fleet? 3 days had elapsed since the rescue of the slaves, and Stella had begun to grow more comfortable with Michael, her speech becoming increasingly relaxed. Where to next? I must report to Admiral Sengoku. Should I wait for you on the ship? Not necessary. It would be beneficial for you to witness the world alongside me. Michael shrugged. The conscription period was over. And to enlist Stella into the Marine headquarters, he would indeed require the Admiral's approval. Marineford, Sengoku's office. Although Sengoku had yet to ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral in the year 1500 of the Marine calendar, he had effectively been performing the role for many years at that moment. Sengoku was engrossed in a report concerning the current status of Joel D. Roger. A soldier entered to announce, "Admiral, Lieutenant Michael has returned." "Is that so? Let him in." "Yes, sir." Moments later, Michael entered the office, accompanied by Stella. He naturally settled into a chair, refraining from interrupting Sengoku's reading. When Sengoku finally lowered the document and looked up, he was surprised to see the beautiful girl sitting beside Michael, who appeared quite at ease in the Admiral's office. Her eyes, reminiscent of emeralds, were curiously fixed upon him. "Michael, Peach Rabbit has already briefed me on the entire situation." Sengoku regarded Michael, who, this time, was not feigning modesty. "One can grow weary of idleness." Michael smirked, noting the Admiral's playful jabs. "I may have indulged a bit too much in leisure. I fully support the elimination of the slave traders." Sengoku sighed. "While I concur, the Celestial Dragons have indeed requested punitive measures against you, though we managed to fend them off. Those filthy swine had best not cross me," Michael retorted. "Now, let us conclude our discussion about the slave ship." Sengoku gestured towards the quietly seated Stella. "This is Stella, one of the rescued individuals. She is a wandering singer without a permanent residence." Michael rose and approached Sengoku's desk. "That I believe she possesses some talent. Admiral, would it be possible to grant her special enlistment into the Navy?" "Special enlistment?" "Certainly," Sengoku shrugged, "but you will be responsible for her training. There are no new recruit training camps outside of conscription periods." "That is easily arranged." Michael chuckled. He had already devised a plan for Stella in his mind. "Admiral, there is one more matter. I wish to borrow the Navy's Devil Fruit Encyclopedia." He recalled that all the spoils seized from the smuggling ship had been confiscated. But the protocol of the Navy dictated that the seizer had first pick of the spoils, with the remainder being surrendered for a monetary reward. Though Michael was a traveler from another world, couldn't he possibly recognize the appearance of every devil fruit? Of course. Sengoku casually picked up a piece of paper, stamped it with a seal, and handed it to Michael. "Simply present this stamped paper to the librarian, and you'll be able to borrow the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia." "Very well. Unless you have further matters, I shall take my leave. Wait." As Michael prepared to exit, Sengoku raised his hand to stop him. "For the time being, you and Stella should stay at Marineford." Mikhail furrowed his brow. 5 years prior, he had been specially recruited by the Navy, or more precisely, he had been rescued by Sengoku, adrift as an orphan upon the vast seas. He had unwittingly stumbled into the doldrums, enduring numerous tribulations, before ultimately being brought back to Navy headquarters by Sengoku. In this world, it was Sengoku who bestowed upon Mikhail the warmth of a home. This also afforded him the audacity to address the current foremost authority within the Navy as Old Man. However, Ever since he became the aide to Peach Rabbit, he had not returned home to reside. Was something amiss? The execution had already been scheduled to take place in 10 days. Although Sengoku's words lacked a subject, Mikhail comprehended whom he referred to. Joel did at Roger. A wave of disorientation washed over Mikhail. Was it truly arriving so swiftly, the so-called era of great pirates? Very well. I shall return home to stay for the next few days. Mikhail nodded, noting that he had not seen Razanandi in quite some time. With that, he waved to Stella and departed Sengoku's office. Farewell, Admiral Sengoku. Stella clumsily saluted with a navy gesture before hurriedly chasing after Mikhail. Not long after they left, a tall and burly figure entered Sengoku's office without so much as a greeting. Approaching Sengoku's desk, he reached out and snatched some sunbae to munch on. Kapu, could you refrain from devouring my sunbae next time? Monkey D. Kapu, the hero of the Navy, father of the future revolutionary leader, and grandfather of the future pirate king, was indeed the Navy's most notorious troublemaker. One mustn't be too stingy. Sengoku-san. Kapu not only finished the pilfered senbei in 2 bites, but also wiped his hands on Sengoku's cloak. Has Roger's condition deteriorated to such an extent? Sengoku reflected on the detailed analysis within the report, his tone tinged with melancholy. Otherwise, why would he choose to surrender? Kapu plopped down on his Sengoku's desk, asserting that it was merely to buy some time for his family and crew to vanish from sight. What are the odds of locating them? Sengoku, their voluntary retreat to the countryside is not necessarily a bad thing. Kapu pointedly addressed the core of the issue. Rayleigh Jabba, how many Navy lives do you think would be lost if we forcibly pursued such formidable foes? Kapu, while brash, was never foolish. Rayleigh and Jabba were not the types to stir up trouble. However, this Barrett certainly warranted close attention. With 10 days remaining until the scheduled execution, let us begin disseminating the news. If members of the Roger Pirates attempt a rescue, we shall capture them all. Agreed. The 2 men in the office casually discussed the impending execution of the Pirate King, leaving only silence in their wake. An era was on the cusp of concluding within this very silence. Chapter 5. Stella, the user of the Cloud fruit. After Mikhail and Stella exited the Navy headquarters, they made their way directly to the library. Upon entering, Mikhail handed a slip of paper to the librarian. Please hold on a moment, Colonel Mikhail, the librarian replied before turning to a massive safe. After unlocking it, he retrieved a hefty tome. You have half an hour to peruse the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He then handed it to Mikhail. After guiding Stella to a secluded corner to sit, Mikhail opened the book's cover. The first image that greeted him was that of a black tree, symbolizing the tree of devil fruits. Stella, meanwhile, placed her backpack on the table, opening it to reveal 3 devil fruits quietly nestled within. Let me see. This purple devil fruit, resembling a pear, is the Paramecia-type sound fruit, and the other one, this is the Zoan-type mouse fruit. TSK, it seems rather useless. Mikhail swiftly located the information for the first 2 fruits, but he could not find any details regarding the last one. He scrutinized the final devil fruit carefully. That it appeared to be a melon crafted from clouds. Such characteristics suggested it was likely a Logia-type fruit. Generally, Paramecia fruits display their traits externally, while Zoan fruits possess corresponding animal features. Logia fruits, on the other hand, reveal elemental attributes. For instance, the flame fruit has edges resembling flames, while the lightning fruit resembles a spherical bolt of lightning. However, this particular fruit also held the potential of being a Paramecia type. Thus, Mikhail found himself torn between the sound fruit and the unknown fruit. Truth be told, the sound fruit seemed quite fitting for Stella, the wandering songstress, though its upper limits appeared low. Stella, which devil fruit would you like to choose? Mikhail presented the 2 fruits before her. The Paramecia sound fruit or the enigmatic fruit that might be Logia type. You choose first. I only want the one you leave behind. Stella blinked, gently pushing back the fruit Mikhail had offered. While I appreciate your consideration, Mikhail said, feeling a bit embarrassed, I've already consumed a devil fruit. Wouldn't it be better to gain another ability? The idea was sound, but one could only consume a single devil fruit. If a second were ingested, Mikhail did not finish his sentence, instead mimicking an explosive gesture with his hands. Stella soon realized her reasoning was somewhat naive and lowered her head in contemplation. Ultimately, she extended her hand towards the unknown fruit. When faced with a crossroads in life, one must always take a gamble. Right? She declared before bringing it to her mouth. Wait, Mikhail exclaimed in shock, reaching out to stop her, but Stella had already taken a hearty bite. This is the most repugnant thing in the world. Bar none. Cough, cough, cough. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Stella, your eyes have lost their luster. The taste was so horrendous it could render one lovesick. As Stella endured the ghastly flavor exploding on her palate. Her face nearly matched the hue of her eyes. Yet, she bravely swallowed the entire devil fruit despite the nausea. Mikhail wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Perhaps it would be best not to inform her that one only needed to take the first bite of the fruit. Just as Mikhail had realized what he had consumed when he first ingested a devil fruit, Stella, in that moment, understood the nature of the fruit she had just eaten. Mikhail, we made the right gamble. I am now a user of the cloud fruit, embodying the essence of clouds, a dual subfruit of the ice and lightning fruits. With that, she transformed into a pristine white cloud, visually reminiscent of Smoker's smoke fruit. As for the assertion that it was a subfruit of two Logia types, it held merit. Clouds are essentially aggregates of tiny ice crystals and water droplets. Among the various types of clouds, there are cumulonimbus clouds, commonly known as thunderclouds, that are a composite attribute. Although the ice and lightning abilities do not surpass the two superior fruits, the limited number of Logia fruits makes it a formidable power against the vast majority of adversaries. Mikhail could not help but marvel once more at the extraordinary luck of that slave trader. Not only had he managed to capture Stella, but he had also procured 3 devil fruits, one of which was a Logia. However, were there any drawbacks to consuming a devil fruit? Stella soon voiced her concern, questioning whether it was truly as fortunate as it seemed to gain power through such a vile taste. Of course, Mikhail replied. Once you consume a devil fruit, the sea will despise you, rendering you a landlubber, and your powers will fail upon contact with seawater, leaving you utterly powerless. That's so? Well, that doesn't matter. Stella cheerfully stated, after all, I've always been a landlubber. You really are quite proud. After leaving the library, Mikhail took Stella back to his residence in Marineford. More precisely, it was Sengoku's home, which had become a first place Mikhail had lived for over a week. It was a charming 2-story house with a courtyard. As he pushed open the never-locked gate, memories flooded back like a tide. The 3 years spent in this little courtyard had likely been the most relaxing of his life. While Mikhail was lost in reminiscence, a window on the 2nd floor suddenly swung open. A tall youth, rubbing his sleepy eyes, leaned out. Who is it? Why are you pushing someone else's door at noon? Mikhail? Mikhail, is that you? The boy rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly popping his 3 white eyes from their sockets. With a jubilant shout, he vaults from the 2nd floor window. Oh, Rosanandi, long time no see. Mikhail reached out to pat Rosanandi's shoulder, only to realize the latter had grown taller than he could reach. So he settled for patting his arm instead. That you've exceeded 3.5 meters. What have you been eating all this time? Feed. Mikhail couldn't resist teasing his younger brother about his height. It was worth noting that this was not his ultimate height. Rosanandi would eventually grow to a staggering 4 meters and 3 centimeters. The threshold of humanity in the world of One Piece is rather exaggerated. Upon reflecting on this, Mitsai couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters, he was considered tall among ordinary people. Yet within the confines of the Navy headquarters, 190 centimeters seemed to be the norm, while those below 2 meters were regarded with disdain. Rosanandi, however, was oblivious to his brother's thoughts and excitedly lifted Mitsai into the air. Brother Mitsai, I thought you wouldn't return until your next promotion. Regardless, welcome home. Mitsai was momentarily taken aback, the recent burdens weighing on his heart dissipating like mist. Yes, I am back. Chapter 6, Old Man Garp. Mitsai, you've been holed up in your room for 3 days. Even Stella has been diligently exercising. The voice rang out punctually at 9 in the morning as Sengoku prepared to leave. The affection of parents for a college student returning home lasts only 3 days, and the same applies to a Navy lieutenant colonel. By the 3rd day of Mitsai's return, Sengoku's initial tears of joy and relief had swiftly transformed into disdain. To make matters worse, Stella was actively engaging in new recruit training. while Rosinante had already begun learning the 6 styles from the strongest in the Navy, when there was only one idle person in the household. That individual was particularly prone to disdain, and Mitsai was that idle person that if a parent were to forcibly expel an idle child from home, they would inevitably evolve into a different form, a street urchin. Thus, Mitsai strolled with his hands in his pockets, wandering near the Navy's training ground. The training area of the Navy headquarters was sunken, sprawling over 3 times the size of Sabeti Archipelago. Throughout the year, Navy officers took turns serving as instructors here, to AS for who one might encounter. That depended on the luck of the Navy personnel. Standing at a vantage point, Mitsai quickly spotted the only female soldier within the training grounds. Stella was diligently performing push-ups, drenched in sweat, trailing behind a group of Navy soldiers. Despite her efforts, she lagged significantly behind the others. Mitsai stroked his chin, contemplating that he should continue to use holy light to heal Stella when he returned home tonight. It was worth noting that 3 days prior, she could barely manage even one push-up, let alone keep up with the training. After all, as a wandering singer, how healthy could her body possibly be? Yet now, the numerous ailments and aftereffects within Stella had nearly healed under the radiant touch of holy light. Well, ISNT that the little white-haired brat from the Sengoku family finally deigned to return to Marineford. Just as Mitsai was lost in thought, a boisterous voice rang out from behind him, accompanied by the sound of rushing punches. A warning bell went off in Mitsai's mind, and his body instinctively heightened to its limits. He swiftly tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding a fist that grazed past him. Though the force would not have harmed him, no one relished the idea of being struck for no reason. Turning around, Mitsai beheld a burly old man, nearly 3 meters tall, with hair as white as snow, who had thrown the punch. After missing, the old man leaned against the railing instead of pursuing further. Upon recognizing the old man's face, Mitsai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old man Garp, it truly is you. Only you would take it upon yourself to test the Navy officers with your fists. I genuinely worry for your descendants that wait, even Dragon couldn't bear you and ended up joining the Navy only to resign. Garp mirrored Mitsai's eye roll. Mind your own business, you little brat. However, I must say, your skills have improved significantly since 2 years ago. It seems you've fared well under that girl, Tontata. But I'm stronger than Tontata. How about coming to work as my aide? Not a chance. Mitsai decisively rejected Garp's offer, fully aware that if Bogart were to catch wind of it, he would be heartbroken in no way. Garp replied, maintaining a serious expression as he waved his hand dismissively. Bogart would be thrilled to have me find a new aide. Why does it sound like you take pride in that? Ah! Garp chuckled heartily, scratching his white hair. Before shifting the topic, he pointed towards Stella below. Did I heard that this little girl was rescued from a slave ship by you? Yes, Mitsai nodded. She was fortunate. I happened to confiscate a devil fruit that wasn't documented in the encyclopedia. From its appearance, it seemed to belong to either the Paramecia or Logia type, so I let her have it. It has now been confirmed to be the Logia type cloud fruit. What on earth? Garp abruptly turned his head. That a Logia fruit. Mitsai smirked. I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still. Logia fruits are inherently rare, regardless of the time. Yellow Monkey, Akainu, and Akiji were all designated as the next 3 admirals simply because they wield Logia powers. Their capabilities set them apart from other candidates for admiral positions. In this era, when the 3 admirals have yet to reach their true peak, it's merely judged by physical prowess and hockey. Individually, they may not surpass Chabwa or Tontata by much. Even Yellow Monkey has faced criticism from Zephyr for relying too heavily on his fruit abilities. Now that you mention it, I'm beginning to take an interest in this little girl you brought back. Garp's eyes glinted as he put his arm around Mitsai's shoulder. Mitsai, you see, Guion has just been reassigned to Sabeti Archipelago and will likely remain there for several years. Right? Do you think everyone can be like you, tossing branch affairs to Bogart and wandering the seas in a warship? Mitsai sometimes found it hard to refrain from criticizing Garp. Aside from battling pirates, Garp avoided all other responsibilities that, in the art of slacking off, he nearly matched Mitsai's own skills. He has a lot of pressure. What I mean is, Guion needs to manage the most chaotic Sabeti Archipelago. Neither you nor the little girl can afford to neglect your training under her guidance. As Garp spoke, he thumped his chest, declaring, But I'm different. You just said I'm idle. I can train you both. Garp's words resonated deeply with Mitsai. Despite Garp's erratic thought processes and unconventional ways when it came to mentoring newcomers, only Zephyr could rival him within the Navy. The commonality between the two was that both had achieved the rank of Admiral purely through physical prowess and Hancock, in terms of laying a solid foundation for newcomers. They were truly unparalleled. For no matter how powerful a devil fruit may be, it ultimately relies on physical capabilities. Just as Ace's physical skills could never reach Blackbeard's level, and with his fruit abilities being countered, he was easily subdued by Blackbeard. Old man Garp, I must admit, your proposal is quite appealing. Mitsai recognized that he had recently reached a bottleneck in his strength, and a breakthrough was desperately needed. Garp was indeed one of the most suitable candidates for this. Just as Mitsai and Garp reached a consensus, the once bright sky gradually darkened, casting ominous shadows that obscured the sunlight. As Mitsai looked up, he saw an unusual dark mass spreading across the horizon, emanating a palpable aura of destruction that IT felt as though a calamity was about to befall them. Chapter 7 Reverse Current. The Golden Lion is approaching. Damn it, old man Garp, look over there. Mitsai nudged Garp. What on earth is that coming our way? Is it some bizarre weather unique to the Grand Line? It feels like it's headed straight for the Navy headquarters. Garp's brow furrowed instantly, and following Mitsai's gaze, he activated his observation haki. The moment his haki made contact with the anomalous shadow, his face darkened. Damn it, it's the Golden Lion. Roger has already surrendered. And now this lunatic is about to go berserk? Garp cursed under his breath, turning to Mitsai. You go inform Sengoku. I'll intercept the Golden Lion. Without a moment's hesitation, Mitsai unfurled his angelic wings and soared toward the Navy headquarters building. Mitsai, you really need to grow stronger quickly. The monsters in the sea are only going to multiply, he muttered before Garp regained his composure and bellowed at the Navy officers and soldiers on the training field. Enemies are approaching. Everyone, immediately retreat away from the coastline. Don't forget to notify everyone you encounter along the way. He then turned and sped toward the shoreline. The Golden Lion was making a direct assault on Marineford. It was worth noting that this island was not only home to the Navy headquarters, but also housed a significant number of Navy officers and soldiers, as well as many families residing in Marineford. If the Golden Lion succeeded, the casualties would be unimaginable. Even at the pinnacle of his strength, even the formidable Garp dares not claim an assured victory over the Golden Lion. After all, a one-on-one duel is one matter, while waging war and committing mass slaughter is an entirely different affair. The former merely concerns the life and death of the individual, but the latter is entwined with the fates of countless lives. Thus, Garp dispatched Mitsai to inform Sengoku, intending to use their combined combat prowess to forcibly halt the Golden Lion at the outermost coastal defenses. The Team Marine headquarters. Sengoku commenced his day, having just picked up his pen to sign 3 routine naval documents. In the next moment, the window behind him shattered violently as someone crashed through from the outside. IT was none other than Mitsai. With wings partially folded, he stood and called out to Sengoku. Old man, stop burying your head in those trivial documents. The Golden Lion has appeared. He is now approaching the outer defenses of Marineford. Sengoku, who had been engrossed in his paperwork, abruptly lifted his gaze towards Mitsai. The Golden Lion? Are you certain? Indeed, it is confirmed by Garp himself. Mitsai replied, his expression fraught with urgency, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalance. Garp is already headed towards the outer defenses. You must hurry as well. With that damned fruit ability of the Golden Lion, even if Garp can defeat him, he will not be able to prevent the destruction of Marine headquarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku sprang to his feet. Mitsai, immediately relay my orders to all officers at headquarters. The Golden Lion will be dealt with by Garp and me. Everyone else must evacuate to safety at the fastest possible pace. Protect their families. Having spoken, he did not wait for Mitsai to acknowledge. Leaping through the window and hurtling towards the coastline. This moment, Sengoku's countenance was a tempest of fury, akin to a wrathful deity. Has this madman, the Golden Lion, truly forsaken his own life for the sake of Roger? Everyone listen. This is an order from Admiral Sengoku. Do not approach the outer defenses of Marineford. Concentrate your efforts on evacuating families to safety. The Golden Lion is upon us. I repeat, the Golden Lion is upon us. Mitsai unfurled his wings and flew at great speed to every corner of headquarters, urging the Marines to act immediately on the orders given. His iconic white wings were well known within Marine headquarters, though not for commendable reasons. He was often referred to as the greatest connection in the Navy. Yet all understood that before he was reassigned under Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, Mitsai had served as Sengoku's messenger. Regardless of his connections, he would never issue commands recklessly in a crisis. Thus, in this urgent situation, no one questioned him. They simply chose to follow orders. As Mitsai burst out of the main building, he noticed Stella rushing towards him. Her golden hair was somewhat disheveled, and her emerald eyes reflected a palpable fear. A natural-type user of the cloud fruit, she could already sense the overwhelming negative emotions emanating from the ominous clouds in the distance. Mitsai, what on earth is happening? Those dark clouds are terrifying. Stop dawdling here. Stella, you must have heard the orders. Immediately relocate to a safe area. The Golden Lion is attacking. Upon hearing the name of the Golden Lion, Stella's jewel-like eyes widened in alarm. While the Golden Lion was powerful, he was not the strongest. However, as the captain of the flying pirate crew, known for his ruthless pillaging and bloodlust, he was infamous for his brutality. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she nodded at Mitsai and swiftly turned to leave. Stella possessed a clear self-awareness. She understood her current state was merely a hindrance. Yet she had her own capabilities. As she moved towards the safe zone, she activated her elementalization, transforming into a billowing cloud to carry along those who could not keep up. After watching Stella depart, Mitsai turned away, cursing under his breath. How could he have forgotten that just a week before Roger's execution, the Golden Lion would launch a solo assault on Marineford? He felt conflicted. Even the peak Golden Lion, facing Garp and Sengoku, had but one path: defeat. However, Garp and Sengoku would also struggle to withstand the terrifying might of the Golden Lion and his cloud fruit. This was destined to be the greatest defeat in the history of Marine headquarters. A multitude of Marines and civilians would perish, with at least half of Marineford laid to waste. Even during the subsequent Marineford War, headquarters had not suffered such extensive destruction. This battle would elevate the cloud fruit to the same catastrophic level as the quake fruit. But he had only just resolved to rebel against the world government swine. How could he stand idly by as the future stronghold was ravaged? Yet, with Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji all stationed elsewhere, it would be too late to summon Kizuru now. Taking a deep breath, Mitsai exhaled slowly and took to the sky. Evacuating the entire Marine headquarters into the town was an immense task. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of pristine white wings sliced through the heavens, soaring in the opposite direction. Chapter 8. Mitsai. No. Are you trying to drown the 7 armies here? At the outer defenses of Marine headquarters, beneath the ominous clouds, a man with disheveled golden hair, reminiscent of a lion, stood defiantly in the sky. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be ominous clouds were actually shadows cast by the chaos below. Disordered boulders, spherical masses of seawater, countless metal fragments, and even an entire small island. Everything seemed to have lost its gravity, floating in the air, obscuring the sun. This man was known as the Golden Lion, a user of the superhuman cloud fruit, whose name was synonymous with Whitebeard and who possessed the power to bring forth natural disasters. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that a man like Roger is prepared to relinquish his life. Damn you, Roger. How could you surrender? Did you not proclaim that the freest man upon the seas is the Pirate King? If you surrender, what freedom remains? His self-absorbed murmurs transformed into a heart-wrenching roar. The seemingly deranged Golden Lion's veins bulged as he once again shouted that name. Joel Deacon Roger. Meanwhile, on the coastline, Garp had arrived. Hearing the furious cries from above, his expression darkened. Shiki, you damn pirate, Roger has already surrendered. Why do you not take your crew and seize territory instead of coming to Marine headquarters to wreak havoc? Garp, Golden Lion Shiki, having unleashed his fury, seemed to finally register Garp's voice. It was not arrogance that led him to disregard Garp, but rather that nearly all his focus was consumed by manipulating his fruit abilities. The ammunition he had gathered through the cloud fruit was nearing the limits of his control. Perfect timing. Come and try to stop me if you dare. Huh? What is this mere marine headquarters to me? Today, I shall bury this island alongside, well, Roger. With that, Shiki drew forth 2 swords from his waist, the dry wood and the cherry blossom. Crossing them, he plunged from the heights above, wave slash. 2 fierce, slashing attacks tore through the sea, hurtling towards Garp. Simultaneously, objects influenced by the cloud fruit began to launch like cannonballs towards the distant marine headquarters. Garp took a deep breath. This was the Golden Lion Shiki at his absolute peak. The ocean was filled with the most elite individuals. Garp was certainly not afraid of him, but the Marines and civilians behind him, not possessing such strength, were in grave danger. Yet in an instant, Shiki's slashes were upon him, leaving no room for Garp to ponder further. Strike first. Ask questions while you fight. The black arms of Haki enveloped his limbs as he leapt forward. With just 2 ordinary punches, he shattered the Golden Lion's wave slash. However, when he looked up, he saw the myriad of objects raining down upon marine headquarters like a meteor shower. Damn it. He cursed under his breath before unhesitatingly leaping into the air. Compressing his Haki for a powerful strike, black lightning surged through the sky. Fist of impact. With a single blow, immense power unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Everything in its path, the stones and metals that Shiki had turned into weapons, disintegrated into fragments. But it was not enough. Observing Garp using his full strength, Shiki decided to abandon any pretense of restraint. He had only utilized 1/10 of his ammunition until now. Now he intended to unleash everything that floated behind him upon marine headquarters. In an instant, it was as if calamity had descended from the heavens. Shiki, are you truly intent on perishing alongside marine headquarters? Garp gritted his teeth. I may not be able to stop your assault, but I will do everything in my power to kill you. With those words, the next fist of impact was unleashed. However, without aiming for the Golden Lion, the focus remains on minimizing the high-altitude strikes that the Navy headquarters is about to endure. The Buddha's impact. Garp swiftly turned his head as an expansive golden shockwave swept over him, clearing a vast vacuum in the sky. It was none other than Sengoku, who had hurriedly arrived, directly confronting the transformed Buddha. After Garp and Sengoku unleashed their colossal AoE attacks, the debris of stones and steel had long since disintegrated, falling into the sea. Yet, not everything was covered. What remained was the most destructive element, the ocean. A tremendous surge of seawater was hurtling towards the Navy headquarters. The devastation it could cause was akin to that of a massive tsunami. Sengoku's face turned pale. It was too late for him to unleash another Buddha's impact. The facilities of the Navy headquarters were on the brink of being reduced to mere ruins. The buildings, while significant, were secondary. There were many personnel inside who had not managed to evacuate in time. The horror of potential casualties was unimaginable. But at this critical moment, a figure adorned with pure white wings streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning. Oh my goodness! Garp and the old man. What a thrilling spectacle you've created. I'm starting to regret coming to help. Sengoku was left in a daze. Michael had unexpectedly appeared between the Navy headquarters and the deluge of seawater. Michael, what are you doing? Why aren't you fleeing? This is not a battle you should be involved in. Enough of the nonsense. Old man, Michael exclaimed, baring his teeth in anger. My home's about to be destroyed. If I can still tolerate this, then I'm no longer human. I'd be a turtle. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless pure, white, holy flames began to radiate outward from Michael. Perhaps influenced by his emotional state, the usually serene and purifying flames appeared particularly agitated, even tinged with a hint of crimson. As the holy flames rapidly expanded and replicated, they transformed under Michael's command into several massive shields, standing firm against the terrifying onslaught of seawater. Upon contact with the seawater, a dense white mist began to rise. The holy flames consumed all that was flammable and non-flammable alike. Mere seawater was insignificant. However, was there not an excessive amount of seawater? The Golden Lion was truly flooding the 7 armies. Michael had to maintain sufficient strength beneath the shield formed by the holy flames, and this overload of output was a tremendous test of endurance. Even with his near-limitless stamina, he began to feel fatigue. Within the deluge, several sailing ships were swept along, leveraging the water's force, and managed to breach 2 layers of Michael's holy flame shields. Naturally, they were considerably diminished in strength. The remaining few ships crashed violently against the last shield. Hiss! The sounds of evaporation and combustion echoed, and an unprecedented volume of steam enveloped the entire Navy headquarters. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is no injury. Chapter 9. Justice in a 2v1. Michael. After transforming into Buddha, Sengoku's immense form brought forth a voice like a resounding bell. The entire sea rippled in response to his roar. Garp, too, narrowed his eyes and charged with even greater force towards the Golden Lion. Unlike the fury of Sengoku and Garp, the Golden Lion's expression mirrored that of Garp just moments ago. Sengoku and Garp, both of formidable individual strength, were capable of dismantling part of the Float Fruits offensive. This did not surprise him in the least, that in fact, the stones and steel were intentionally delivered to Garp and Sengoku. To inflict a truly painful price upon the Navy headquarters, he had dispersed his offensive. Although he was prepared for a fight to the death, the Golden Lion had not completely lost his reason. He had timed his assault perfectly for when only Garp and Sengoku, the 2 strongest, remained at the Navy headquarters by dispersing and expanding the coverage of the Float Fruit's power. Its potency naturally diminished. If those possessing Logia-type Devil Fruit abilities had been present, he would likely not only have to account for his actions here, but would also fail to instill a profound lesson upon the Navy. But who is this winged figure, unleashing terrifying white flames? When did such a powerful newcomer emerge within the Navy? What is his origin? Is he a user of the burn fruit? Yet the flames produced by the burn fruit are not of this nature. And what are the wings behind him? Could it be a biological weapon developed by Vegapunk capable of such feats? Before the Golden Lion could finish his musings, a figure emerged from the thick steam. It was none other than Michael, who had nullified his last wave of seawater assault. As Michael soared into the air, he locked eyes with the man, known as the Golden Lion. Madness, malevolence, fury. Truly, he was the apex of this ocean. Even when caught between the onslaughts of Garp and Sengoku, he showed no signs of retreat. Had it not been for the dual debuffs from the film S plot and his near-death state, would Luffy in his pre-war state have hoped to defeat the Golden Lion? Such thoughts were absurd. Yet respecting strength was one thing. Confronting it was quite another. Hey, you old lunatic, what are you doing throwing massive water balls at others? Is your mind not functioning properly? Indeed, it seems to be quite impaired. Who can think straight with a ship's helm lodged in their head? Michael spat, thoroughly expressing his disdain for the old lion. Michael, are you all right? In the brief respite of battle, Sengoku spotted Michael unharmed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he began to reassess Michael's capabilities. He had initially thought that this young man, whom he regarded as a son, had merely concealed his strength, yet he had not anticipated that he could engage in the highest level combat of this sea. Michael is only 18, right? A thought crossed Sengoku's mind. Perhaps in the future, there would be a position for Michael among the admirals? Old man, Garp, you two can definitely capture the Golden Lion, right? Michael shouted, then descended back to the ground. I'll 1TB boosting you. I am too exhausted from earlier and need a raise. You little brat. Weren't you just full of energy while cursing earlier? And now you want to slack off. Even amidst battle, Sengoku couldn't help but tease Michael's laziness. Though he jested, he felt immense gratitude for Michael's presence. To be honest, Sengoku and Garp had both considered closing their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the fate of the Navy headquarters. Had Michael not arrived in time, the Navy headquarters would have faced unprecedented destructive damage, a colossal tsunami descending from the sky. Conservatively estimating, half of the Navy headquarters would have been obliterated. But now, that threat had been entirely neutralized. They could unleash their full strength to take down the Golden Lion. Both Sengoku and Garp, being at the peak of their powers, were more than capable of capturing the Golden Lion alive. Moreover, it seemed that the Golden Lion had no intention of fleeing at all. Thus, the battle among 3 top-tier warriors gradually intensified in the air. Garp and Sengoku coordinated seamlessly, preventing the Golden Lion from advancing even a step closer to the Navy headquarters. With their concerns alleviated, if a 2v1 at their level could allow the Golden Lion to succeed, Sengoku and Garp might as well commit seppuku in apology. "Hey, you over there, who exactly are you?" Amidst the fighting, the Golden Lion had the leisure to call out to Michael. "Who am I?" Michael slightly folded his wings, casually observing the spectacle. "I am merely an inconspicuous little Navy lieutenant, truly gifted and adept at concealing one's abilities." The Golden Lion remarked while fending off the attacks from Garp and Sengoku. "You Navy have truly found a rare and promising young talent." After speaking, without waiting for a response from Garp and Sengoku, the Golden Lion suddenly unleashed his strength. He wildly swung his Sakura tin and dry wood. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Countless massive aerial slashes enveloped Sengoku and Garp simultaneously. The Golden Lion understood that. At this juncture, further dialogue was futile, that a fierce battle was the only path to fulfillment. The capabilities of the float fruit are quite the enigma. If the peak Golden Lion sought to escape with all his might, even Garp and Sengoku would find it impossible to retain him. Not even a peak Zifa could do so. However, the current Golden Lion was intent on a suicidal assault. Escape? This word does not exist at all. A just 2v1 battle lasted an entire night. The sun set, only to rise once more, bathed in the morning glow. The sea shimmered with light. Garp successfully shackled the Golden Lion with sea stone handcuffs. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure. For a devil fruit user of the Golden Lion's caliber, a single pair of handcuffs was insufficient. A complete set of sea stone shackles was necessary. Michael gazed at the coastline under the dawn. Riddled with scars, it was unimaginable how catastrophic the destruction would have been had their battle occurred even closer to the Marine headquarters. Yet, this was the best outcome possible. Akainu and Akiji had fought on Punk Hazard Island for a full 10 days. In the end, even the terrain and climate had been altered. Half of it was engulfed in flames, while the other half lay frozen in ice. In the original story, half of the Marine headquarters was destroyed, with countless casualties. However, under Michael's intervention, what should have been a calamitous attack by the Golden Lion concluded with 0 casualties. A miracle. Chapter 10. Journey to Impel Down. "Ha ha, Michael. It's truly thanks to you." Garp, clad in tattered military attire that was nearly falling apart, let out a crude laugh while playfully patting Michael's head. The force of it made Michael roll his eyes. Just how strong is this old man, Garp? There was undoubtedly a handprint on his shoulder. During such moments, Michael couldn't help but wonder just how high the threshold of humanity in this world truly was. In the presence of Garp's towering nearly 3-meter frame, he visually resembled a diminutive calamity. Observing the Golden Lion being escorted onto Garp's warship by numerous Marine officers, Michael inquired, "Garp, will the Golden Lion be executed?" "Of course not. That an entity like the Golden Lion must be imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down." "Imprisoned? Why not simply kill the Golden Lion to eliminate future threats?" To kill the Golden Lion would indeed allow future threats to return to the sea. Garp replied, his expression turning serious, that a user of the float fruit possesses the power to cause natural disasters. If he were executed outright, the abilities of the float fruit would scatter to some unknown corner of the world. If a civilian or Marine were to consume it, that would be one thing. But what if another ruthless pirate were to consume it, becoming an even younger and more dangerous version of the Golden Lion? Hence, under the premise of controlling the Golden Lion, the safest course of action is to prolong his demise, thereby delaying the reincarnation of such a formidable fruit. That Garp's theory is not without merit. It is indeed one of the Marine's principles. However, there are always exceptions. What if the user of the float fruit were Roger, rather than the Golden Lion? Garp shot a glance at Michael, shrugging his shoulders in silence. But this attitude spoke volumes. Once Roger was involved, even at the risk of losing a powerful devil fruit, execution would still be chosen that Roger's influence far surpassed that of any float fruit. Michael sighed internally. Ace was truly unfortunate, forever entangled by his father's legacy. Thinking of Ace, Michael couldn't help but glance at the old man Garp. This old fellow had initially trained Ace with fervor, hoping to have him join the Marines, likely with the intention of ensuring his safety throughout his life. At least he wouldn't meet the same fate as Roger. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Michael suddenly felt a pang of pity for the now gray-haired Garp. His biological son was a revolutionary, while his grandson and adopted grandson were all pirates. This family had not a single worry-free member. Thankfully, the monkey family was renowned for their lack of common sense. If a person with even a modicum of intelligence were in their position, they might have already succumbed to despair and died young. You two should stop chatting. Sengoku is currently preparing to calm the townsfolk and new recruits. Garp, escort the Golden Lion to Impel Down. After saying that, he glanced at Michael, who had just been timely in his intervention but was now idly lounging about, with a twitch of his lips. He pointed at Michael, saying, "You're going with Garp to be the way. The time is about right. After sending the Golden Lion to Impel Down, make sure to retrieve Joel D. at Roger as well. Then head directly to Logtown." Garp beamed with an exaggerated smile, giving a thumbs up to indicate he understood. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he pulled Michael along towards his flagship. Despite the generational difference, they appeared to share an amusing camaraderie. Michael looked up at Garp with a sense of bemusement. This demeanor was merely a facade to mask the loneliness beneath. "Michael, this journey to Logtown is one you must observe closely, for it heralds the end of an era." Michael nodded. This journey marked not only the conclusion of an old era, but also the dawn of a new one. Michael, care for some senbei? I snagged it from Sengoku's office. Garp, I don't expect much reliability from you, but could you at least maintain a semblance of dignity? Michael rolled his eyes at the carefree Garp, the so-called hero of the Marines. A vice admiral who spent his days pilfering snacks from his colleagues. He almost forgot that Garp himself was not the most dependable individual. Well, no matter point one should not hold double standards. Accepting the senbei, he chewed it a few times before swallowing, then turned his gaze to the calm, undisturbed waters of the calm belt. Over the years, he had frequented the calm belt, yet this bizarre scene still left him in awe of the creator's ingenuity. Different worlds possessed different rules, forming distinct worldviews. The completely tranquil waters, devoid of wind and currents, had long shattered his earthly understanding of physics, only to be rebuilt in ruins. As they continued towards Impel Down, Michael began to feel a sense of boredom creeping in. His personality was akin to that of a cat, playful and sensitive, with an insatiable curiosity that rarely lasted long. Yet, at the very moment Michael found himself in a state of ennui, the world often conspired to present him with some form of excitement. Suddenly, the serene surface of the sea was shattered, and a colossal sea creature leaped from the depths, diving straight toward Garp's flagship. What the hell? Is there really a mantis shrimp of that size? Michael smacked his lips. The shrimp, measuring several meters in length, was nearly translucent, allowing Michael to see the enticing orange-red roe within. The mantis shrimp is at its most delectable in the late spring and early summer. Without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and soared toward the creature. In his hand, the holy flame materialized, instantly coalescing into the shape of a knife. Michael gripped it with one hand and plunged it into the shrimp's back, swiftly severing the creature's nervous system. Then, utilizing the shrimp's downward momentum, he cleaved it open with the holy flame-formed knife. With a thunderous bang, the enormous mantis shrimp lay motionless upon the deck. Informed the kitchen. "We're having a feast for lunch today." Garp, having been watching the spectacle with his hands in his pockets, shouted. Marine soldiers immediately emerged from below deck, ready to dissect the massive mantis shrimp. Such a large catch was impossible to transport to the kitchen, but Garp was not one to fuss over. The Golden Lion appeared somewhat bewildered. This man was certainly audacious to stoop so low. Yet he soon found a sense of relief, his heart brimming with admiration. Such intelligence, capability, and character. It was evident that this was a genius destined to safely ascend to the pinnacle of success. Nonetheless, despite this realization, humanity remained fundamentally untrustworthy. Who could say what this man might do against the Navy or even the world government in the future? Deep within the Golden Lion, trust in the human race had been utterly eroded. He regarded Roger's surrender as humanity's greatest betrayal. In his perception, if even the one man deemed his equal could not be trusted, then no one else upon the vast seas could be either. "Hey kid, what is your name?" "What would you like to know my name for?" "I'm just an obscure Navy colonel," Mitsai replied, casting a peculiar glance at the intensely scrutinizing Golden Lion. "Fine, my name is Mitsai. If one day you manage to escape from Impel Down, I will personally escort you to your final destination. Remember my name. And remember who caused your attack on the Navy headquarters to end in failure, leading you to forever sink in the 6th level of Impelled Down. The Golden Lion nodded, falling silent thereafter. They could see that moment. A Navy lieutenant rushed out from the power room. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to arrive at Impelled Down. It seemed that this brief journey was coming to an end for the Golden Lion. Garp lifted his head, standing before the cage, looking down at the Golden Lion. Take one last look at the azure sky, uniquely belonging to the Mara no Mi, and gaze upon the sky and see that belonged to the Golden Lion. Then, as Mitsai said, descend eternally into the infinite hell of the 6th level. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion genuinely mustered the strength to raise his head and deeply gazed at the realm that once belonged to him, the azure sky that colored the sea. Garp, Roger should also be in infinite hell now, right? I wish to see him. Typically unyielding and brusque, Garp surprisingly displayed an unexpected willingness to converse. All right. Mitsai smirked slightly, seeing clearly the hint of sorrow in Garp's eyes, a sorrow born from the passage of time. Hey, everyone move quickly. This time, Vice Admiral Garp himself is escorting the Golden Lion. The staff at Impelled Down began a full mobilization. Anyone who resembled a person appeared at the entrance of Impelled Down to welcome Garp's arrival. The title of Navy Hero was no mere facade. It was earned by dismantling the entire Rocks pirates. Although half of that credit belonged to the Roger pirates, it did not diminish Garp's unprecedented achievements within Navy. In contrast, how many strong individuals were truly acknowledged by Roger? How many could he collaborate with? With the exception of Whitebeard and Garp, few could stand alongside him. Even the Golden Lion was merely classified as a formidable opponent. As for the fiends and monsters within the Rocks pirates, need it even be mentioned? Aside from Rocks, the foremost figure of the bygone era, it was a congregation of elites. Figures like Captain John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe existed only in the background, legendary pirates who never made an appearance. They were not even among the foremost ranks within the Rocks pirates. Moreover, the former Empress of Nine Snakes, Gold. Roger, had once been a member of the Rocks pirates. The most dazzling among them were Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and the Golden Lion. 3 future emperors emerged from that group, with the Golden Lion undoubtedly at the emperor level during his peak. The success rate of this exceptional graduate in entrepreneurship was rather outrageous. It was truly a scattering of stars across the sky. And what could be said of Garp and Roger's collaboration in defeating such a formidable assembly? While Garp consistently declined promotions to Admiral, wandering the seas under the title of Vice Admiral, no one truly dared to regard him as just a Vice Admiral in any organization with dealings with the Navy. The phrase Navy Hero represented not only honor, but also substantial authority. Garp was directly involved in the Navy's highest-level decision-making. From the original work, it was apparent that his influence exceeded that of the 3 admirals, standing on par with the Chief of Staff, Sengoku. Yet this old rogue had no interest in power, fully trusting and supporting Sengoku, which allowed Sengoku to command the Navy's might without facing dissent during a time of internal strife and external threats. That was true unity in both glory and peril. Soon, Garp's ship, adorned with a dog-headed figurehead, entered the entrance of Impelled Down. Garp led the way, personally escorting the Golden Lion, who was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, showing no signs of negligence. Mitsai followed closely behind Garp, observing the scene before him. This feels remarkably familiar. This not just a pirate world version of welcoming esteemed leaders. Vice Admiral Garp, you've worked hard. Chief Guard Hannibal exclaimed sharply, prompting all the Impelled Down guards to echo in unison. You've worked hard. Ha. It's no trouble, no trouble. You are the ones truly working hard, Garp replied with a smile. He disliked being a leader, but that did not mean he could not fulfill the role in own need for guidance. Let us head directly to the 6th level of infinite hell. Yes, please follow me. Hannibal scampered ahead to lead the way. Quick, prepare the elevator to the 6th level. The guards, upon hearing Garp's instructions, dared not delay and immediately returned to their duties. What a joke. How could they afford to be lax? After all, they were about to detain the Golden Lion, the one who once dominated the skies. Chapter 12. Roger and the Golden Lion. Mitsai trailed behind Garp, remaining silent, yet he surveyed the surroundings with immense curiosity regarding this super prison constructed beneath the sea. In the 18 years of his life, he had never visited Impel Down. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Garp appeared as if he frequented the place, casually addressing the anxious Hannibal in the elevator. Where S. Magellan? Hasn't he gone to the restroom again? Has he? Indeed, Magellan had indeed gone to the restroom once more. With such unreliable fruit abilities, it would be better to hand over the position of deputy warden to me. Oops, I let that slip? Huh, you're still as amusing as ever. Garp laughed heartily in response. However, Meatsai shot a disapproving glance at Hannibal. After all this time, was he already eyeing Magellan's position? How unchangingly ambitious. It wasn't he about usurping authority. It was simply a matter of wanting to usurp Magellan's position, right? In the midst of Hannibal's ambitious yet anxious explanations, the elevator quickly descended to the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Vice Admiral Garp, please follow me. Hannibal continued to lead the way, and the cell for the Golden Lion, Shiki, was already prepared. There's no rush. We still need to bring Roger along. First, let us meet Roger. Garp shook his head. Refusing Hannibal's suggestion, the Golden Lion and Roger have something to discuss. Very well. Hannibal readily obliged Garp's request. After all, one was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, and the other had voluntarily surrendered while gravely ill. What could a few exchanged words possibly harm? Thus, he led the group directly to Roger's cell. Vice Admiral Garp, please enter. After speaking, he promptly exited, even retreating a fair distance. Hannibal had no desire to hear anything he ought not to, and it was safer to keep his distance. Turning back to glance at the distant cell door, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The gathering of Garp, Roger, and the Golden Lion within a small cell was an immense pressure. Inside the cell, the atmosphere was tense. Hey, Garp, why didn't you bring your dog-headed hat today? Roger mockingly greeted Garp, as if encountering a dear old friend. Your graying hair has started to make you look old. Oh, right. You are quite a bit older than me. Joel D. Roger. Show some respect to the old man. Cora, he doesn't want his hair to look like this either. You little brat, Garp muttered through clenched teeth. Aiming a playful punch at Meatsai, who effortlessly dodged, that you're the one who shows me the least respect. Ah, whatever works. Meatsai lazily dismissed Garp's remarks, his eyes keenly observing the unfolding interactions. It seemed Roger had indeed reached a consensus with the Navy, preparing to relinquish what little life he had left. This cell bore no semblance of confinement. It was practically indistinguishable from an ordinary jail cell in a small town. Roger curiously observed the interaction between Meatsai and Garp, before finally shifting his gaze to the Golden Lion. Oh, Shiki, so you've also been caught by Garp? It should not be so. As long as you wish to flee, do not say it is merely Garp's doing. Even if both Garp and I were to join forces, it would be impossible to capture you. What on earth has transpired? In their eyes, there resided a blend of scrutiny and curiosity. Yet, the Golden Lion remained silent. As did Garp. It was up to Meatsai to shatter the awkward silence. It is all your fault. Me? Roger retorted comically, pointing at his own face. How long have I been confessing? How can you blame me? He attacked the Navy headquarters out of anger for your confession, fighting like a fool, refusing to retreat, and was ultimately ensnared by Garp and Sengoku in a righteous 2-on-1. Then he reunited with you at Impel Down. Meatsai smirked, noting the peculiar bond you share. After he spoke, he stepped aside to observe the unfolding drama. As expected, Roger's playful demeanor gradually faded, giving way to tranquility. Shikijo, Roger, the Golden Lion interrupted Roger, and despite being bound by heavy sea stone shackles, he strained to straighten his back, staring intently into Roger's eyes. Tell me, why did you surrender? Because I am ill, with few days left to live. Therefore, is it not worth trading this wretched life of mine for the safety of my friends? Roger calmly responded to the Golden Lion's inquiry that I need to protect those who are important to me. What nonsense! What person could possibly be more significant than the freedom we cherish? You are the Pirate King. You once declared that the freest person on the sea is the Pirate King. Yet now, you lie in a cramped cell, awaiting execution in 7 days. Is this what you call freedom, you bastard? The Golden Lion's hair bristled, his eyes blazing with fury. Resembling a bloodthirsty, enraged lion, he forcefully grasped Roger's collar. pulling that calm face close to his own. It was then that Mitsai realized the Golden Lion's tranquility was merely a facade, suppressing an anger that roared like a volcano, reverberating in his chest, now fully unleashed. "You are mistaken. Shikid, I am the freest. Was and still am." Roger brushed aside the Golden Lion's hands, his smile radiating bravado, as if he were not a prisoner, but still the pirate king who gazed defiantly at the sea. "Choosing to protect those important to me is my freedom. Surrendering is my freedom that I in this life. I owe no one an explanation of what freedom means." The Golden Lion spat disdainfully. "After falling ill, you have learned to engage in sophistry. You are too arrogant. You trust no one. Hence you have subordinates, but no true companions. That I trust you, Roger. You alone." The Golden Lion's gaze grew colder. "Yet you have betrayed my trust. Enough. Shiki, it is not that you trust me. You merely distrust yourself." Roger chose not to look at the Golden Lion or Garp, nor this young Navy officer. "I suppose it is time for me to leave?" "Yes, let us depart." Garp, who had remained silent, nodded and turned aside, waiting for Roger to exit the cell. With an indifferent expression, Roger walked toward the door. "The era of the Pirate King has come to an end. I must now usher in a new age. I am the Golden Lion. My era will never conclude." Their figures intertwined, marking the final dialogue between the Pirate King and the Golden Lion. This is the unwavering conviction of the strong, never yielding, even when faced with the one man they recognize. Chapter 13. I entrust my child to you, my nemesis. Garp and Roger emerged from the cell, one after the other. Mitsai shrugged at the Golden Lion. "Farewell, Golden Lion. I hope you enjoy your time here." He then followed them out. Upon reaching the elevator, a tall figure clad in a black coat emerged from around the corner. "Vice Admiral Garp, are you preparing to take Joel D. Roger away?" "Indeed. Thank you for your hard work, Magellan." The man before them was Magellan, who had just exited the restroom due to the side effects of his devil fruit ability. Mitsai could not help but observe him closely. Magellan's power was formidable, yet his drawbacks were equally significant. Excluding time for meals and sleep, he spent nearly 10 hours each day in the restroom. This left him with only about 4 hours of potential combat time daily. However, during those 4 hours, his combat prowess was truly terrifying, especially in the confined space of Impel Down. Defeating Blackbeard's entire crew was no trivial matter. Originally a member of the Navy, he was reassigned here after consuming the poison fruit. At just 25 years of age, he was indeed a promising young talent. If the poison fruit did not have its drawbacks, he might have been a contender for the position of admiral in the future, far superior in performance to that incompetent Green Bull. All is for the sake of justice. Magellan bowed slightly to Garp, wishing him a safe journey to be. By the way, the Golden Lion is in Roger's former cell. You might want to handle that. Garp gestured toward the deeper cell. Magellan nodded and promptly turned ahead toward the Golden Lion's cell. That he was diligent in his duties, spending significant time in the restroom. Yet he did not seek to curry favor with Garp like Hannibal. Most importantly, within Impel Down, Magellan was nearly invincible, so he had no need for scheming. After bringing Roger back to the ship, Garp arranged for a room to be prepared for him. Instead of imprisoning the Pirate King in the ship's brig, he allowed him to stay in a regular room. That, if I am not mistaken, this treatment could be construed as hospice care. Mitsai remarked, his lips twitching. This man truly possesses a grand heart. However, this was not inaccurate. Based on years of understanding Garp, he was undeniably a man of principle, fiercely opposing evil. Yet unlike Akainu, who was somewhat lacking in intellect, Garp was filled with humanity. Thus, this action, while unexpected, was also entirely reasonable. "Roger, are you truly ready?" "Garp, when did you become so verbose? You certainly weren't this way while hunting me on the sea." Roger sat on the bed, as if he had not slept in a proper bed for ages, letting out a contented hum. "And do you think I surrendered just for you, Garp? I have my own plans. Surrendered? What do you mean? Is there something you wish to ask of me?" Garp scrutinized the Pirate King, his rival and ally. Meanwhile, Mitsai observed Garp closely, as expected. Even Garp did not comprehend why Roger chose to surrender, did not ask, but request, or if you prefer, plead. "I implore you to assist me with a matter." "What matter?" Roger opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly remembered Mitsai's presence in the room. Just a glance, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki surged toward Mitsai. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, combined with an unprecedented depth of Conqueror's haki, it was terrifying. Mitsai felt as if he were being completely seen through. The relentless waves of haki battering his mind. A suffocating sensation engulfed him, akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean. This feeling of being utterly overwhelmed was incredibly unpleasant. Yet he could not help but marvel at this man, who truly lived up to the title of Pirate King. "Roger, your unexpected assault is quite disconcerting," Mitsai remarked. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back, he averted his gaze, unfurling his wings, a radiant holy light filling the room. "Do not think that just because you are the Pirate King, I would shy away from confronting you." Roger raised an eyebrow, seemingly realizing he had misjudged Mitsai's strength. "Have you seen how vast the gap is between you and the pinnacle of power? Young one, you still have a long road ahead." Garp patted Mitsai on the shoulder and then addressed Roger, affirming that Mitsai could be trusted to keep any secrets he might overhear. With Garp's assurance, Roger chose not to further test Mitsai. Beneath his calm facade lay an excitement, along with profound regret. "Garp, my child is about to be born. Indeed, can you believe it? It is my child. Yet, to protect him, I had to surrender. I must sacrifice myself to secure his future, so I cannot witness him grow up." The interior of the cabin was somewhat dim, the lighting insufficiently bright. Half of Roger's face was shrouded in shadow. Even Roger, when speaking of the separation from his child, displayed a hint of tenderness in his brow. He swallowed hard, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. "That I entrust my child to you, Garp." Upon the utterance of those words, shock was etched across Garp's face. In stark contrast, the ever-composed Michael remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this revelation. Indeed, it was the scenario of a bequeathed guardianship. "What further nonsense are you spouting?" Garp's expression shifted from astonishment to sternness. "You are the Pirate King, the greatest adversary of the Navy, the most fearsome criminal in the entire world. You expect a Navy Vice Admiral to care for your child." "But my child is innocent." Roger did not rise, yet his gaze seemed capable of piercing through to the very soul of a person. "How many battles have we fought upon the seas? Can you even count them?" he queried. "If you so wish, shall we settle this matter of life and death right here and now, rather than entrust your child to me?" In this exchange, Garp's reaction was notably more pronounced. However, Roger's subsequent words rendered Garp utterly silent. "You are my most formidable foe. I understand you better than anyone. Conversely, you possess a deeper understanding of me than I do of myself. Thus, to me, the hero of the Navy inspires far greater trust than the Pirate King." Michael opened his mouth to speak. Given his profound understanding of Garp, did Roger foresee that Garp would acquiesce? Garp instinctively averted his gaze, hesitating to respond. "Therefore, Garp, entrusting him to your care represents the best possible outcome I can conceive. My child is now in your hands, my arch-rival." With those words, the Pirate King Roger beamed, his smile radiant and liberating. Chapter 14. The end of an era, the dawn of a new age. Only a few days remained until Roger's execution. And thus the ship's speed was not particularly swift on this vessel, reserved solely for vice admirals. Roger was granted the freedom to move about. Garp tacitly approved this arrangement, after agreeing to Roger's guardianship request. Garp understood that Roger was wholly unlikely to attempt an escape. The charisma of Roger, the Pirate King, was ineffable, magnanimous and witty at first glance. One would never associate him with the title of Pirate King. Yet his identity was well known aboard Garp's warship, which rendered even the most charismatic figure a subject of wary silence. With the exception of a ship's cook, this left the socially inclined Roger feeling somewhat despondent. However, regardless of the slow progress, there would eventually come a day when they would dock. "Hey, Roger, in about an hour, we shall arrive at Lowtown," Michael said, leaning against the railing, the sea breeze gently tousling his platinum locks. In the distance, the silhouette of Lowtown began to emerge against the horizon. This journey was finally nearing its conclusion. Roger nodded. "It seems the Navy is taking this execution quite seriously. Not just seriously, this is the Navy's paramount concern at this juncture. Were it not for the fear of complications and the risk of a complete upheaval, You would likely see all the rear admirals and higher ranks gathered here today, Michael replied, astonished by Roger's nonchalant tone. Even one who willingly sacrificed everything for his family should not exhibit such indifference toward his impending execution. Throughout this voyage, Michael and Garp have become the only two individuals with whom Roger could confide. Don't you have any questions? Do you know how to reach Raftel? Forget it. That cursed place is for those who wish to go, that I certainly won't be setting foot there, Roger retorted. Michael looked at him. You are the harbinger of the old era, and all your endeavors have become meaningless. Roger chuckled, neither affirming nor denying the statement. After a moment's pause, Michael spoke again. If your son were to become a pirate and found himself on the executioner's platform, would you feel remorse? My only and greatest regret is that I cannot accompany my child as he grows, Roger sighed. Yet his eyes remained clear. If such a day were to dawn, it would simply be fate's design. Wouldn't it? Is that so? Michael nodded. If your child turns to piracy and faces execution at the hands of the Navy, I shall do my utmost to grant him a swift end. Hey, don't go around talking about killing someone else's child. Roger pouted in discontent. And why are you so certain my child will become a pirate? It would be more reasonable for Garp to raise him as a Navy officer. How could a man simultaneously be so carefree, yet so meticulous? Such peculiarities seemed to be the hallmark of the protagonist in this world that Garp's character was indeed beyond reproach. As the offspring of the Pirate King, he would naturally wish to rear him as a Navy officer. However, after scanning the surroundings to ensure Garp was not present, Michael continued, with his temperament, do you truly believe he could raise a child properly? You make a valid point. Roger inhaled sharply. He often forgot that Garp's level of eccentricity matched his own. Then you must lend me your assistance. Roger's eyes sparkled as he pondered, then patted Michael's shoulder. Are you looking for a nanny here? Not a chance. I beg you, Michael. This is the greatest request of my life. Your life is already nearing its end, you know? Garp observed Roger and Michael from a distance. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. The ship would soon dock in a matter of minutes. This signified that this man, who displayed no airs, and even resorted to a bit of trickery to secure Michael's agreement, was approaching the terminus of his life, or perhaps he was walking toward his predetermined fate. The following day, at noon, a towering gallows loomed over the square of Logtown. Despite the harsh sun overhead, a chill pervaded the air. Numerous high-ranking Navy officials and personnel from the world government were observing the gallows from various vantage points. Their purpose was twofold: to witness the execution and to prevent Roger's crew from intervening to rescue him. They had all reached a consensus. This time, they would only focus on these two objectives. Even as they spotted several notorious pirates mingling among the onlookers, the Navy opted to overlook their presence, or rather, this was the Navy's true intention: to execute the Pirate King and instill fear in the hearts of other pirates. With the Pirate King falling at the gallows of the Navy, how could any pirate hope to escape? The time has come. Joel D. to Roger, you stand accused of 43 counts of heinous crimes. You are hereby sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. The judge proclaimed Roger's charges. Although the majority of them were unfounded, Roger could not be bothered to refute them. The world government had even altered his name to Joel D. Roger to conceal the truth about the D clan. Absurd. Roger lifted his head as the judge commanded, and the heavy gates swung open. Shackled and burdened, Roger slowly made his way toward his final destination, the towering gallows. Kneeling upon the ground, Roger's visage remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotional upheaval, gazing serenely at the throngs of people below. Fear, reluctance, elation, anticipation, confusion, regardless of the emotions they brought, they all awaited him, eager for the conclusion of Joel D. Roger's saga. Thus, a proud smile crept upon his lips one last time. A surge of indomitable spirit effortlessly dispelled the ominous pall that loomed over Logtown. Raising his head, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, prepared to deliver his final words. Do you wish for my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all. Go and seek it. I have left everything there. As Roger uttered his first words, the judge roared for the executioner to commence the proceedings. However, both men were momentarily awestruck by Roger's final bravado and dominion. Only after Roger completed his declaration did the executioner raise his blade high. The dual blades crossed and plunged downwards, piercing the body ravaged by illness and riddled with wounds. The pirate king had met his demise. The old era had finally come to an end. Yet, the new era was poised to unfurl. The great pirate era had begun. Regardless of whether this age would be deemed good or ill, the audacity that defied the navy, death, and all else would be etched into the memories of everyone present. The deeds and misdeeds would be recounted by future generations. Michael stood atop a distant tower, his wings unfurled, radiant light flowing forth as ethereal hymns resonated around him. He caressed the formidable blade named Ace in his grasp, murmuring, "I am Alpha. I am Omega, that I am the first. I am the last, that I am the beginning. I am the end." Reciting the Bible, the IT seems like a lamentation. Chapter 15. The layout begins. After Roger's death, chaos engulfed the world. This statement is not made lightly. That IT was not just the pirates. Countless commoners also set sail, eager to pursue the legendary treasure that the Pirate King had openly acknowledged. Such fervent collective behavior was, in fact, foreseen by Michael. However, the actions of the world government surpassed even Michael's imagination. Rather than striving to quell the potential surge of piracy across nations or guiding the common people under their rule, they instead devoted vast resources to those connected to Roger. They showed little inclination to conceal their intentions, as evidenced by the exposure of their actions in the newspapers. For instance, the world-renowned shipwright Tom, who crafted Roger's pirate ship from the rare atom wood, was sentenced to execution by the world government, if not for the fact that the Sea Train project relied on Tom, granting him a 10-year reprieve. His head would have already graced the gallows. Witnessing such bewildering maneuvering, Michael felt as though his intelligence was being ground into the earth. How did these fools ascend to power? Are they truly the epitome of foolishness? The five elders are the prime exemplars of this. Their prolonged existence has not endowed them with the wisdom one might expect. Instead, they seem to possess only the contempt and arrogance granted by power. Here, take a look at this, old man Garp. Michael handed the newspaper to Garp, who already wore a grim expression due to the surge in pirate numbers. After reading the report, his face seemed to darken to the point of becoming charred. Do these rulers possess minds as small as rice crackers? Shipwright Tom is a totemic figure of Water 7. Are they attempting to incite animosity towards the world government and the Marines among the entire populace of Water 7? In the future, what if shipwrights accidentally leave flaws while repairing military vessels or government ships? They wouldn't even know how they met their demise. To offend shipwrights at sea? What could they possibly be thinking? Michael's demeanor remained composed. After sipping his tea, he scoffed. What use is it to curse the world government? Can one expect wisdom from an entity that governs through brutality and slavery? They merely need to worship the celestial dragons as if they were their own fathers. While I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments, Garp shrugged, but let us not forget, we still have an agreement yet to fulfill. Why the hurry? According to Roger's description, there remains a considerable amount of time before the event in question. Michael squinted, appearing to lounge in a chair while his mind raced with thoughts. The great pirate era had officially begun, and it was time for him to strategize. As a time traveler, it was better to be a bit audacious. He intended to employ every means necessary to alter all futures he found displeasing. By the way, old man Garp, what is it? Do you know the infamous Morgans? That slightly deranged newspaper mogul? I do. They are quite closely aligned with the Navy. Excellent. I need him to assist me with a small favor. What kind of favor? To deliver a message that, in the realm of Kori, there exists a foolish lord. Alas, how could Lord Sukiyaki have birthed such an absurd son? Dancing naked every day. What a disgrace. Truly a disgrace. He is sullying Lord Sukiyaki's reputation. This fellow should take his own life in atonement. Various accusations and curses filtered through the walls of the mansion, reaching the ears of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Oden, utterly inebriated, forced himself to sit upright while continuously pouring drink after drink down his throat. For the past year, he had maintained a near-constant state of drunkenness. For him, dancing naked in this state was the only way to numb his pride. The once revered man, regarded as a brother by Whitebeard and capable of battling Roger, had essentially perished. He had died in the vast, boundless sea. What remained in the mansion was merely his feeble shell. Lord Oden, wake up! Please awaken! Kinemon stumbled into the mansion, his decorum entirely forgotten. Not that Kazuki Oden cared for such things. Ah, Kinemon, your voice is too loud. My head feels as though it might split open. Is it time to dance? Kazuki Oden responded drowsily, rising to remove his clothing. Wait, don't strip. My lord, please do not demean yourself any further. Kinemon's eyes welled with tears as myriad sorrows surged within him that a single dance could save 100 lives. But is Kaido a man of his word? Is Kurizumi Orochi a man of his word? Yet, Kazuki Oden chose to believe. For an entire year, had Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi honored their pledge to release the hostages? Uncertain. But throughout Wano, Kazuki Oden had become a complete laughingstock, devoid of respect or reputation. Yet he is Kazuki Oden, the 2nd Division commander cherished by Whitebeard. He ought to be the rightful shogun of Wano. Oh dear, is this drunken fool truly the famed Lord of Kuri? It is indeed true that seeing is believing. Yet the 2nd Division commander Kazuki Oden aboard Whitebeard's ship seems even stronger. Mocking voices echoed from outside, as a towering beast-man, covered in feathers, entered uninvited, adorned with a top hat, a dark cloak, a light blue shirt, and checkered pants in red and white. This was none other than Morgans, one of the 6 emperors of the underground world, known as the King of Information. His appearance was due to the consumption of the bird fruit, allowing him to take on the form of an albatross. I believe I have seen you before. Kazuki Oden burped, and his bleary eyes reflected an overwhelming indifference. But do not obstruct my path. I am uncertain of your intentions, but I would advise you to allow me to finish. Morgan stated, producing a letter from within his coat. When one is entrusted with a task, one must remain loyal. That a man named Michael requested that I convey a message to you. Michael, who is that? I do not recognize the name. Kazuki Oden shook his head. Whether you recognize him or not is irrelevant. My duty is merely to deliver the message. This man says, Kazuki Oden, you are a fool who brings disaster upon your family. Your mind is nearly utterly blocked. Yet fortunately, it is not completely so. Open the envelope. Within lies all the intelligence you require. Morgans finished speaking and turned to leave without uttering another word. Upon boarding his airship, Morgans glanced back at the gradually deteriorating Wano. He muttered softly, I am indeed one of the 6 emperors of the underground world. How dare I personally deliver intelligence? If I could defeat him, I would never engage in such undignified tasks. And Garp, you are a hero of the Navy. How could you threaten good citizens, saying they might lose their base if they do not comply? These 2 Navy men are more pirate-like than the pirates themselves. Chapter 16. A word of guidance for Kazuki Oden. After Morgans departed, Kazuki Oden did not proceed to dance naked. Instead, he sat on the tatami mat, fixated on the envelope with an unprecedented gravity. His eyes even revealed a glimmer of sharpness. Kinemon remained by his side until Kazuki Oden extended his hand to open the envelope. Why, Lord? What does it say? Kazuki Oden seemed oblivious to Kinemon's inquiry, his expression solemn as he began to read the contents. Upon encountering the first word, the facade of solemnity that Kazuki Oden had forced himself to maintain vanished entirely. With each line he read, his expression became increasingly animated. Laughter and tears, anger and sorrow. He even began to roll on the ground. Roger, so it was you who ushered in a brand new era. What a remarkable life you have led. I truly envy you. Kinemon, witnessing the seemingly deranged Kazuki Oden, could not help but rush forward to grasp Oden's hands. My lord. Kinemon, after a bout of hysterical outburst, Kazuki Oden's emotions settled completely. The intoxicating fumes had long since dissipated, and the dejection in his eyes was nowhere to be found. Those eyes had never been so clear. That I will continue to dance. W.H. Kinemon was taken aback, just as he was about to offer counsel. Kazuki Oden interrupted him with an outstretched hand. Do not rush. Let me finish. Kinemon, when I say I will continue to dance, it is to lower the enemy's guard. The Kazuki clan can no longer sit idly by. Starting tonight, gather all the warriors who are still willing to follow us. A year from now, we will have our chance to reclaim our homeland. Though Kazuki Oden felt a twinge of reluctance, he gritted his teeth and continued. Confine Kinemon secretly in a sea prism stone prison. He is a spy from the Korizumi family. My lord. Where did you obtain this information? Morgan's the world's largest information broker. What he delivers is guaranteed to be accurate. Kazuki Oden thus spoke, yet within his heart he pondered. Why would that man named Mitsai assist Wano country? Assisting Wano country, of course, is for the sake of our navy. Huh. Garp, with a perplexed expression, questioned, Wano country isn't even a member of the world government. How could it possibly concern our navy? The fact that it is not a member of the world government is precisely the reason I aid Wano country. Do you not perceive how extraordinary it is that, as a future source of naval recruits, they harbor no goodwill, even disdain, towards the world government? Mitsai leaned closer to Garp, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. The navy is the same. Old man Garp, do you not think that a navy free from the shackles of the world government could genuinely realize true justice? Garp suddenly turned to Mitsai, only to find the young man utterly unperturbed, a mischievous glint in his eye. You know, just by uttering that statement, I could have you expelled from the navy and sent straight to Impel Down. No doubt, you could certainly accomplish that. Mitsai retorted, rolling his eyes. If you're merely a lackey of the celestial dragons, Garp's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a resigned sigh. Why do you resemble that dragon fellow so much? Mitsai rolled his eyes in response. Like Brother Dragon? No, his ideals and methods are far more advanced than Brother Dragon's primitive revolutionary tactics. After all, it's a family trait. It must surely surpass the skills of a self-taught individual. Enough, old man Garp. Have you considered why I confided this matter to you? Even with the old man, I have not revealed a word. Mitsai was aware that Sengoku had yet to recognize the current issues plaguing the navy. It remained the sharpest blade in the hands of the world government. However, Garp was different. He had never been one to follow orders blindly. The D-clan seemed to possess an inherent aversion to the celestial dragons. So what exactly are your thoughts? Garp, having regained his composure, began to take an interest in Mitsai's perspective. Regardless of what he intended to do in the future, the Navy was undeniably faced with a pressing dilemma: a significant reduction in recruits. Countless individuals had recklessly thrown themselves into the sea due to a single last word from GOLD. Roger, but they did so as pirates. Many who had wavered between piracy and the Navy had decisively tilted towards piracy following the Day of Judgment. This was the dawn of a new era, the Age of Pirates, and its influence was already becoming apparent. My idea is to replace quantity with quality. Mitsai extended 4 fingers. I have identified 4 sources of recruits worldwide. Wano country is one of them. The warriors of Wano all begin at the level of sword masters, and there are quite a few formidable great sword masters among them. Moreover, they refer to armament haki as flowing cherry blossoms, which holds equal importance to their swordsmanship. Tell me, with such a powerful source of recruits, why should we relinquish it to that pirate Kaido? Simply because Wano country is not a member of the world government. Mitsai smiled. Currently, Kaido is far from his peak strength, and he still lags behind the true emperors. After all, even the not yet defeated Moonlight Moria could exchange blows with him. As for the timeline regarding Kaido's impending confrontation with the Moonlight Moria pirates, Mitsai had already informed Kazuki Oden through that letter. As long as Kazuki Oden harbored even the slightest desire for restoration, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. Presently, the Beast Pirates and the Moonlight Pirates are at an impasse. And if Kazuki Oden seizes the chance to strike from behind, success is not beyond reach. Most importantly, Mitsai despised the treacherous nature of Kaido and loathed his brutality, which was indistinguishable from that of the Celestial Dragons. Reflecting on the derogatory titles like Teacher Kaido from his past life made Mitsai want to laugh. Such a character should not, and must not, exist in the future he envisioned for this world, in his eyes. Even Crocodile and Charlotte Linlin were far more human than Kaido. After hearing Mitsai's discourse, Garp, though silent, felt a sense of agreement within the very least. He recognized the merit in Mitsai's assertion of prioritizing quality over quantity. Mitsai, you mentioned planning for 4 sources of recruits. Besides Wano, what are the other 3 locations? Observing Garp's burgeoning interest in the topic, Mitsai flashed a triumphant smile. In the future, could there be a more suitable banner than the Navy's hero? The Tiger Skin, Chapter 17. The beginning of the search for Roger's widow. As for the other 3 sources of recruits, Garp, why don't you take a guess? What kind of tease is that? If I could guess. Why would I need to ask you? You certainly are audacious. Mitsai chuckled, realizing he had indeed kept Garp on edge. If it were a cultured and knowledgeable strategist like Granny Tsuru, she would have understood him slowly. But Garp? Forget it. There is no chance to delve deeper into it now. Even Wano country was merely the beginning of their plans at S.O. After all this, you simply painted a colossal pie in the sky for me. Upon hearing Garp's words, Mitsai immediately became displeased. He slammed his hand on the table in indignation. Is this merely painting a pie? This is called having grand ambitions. This is called having foresight. Before Mitsai could finish boasting, the din-din mushy on Garp's table began to ring. Brew-brew, brew-brew, brew-brew. Garp's previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This was the din-din mushy used for communication between Garp and Sengoku. Sengoku would not contact Garp through this medium unless it was of great importance. Hello, Sengoku, what's happened? You haven't returned to the Navy headquarters yet. Are you back at Windmill Village? Sengoku's expression was perfectly mirrored through the din-din mushy. Equally grave. No, I'm currently at the comm belt with Mitsai, preparing to bring your white-haired kid back to fetch the girl for some training on the sea. Garp glanced at Mitsai before responding. When did you discuss this matter with Mitsai? It doesn't matter. Regardless, you two must head to Barolo Island in the South Blue immediately. The South Blue? What for? Garp, scratching his nose nonchalantly, suddenly noticed Mitsai, throwing him a significant glance, which directed his attention to the sword hanging at Mitsai's waist. Ace, Garp froze, recalling a conversation with Roger a few days prior, where he mentioned naming his child Ace, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl. After his sword, Garp quickly grasped Mitsai's implication. Barolo Island in the South Blue. Isn't that where Roger's widow resides? Suddenly, an ominous thought arose within him. Was Sengoku sending them to Barolo Island in the South Blue because the world government had received intel that the widow of the pirate king was there? Sengoku's voice grew low and resolute. The Navy and the CP organization have already headed to the South Blue. I need you to take a trip there to oversee the search operation. Understood. Garp replied succinctly before hanging up the din-din mushy, his expression far from pleasant. Mitsai shared a similar sentiment. Damn it, how did the news about Roger's widow spread to the world government so quickly? Kapu clenched his teeth in frustration. If it were merely the deployment of the Navy, it might have been tolerable, but the involvement of the CP organization was utterly unacceptable. In Kapu's eyes, the spies of the CP organization exhibited conduct indistinguishable from that of criminals. Their interference in the search for Roger's widow could only spell disaster, say nothing of other concerns. Hiding a pregnant woman under the very noses of the CP organization would undoubtedly prove challenging for both Kapu and Mitsai. Kapu contemplated the matter as a duty to those who entrusted him, a sentiment shared by Mitsai. Yet, this was merely one facet of the situation. What truly irked him was the old man's blind loyalty to the world government, which had precipitated this large-scale manhunt in the South Sea. Consequently, the Navy's reputation had plummeted. In the original narrative, 2 significant events had tarnished the Navy's reputation irreparably, leading to a severe decline in recruitment. The first was the O'Hara incident, and the second was this very South Sea manhunt. These 2 calamities had driven the Navy's standing into the depths, rendering it nearly as infamous as the pirates themselves. Even the promotions of Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu to the ranks of admiral were delayed by at least a decade due to the ensuing negative publicity, given that he regarded the Navy as the cornerstone of his ambitions. He would never permit such a disgrace to occur. The simplest resolution to this predicament would be to hand over Roger's widow, Lugio, along with the unborn Ace. However, that was out of the question. Firstly, Mitsai was a man of his word, and being a native of the South Sea, he harbored a sense of hometown loyalty, despite a rather unfortunate childhood. Secondly, Ace was integral to his future plans. How could he possibly surrender him to the world government? Mitsai's lips curled into a smirk that it seemed he and the old man, Kapu, must intervene. Come on, old man Kapu, since the old geezer has sent us to the South Sea. Let us proceed. However, once we arrive, you must heed my counsel. Kapu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. That white-haired brat. Listen to you? What alternative do you propose for extracting a pregnant woman right under the CP surveillance? Mitsai rolled his eyes, and, as a local of the South Sea, you understand the situation better than I. Kapu scratched his chin with his large hand, contemplating. While he could easily eliminate the accompanying CP spies, that was not a feasible course of action. After much deliberation, he could only resign himself with a sigh. Fine, I shall defer to your judgment. Since you agreed to listen to me, I must inform you. Mitsai leaped onto the table and leaned in towards Kapu's ear. You'll need to make some sacrifices out on Barolo Island in the South Sea. All personnel were mustered at the port. Navy soldiers were assembling, half from headquarters and half from the South Sea branch. Leading them was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, his fearsome visage complemented by hair resembling spider legs, causing the Navy soldiers to fall silent and line up quickly with their heads bowed. You lot. Hurry up, this is a top directive from the world government. In stark contrast, the CP spies displayed a much more relaxed demeanor. Over 100 elite agents have been summoned from CP-1 to CP-9 to undertake the mission of capturing the widow of the Pirate King. While this task was indeed significant, it did not warrant the involvement of CP-0. Leading the operation was La Shi from CP-9. Though his name might be unfamiliar, his two daughters, Khalifa and Alpha, were well-known figures. At this moment, La Shi wore a displeased expression. This operation should have been led by Spandam, but the officer was too busy fawning over the celestial dragons to attend to his duties. Thus, it fell to him, the most senior agent, to take charge. Thinking of this made La Shi grit his teeth in frustration. Damn Spandam, his talent for brown-nosing is truly unparalleled. Hey, you lot in black suits, why are you not in formation? Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. La Shi instinctively looked up to see Mitsai, a Navy officer adorned with pure white wings, descending from the sky. Who are you? La Shi demanded. I am Mitsai, a lieutenant commander from the Navy. Mitsai glanced at the CP spies with a cold smirk. The quality of the world government spies is rather lacking. I assent it. His words ignited a wave of indignation among the CP agents present. What right does a mere lieutenant commander have to speak here? La Shi scoffed. You're just a lieutenant commander. Even Ghost Spider wouldn't address the CP organization in such a derisive manner. Mitsai merely clicked his tongue. In the next instant, La Shi was sent flying. Meanwhile, Mitsai maintained a casual posture with his hands in his pockets. However, La Shi did not crash to the ground. He was caught mid-air by Kapu's enormous hand. Mitsai, why did you resort to violence upon arrival? Kapu exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Heavens, old man Kapu, I did not lay a finger on him, true, but you did spread your wings, Kapu replied, half amused. Who knew these wings could be used in such a manner? There's no choice. Admiral Sengoku has tasked you with leading this manhunt, and the CP spies dare to speak disrespectfully to you. With my temper, how could I possibly tolerate that? Mitsai shrugged, unabashedly brazen. What? This scoundrel dared to speak disrespectfully to this lieutenant commander. La Shi was taken aback. When did he ever disrespect Vice Admiral Kapu? Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. However, Kapu did not grant La Shi the opportunity to speak. He simply hurled him towards the distant sea. Wiping his hands, he approached Mitsai with a satisfied grin. Thanks to you, I would have been bullied by those CP spies otherwise. And no problem, as long as you're all right. Vice Admiral Kapu. The CP spies quickly formed ranks, aligning themselves from CP-1 to CP-9. These astute spies could easily discern that Kapu and Mitsai were deliberately toying with them. Yet what could they do? The relationship between the Navy and CP spies had always been tenuous, with mutual hostility being the norm. However, these two seemed utterly disinclined to even pretend. They couldn't be bothered to provide a rationale. Was this the Navy? They were even less reasonable than pirates. Of course, they kept such thoughts to themselves. Despite their disdain for the Navy, they dared not look down upon a naval hero. That would be courting disaster. Vice Admiral Kapu, you have arrived. Ghost Spider stepped forward to salute. Although they were both vice admirals, the disparity in their standings was vast. They were nominally colleagues, but, in reality, a clear hierarchy existed. Moreover, he had received word that this operation was under the full command of the naval hero. Kapu, everyone, listen up. Kapu's booming voice resonated across the coastline, startling not only the Navy and CP spies, but also the ordinary citizens in the vicinity. "We are searching for the widow of the Pirate King. I am leading this mission. Remember, we must not harm civilians. Anyone who contravenes this order will be expelled from the Navy." He shot an additional glare at Ghost Spider and his immediate subordinates, saying nothing further, yet conveying everything in that glance. That moment, Ghost Spider felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He had intended to conduct a forceful search, as Barolo Island was no small place. In his view, achieving the objective swiftly required sacrificing a portion of the civilians. However, after hearing the words of the naval hero Kapu, even he had no choice but to comply that he still wanted to remain in the Navy. "After all, are you all mute? I'm asking you a question." Mitsai stepped forward, exuding a feigned authority. "Yes." The Navy and CP spies shivered in unison, instantly standing tall and responding loudly. "The CP spies will handle the southern region of Barolo Island and the nearby waters. The Navy will cover the other areas. Pair up and commence the mission." As soon as Kapu finished speaking, Shi rushed back from the nearby shore. "Vice Admiral Kapu, please wait. I propose we have the Navy and CP spies work in mixed units for the search." Kapu couldn't even be bothered to glance at Shi, waving his hand to signal everyone to commence action. Shi attempted to voice further objections, only to realize that his CP spies had already paired off and dispersed. Kapu continued on his way towards the interior of Barolo Island, while Mitsai passed by Shi, grinning as he remarked, "No need to humiliate yourself so often, lapdog." Mitsai made no effort to lower his voice nor harbor any ulterior motive. His actions stemmed solely from a petty vindictiveness. Having been provoked by the celestial dragons, he now cast a shadow of malice over anything associated with them. "Well, I didn't expect the CP organization to be so obedient. Of course, have you any idea what rank you hold?" Majire rolled his eyes and continued, suggesting that the CP spies search the southern region and coastal areas. With such a strategy, they would have nothing to fear when heading to the location that Roger had informed them about. Should Garp exhibit any strange behavior, the CP spies would undoubtedly take notice and find ways to monitor him. However, the Navy would not perceive anything amiss, for Garp was well known as a maverick within their ranks. "Let us proceed, Old Man Garp, to fulfill our promise," Majire declared, as he walked alongside Garp into a shadowy pathway. The Navy had yet to scour this area. Based on Roger's description, I calculated that delivery should still be some time away. Majire remarked as he walked. Currently, poor Gasti Lugio is only 8 months pregnant. In the original narrative, she managed to delay the birth of Ace for nearly 10 months. Such a feat is nearly impossible without the assistance of a doctor, Correa's caliber, or a special fruit user. Yet the original text made no mention of it, so we must disregard that possibility. This implies that a metaphysical force truly exists in this world. Upon reaching the end of the path, Majire and Garp arrived at the edge of a cliff on Barolo Island, where a lavish mansion stood. It appeared that the Portgas family had once been a prestigious lineage before being overshadowed by the reputation of the Pirate King. Advancing forward, Majire, too lazy to knock, simply pushed the door open. In the next moment, a massive axe swung towards him. Though it was a sudden attack, Majire remained unperturbed. The assailant was formidable, but did not intend to kill. His angelic wings unfurled instantaneously, allowing him to retreat swiftly. He lifted his gaze again. He discerned the identity of the axe wielder. The man's imposing stature was on par with Garp, and the round sunglasses adorning his face alongside the dual axes he wielded revealed his identity. Skypa Jabba, the third in command of the original Roger Pirates. Chapter 19. A letter from Roger awaits your attention. Oh, this lad possesses quite the skill, doesn't he? No wonder he dares to come knocking, Jabba praised Majire. Then shifted his gaze to Garp, who had refrained from intervening. Long time no see. Garp, your navy is making quite the spectacle landing on Barolo Island, all in pursuit of Lugio. I presume. Garp did not offer an explanation. Instead, he smiled and replied to Jabba. What if I were to say yes? What would you do then? You alone cannot deter me, Jabba, he continued. Jabba did not respond, but was acutely aware that Garp spoke the truth. Having fought side by side with him during the Battle of God Valley, the sheer power and terrifying aura he exuded were unforgettable. And what if I were to join in? A languorous voice drifted from within the mansion. Garp was not all surprised. It was the Dark King. Rarely did I knew that before the Roger pirates vanished, you would come to protect Lugio. Garp nodded, surprisingly unguarded as he strolled into the mansion. Rayleigh did not make a move, but walked alongside Garp, his eyes still filled with caution. Maguire smirked slightly. What were these old-timers playing at? Couldn't Garp just state plainly that he was here to fulfill Roger's dying wish? Moreover, Maguire grasped the supreme blade, ace hanging at his waist. He still had a final letter from the soul that needed to be delivered. Thus, he slightly retracted his wings and brazenly attempted to squeeze past Jabba. With a swift motion, a colossal axe was thrust before him. What do you intend to do? What a ridiculous question. I've come from that old man inside. What do you think I'm here for? Should I say I'm delivering milk? Would you believe that? Maguire rolled his eyes, pushing the axe aside and stepping inside. Yet after just a few strides, the sound of the axe slicing through the air echoed once more from behind him. Maguire could barely contain his frustration. Damn it, Jabba, will you ever stop? Without hesitation, he drew Ace from his waist. In an instant, he infused it with hockey. Yet Maguire was someone who pursued aestheticism, but a solid black was rather unsightly. And the hockey on the blade formed layered patterns according to the blade's edge and texture. Meanwhile, pure white holy flames entwined around the blade as well. The striking contrast created a visual spectacle. But the power behind it was equally formidable. This strike, devoid of any flashy technique, was purely a clash of strength. After a brief stalemate, Maguire was sent flying several meters away, while Jabba staggered back several steps. Maguire silently cursed the absurdity of all. Even with his body enhanced after traversing worlds, with powers and speed beyond the ordinary, he still felt somewhat lacking in time. However, Jabba's astonishment far surpassed Maguire's. After a prolonged silence, Jabba, rather than continuing the confrontation, inquired, Kid, what is your name? Maguire. Just a youthful 18 years old. He replied, Point 18. Huh. It seems Roger entrusted this to you. Jabba mused, his words seemingly referring to both the sword and a child. It appeared Roger had long planned for Garp to look after his offspring. Having a Navy hero raise a child is certainly better than leaving it to us old pirates about to retire. Jabba remarked, displaying a sense of self-awareness. Maguire calmly retorted, You're quite self-aware, I must say, and turned towards the White House within the mansion. This time, Jabba did not hinder his passage. Upon pushing the door open, Maguire spotted Rayleigh and Garp standing outside the bedroom. Oh, finished already. I was under the impression you would get a thorough beating. Garp feigned surprise, blinking exaggeratedly. Old man Garp, couldn't you wish for me to succeed just this once? Maguire grimaced but chose not to engage with the old rascal. Instead, he approached the door and gently knocked. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Maguire interjected, Port Gas de Lugio. I am Lieutenant Colonel Maguire of the Navy Headquarters. I have a letter from Roger that I must deliver personally. After a brief silence within the bedroom, it was finally broken. Mr. Rayleigh, please allow him to enter. Rayleigh sighed, gently pushing the door open to make tea that moment. Maguire said nothing further, merely nodding solemnly towards Rayleigh. Garp observed curiously. Maguire, with his already striking features, combined with his solemn expression and the wings behind him, indeed resembled an angel descended upon the mortal realm. Upon entering the spacious bedroom, Maguire immediately spotted the woman leaning against the headboard. Though her abdomen was prominently rounded, her figure remained slender. The news of Roger's demise was undoubtedly the most potent poison for her. In her eyes, Maguire saw no will to survive. Were it not for the child within her, she might have already succumbed. Mr. Maguire, you claim you have a letter for me, she asked. Indeed, but it is not a letter inscribed on paper. Maguire nodded, then drew Ace. Rayleigh tensed, about to intervene, only to witness Maguire cradling Ace in his hands and extending it towards Lugio. The letter lies here. Touch Ace, and you shall receive Roger's final words. Lugio gazed into Maguire's gem-like blue eyes, ultimately extending her hand towards Ace. The moment she touched it, she gradually fell into slumber. Maguire reached out. Gentle holy light began to flow from Ace into Lugio's body. Attempting to restore her health, poor Gaston Lugio opened her eyes once more, now standing at the cliff's edge of Bartolomeo Island. This was the place where she had first met and fallen in love with Roger. Lugio, it's been a long time. He spoke softly. You should be dead. Roger. Lugio felt an unprecedented tranquility as she turned slowly, once again beholding the man who was her destiny. Our meeting signifies that Majire has kept his promise and brought the message to you. Roger spoke tenderly, enfolding Lugio in his embrace that it was gentle, weightless, devoid of substance. Indeed, it was merely a dream. The child is about to be born. Yet even so, Lugio nestled closer within that insubstantial embrace, as if seeking warmth from the void. She pondered, what kind of person would he become? This was a matter for Garp to contemplate. Roger laughed heartily, but with an undercurrent of regret. I have never feared death, yet I lament not being able to witness my son grow up. We are likely the most irresponsible parents there are. Chapter 20. By the way, would you mind changing your surname and recognizing me as your father instead? Thus, this so-called letter is merely a dream. To be precise, it is but a remnant of Roger's consciousness. As Michael utilizes holy light to replenish the life force that was lacking in Lugio's body, he explains to Rayleigh and the old man Garp. It is truly astonishing. Is this ability truly a manifestation of your fruit? One might consider it a trivial ancillary attribute. Michael does not refute this, that it is only natural for a seraph to delve into the realms of the soul. Is it not? Otherwise, how could they guide those benevolent souls to paradise? Even Garp, who is notoriously thick-skinned, cannot help but be astounded by Michael's words. How can this lad still boast that his devil fruit is the human fruit? Ancient type, bird-human form. Initially, he displayed white flames on the smuggling ship and against a golden lion. The holy light he just exhibited before them, along with the power that touches the soul, raises the question, whose ancient fruit can inflict harm, heal, and develop the soul in such a comprehensive manner? Is he taking advantage of Garp's lack of knowledge? At this rate, Michael is destined to be the next pillar of the Navy. Yet, one wonders if he possesses the qualifications of a king. Akin to Sengoku, Michael naturally notices the looks of disbelief from Rayleigh and Garp. Akin to gazing at a monster, he cannot help, but Saiti did not wish to be so ostentatious. He can both deal damage and heal. And due to his boundless stamina, he can serve as a shield. The key is that he can even sprout wings. Goodness! Is he not the very embodiment of a druid? Yet, which druid radiates holy light from head to toe? Under the nurturing warmth of Michael's holy light, Lugio, who had just fallen into a dream, begins to awaken slowly. However, this interval has been somewhat prolonged. They arrived at Barolo Island at noon, and now it is already evening. Michael has come to a profound understanding of why it is said that saving is far more arduous than destruction and slaughter. The holy flame can reduce a person to ashes in mere seconds, while the holy light requires nearly half a day to restore a pregnant woman whose body is depleted. Lugio's complexion has visibly improved compared to before. How is Lugio's condition? Rayleigh inquires cautiously after glancing at her. She was on the brink of collapse, but now rest assured, I estimate she is healthier than you. Michael replies without boasting that he even managed to eliminate the thin calluses on Lugio's hands. Is it truly that miraculous? May I have a try sometime? My lower back has been rather stiff these past years. Garp steps forward, hugging Michael and ruffling his platinum hair. Your healing abilities are far more reliable than those of a doctor. Michael rolls his eyes. Isn't that just absurd? While holy light possesses healing capabilities, it is more suited for treating internal injuries and chronic ailments in simpler terms, it can eliminate issues that cap one's health. However, for fresh wounds and diseases, consulting a doctor is still the most prudent choice. Throughout this process, Michael has also realized the shortcomings of holy light. It is exceedingly time-consuming and cannot simply be cast like a healing spell. However, one could argue that his fruit's development level is not particularly high, and perhaps researching spells involving holy light and holy flame could pave a path toward unlocking his fruit's potential. Garp, keep your distance. I am no longer a child. What do you think you're doing, draping an arm over my shoulder? What nonsense are you spouting? We're good friends, aren't we, little white-haired? Humph. Michael chooses to ignore the old fool. Instead, freeing himself from Garp's embrace and walking over to Lugio's bedside, I understand that you have resigned yourself to death, waiting to embrace it fully once Ace is born. However, your child has already lost a father. Am I to stand by and watch as he loses his mother as well? I truly cannot allow that. Before Lugio could respond, Michael interjects fervently. Yet upon finishing his lengthy speech, he notices Rouge brushing her light pink hair and smiling softly at him. Did I say something wrong? Everything you said was quite reasonable. However, I did not declare my intention to abandon my life. I see. That is truly splendid. Michael awkwardly chuckles and quickly steps back. Goodness, what an embarrassment. After all that emotional rhetoric, I discover you were not even thinking along those lines. Rouge perceives Michael's awkwardness and shakes her head, explaining, Initially, I shared your perspective. However, after experiencing the final dream you provided, I have come to realize that I must shoulder the responsibilities of parenthood, including those of that rascal Roger. Whether our child is a boy or a girl, I shall cultivate them to be the finest individual upon the seas. Poor Gasti. Rouge suddenly sits upright, her previous frailty vanishing, replaced by the vigor befitting a heroine. One could say she truly embodies the essence of a woman whose name bears the letter D. But, goodness gracious. Sister, take it easy. Are you not afraid that such a sudden movement might harm the child? Michael hastily supports the exuberant pregnant woman back down. Indeed, she is truly of the D clan, reckless and brash. It is unmistakable. No wonder she could become the wife of the pirate king Roger. She is far from ordinary. One cannot expect two different kinds of individuals to emerge from the same bed. Yet, amidst his reflections, Michael feels a swell of pride that Rouge's original state was not solely due to the toll of pregnancy. It also stemmed from the burdens of worry, which had manifested as illness. The holy light has replenished her vitality and has resolved her mental afflictions, healing the body physiologically and mending the heart psychologically. Reincarnated Tua could not achieve more. Now that Rouge is well, it is time to implement my plan. As Michael's words fall, Garp's previously jovial expression vanishes instantly, his face contorting into one of utter disbelief. In contrast, Michael's countenance radiates a mischievous grin. Indeed, smiles do not vanish. They merely shift. A plan? Rouge inquires with curiosity. Are we not merely awaiting the due date? Rouge, you have been confined to the bedroom, so you are unaware. The Navy and CP spies have already landed on Barolo Island today, commencing their search for you. Thus, my plan is necessary, Michael explains, turning to Rouge with sincerity. Rouge, would you mind changing your surname and perhaps additionally acknowledging a father? Chapter 21. Is there a problem with staying in my daughter's house? The moment Michael's words escape his lips, both Rouge and Rayleigh are rendered speechless. What is this? Is this even a coherent statement? Changing a surname and recognizing an additional father. They understand each word. Yet the combination leaves them utterly perplexed. Garp's face transitions from a deep red to a shade akin to that of liver. Initially, when Michael presented this plan to him, he vehemently opposed it. However, Michael insisted that only such an identity could allow them to deceive everyone. Only the title of a Navy hero and Roger's arch-nemesis would possess sufficient luster to create a veil of darkness. In fact, even the position of an admiral in Sengoku's ranks would pale in comparison. After Michael's relentless persuasion, Garp has essentially accepted the plan. However, acceptance in thought does not preclude a physiological response. Rouge acknowledging an additional father feels inherently awkward, and Garp suddenly having an additional daughter is equally disconcerting. Yet do you have a better plan? Michael shrugged. In truth, the Navy and CP spies currently searching the island are hardly formidable. If I truly wished to evade their pursuit, I could simply fly Rouge away from Barolo Island under the cover of darkness. The question is, what then? The Navy and the world government's influence pervades the seas. Even if one obscures their identity in a remote corner, they will inevitably be discovered. Thus, possessing a new identity that would never raise suspicion is the optimal solution. Michael states this with unwavering conviction. In the original story, Ace's true identity was uncovered by the Navy due to significant gaps in his identity. Suddenly, Garp has a grandson. What are the child's parents? Although the Navy is largely unaware of Garp's family situation aside from Dragon, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. A mere comparison of timelines and locations, coupled with Garp's personality, would easily lead them to deduce Ace's identity. However, having a living mother changes the equation entirely. With such a familial structure intact, no one would dare speculate about a seemingly complete and harmonious situation. This is simply human nature. As for any inquiries from the old man, Garp could easily state that his daughter was born in another sea and has lived with dragons since childhood. What, is the old man really going to confront Dragon for clarification? Absurd. The chances of encountering Dragon are slim to none. This plan seems a tad too fantastical. Rayleigh, despite being the vice-captain of the Pirate King, may have temporarily lost his wits due to the recent method employed, but ultimately his intellect returned to him. What do you think? Do you truly believe that conventional means can keep up with the Navy and the CP organization as they alternate their investigations? Mitsai expressed some exasperation, stating that you pirates, whenever the world government wishes to investigate, they can ascertain every detail, even the color of your undergarments. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh could only respond with a wry smile, remarking, "No wonder, no matter how we hid, that rascal Garp always managed to track us down in no time. How about it, Lugio? Can you accept this method?" Mitsai waved his hand in front of Lugio, finally bringing her back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, she still bore an expression of hesitation. "I have no objections to changing my surname. Vice Admiral Garp's age is more than sufficient to be my father, and such benevolence is akin to being reborn. I would be quite pleased to call Vice Admiral Garp father. However, the issue lies in identity. While the Navy currently lacks my records, they could easily obtain them from Barolo Island." Mitsai immediately leaned in, his face lit with the anticipation of her inquiry. Rubbing his hands together, he assured Lugio, "Of course, I can accomplish this. Otherwise, what would be the point of proposing the plan?" As he gestured around Lugio's head, he continued, "I can slightly alter your bone structure using Saint Flame and Hockey, and by expending 50% of my holy light, I can condense a holy light seed. Once you consume it, your hair will transform to match my color." He pointed to his own head as he spoke. "The only drawback is that this change is permanent and irreversible. Not even consuming sea stone would remedy it. It can be said that everything is prepared. Only your resolve is lacking." After Mitsai finished speaking, he fell silent. The ultimate decision rested on Lugio's shoulders. The most challenging hurdle was indeed herself. As anticipated, after Mitsai's words, Lugio's expression grew even more conflicted. She gently caressed her prominent abdomen, feeling the precious bloodline that connected her to her child. For the sake of her offspring, these matters seemed not so difficult to accept. "Mitsai, I am ready. Ready to become Monkey D. Lugio, ready to become another person. For Ace, I can sacrifice everything that." As the sun began to rise, golden rays gradually illuminated the shoreline from a sea, eventually spreading across all of Barolo Island. Meanwhile, the Navy, led by Ghost Spider, commenced a simultaneous search from two directions and finally located the Portka's manor, perched on the cliff, just as dawn broke. Ghost Spider glanced toward the approaching Navy forces from another direction and, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "During your search, have you seen Vice Admiral Garp or Lieutenant Colonel Mitsai?" Report, "Vice Admiral, we have not seen them." This was indeed strange. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp returned to the flagship to rest? He was not the type of person to act in such a manner. Ghost Spider mumbled a few words but did not dwell on it. After all, how often do high-ranking officials accompany their subordinates for an all-night operation? Thus, after a brief inquiry, he cast the matter aside. The only area of the island yet to be searched was here. Prior to this, they had discovered 19 pregnant women whose estimated due dates were approaching. Had Garp not arrived, he would have certainly forcibly taken these expectant mothers, dealing with anyone who dared resist with lethal force. But for now, they could only retain the information and kindly advise them to refrain from leaving Barolo Island for the time being. Knock, knock, knock. "Navy ordered to search. Please cooperate." Ghost Spider knocked on the manor's grand door. Finally hearing some stirring within, the door opened, and a casually dressed figure emerged, striding toward the entrance. Ghost Spider squinted, feeling a strange familiarity with this person. Could it be Mitsai? "Knock, knock, knock. I knew you'd come knocking. What an early morning wake-up call." Mitsai rubbed his sleepy eyes, opening the iron door to let the Navy into. And Mitsai, "What are you doing here?" "Ah, is it strange that I'm here?" Mitsai rubbed his eyes and casually responded, "Old man Garp is staying at his daughter's place, and I merely tagged along for a room." Chapter 22. Sengoku. "TMD, have I been filial enough?" Ghost Spider's mouth remained agape until he encountered Garp, unable to articulate the absurdity of the situation before him. How could he describe what was happening? Absurd. Coincidental. Are you implying that Vice Admiral Garp came to Bartolomeo Island primarily to visit his daughter, that overseeing the search operation was merely a convenient afterthought? Ghost Spider's reasoning was not flawed. Mitsai nodded in agreement. He genuinely did not anticipate that Ghost Spider's capacity for imagination exceeded even the sharpness of his blade, before Mitsai could even attempt to persuade him further. Ghost Spider had already successfully convinced himself. Suddenly, Mitsai felt an emptiness within. That night, he had prepared dozens of flawless lines, yet none were needed. Garp emerged from the guest room, also rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Oh, Ghost Spider, have you completed the search for the night?" "Yes, we have collated information regarding all the pregnant women on Bartolomeo Island whose due dates are approaching." Ghost Spider spoke. He gestured. "As for the CP spies, I've kept an eye on them, and they have not dared to trouble the civilians." Afterward, he handed the compiled data to Garp. Could Garp even comprehend this? Typically, the documents submitted to the G3 branch he was stationed were handled by his aide, Bogart. Thus, Garp waved his hand dismissively, signaling Ghost Spider to put the documents away. "I know all of you have worked hard this time. This mission is of utmost importance, that we must complete it while safeguarding the Navy's reputation." He then called out to the master bedroom. "Lugio, are you ready? If you are, please come out and register your information with the Navy." Ghost Spider was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, he finally asked, "Garp, do you mean that your daughter is also pregnant?" "Yes, Sister Lugio is already 8 months along. She had been living with Dragon, but was deceived by a scoundrel and ended up on Bartolomeo Island." Mitsai interjected, half-truthfully, as such statements are often the most deceptive. Ghost Spider, a man of brute force, was at a loss for words at that moment. The master bedroom door slowly creaked open that a woman, her hair mirroring Mitsai's, stepped out, proudly displaying her 8 to 9 month pregnant belly. Ghost Spider's first reaction was that she was truly a beautiful woman, regrettably already pregnant, and, moreover, the daughter of Vice Admiral Garp. His second thought was that she bore a striking resemblance to the widow of the Pirate King, as described in the data provided by the CP organization. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the woman's facial structure was slightly different and more refined. Most importantly, how could Vice Admiral Garp possibly allow his daughter to marry the Pirate King? Ghost Spider mused, casting aside all other thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Mitsai and Garp exchanged a conspiratorial smile. Successful deception. 3 days later, at Navy headquarters. "Garp, has the search operation on Bartolomeo Island concluded so swiftly? Otherwise, what do you expect?" Garp, lacking any semblance of decorum, glanced at Sengoku, who had come to greet him at the dock, one hand digging into his nose. That it was merely a matter of locating a pregnant woman. If we didn't find her. We simply didn't find her. They aren't fools. Although Roger is dead and the pirate crew disbanded, can Rayleigh and Jabba truly abandon Roger's widow? Garp unhesitatingly placed the blame for the mission's failure on Rayleigh and Jabba, confident that they wouldn't mind taking the fall for their captain. Sengoku had already received the preliminary report from Ghost Spider. It appeared that Roger's widow was not so resolute. She likely fled the moment she saw the Navy land, assisted by Rayleigh and others. However, Sengoku did not come to the dock solely for an update on the mission. He was also curious about Garp's pregnant daughter. "I heard from Ghost Spider that your visit to Bartolomeo Island had an additional purpose beyond overseeing the search operation." "You heard it from Ghost Spider." Garp slowly lowered his hand, sighing with visible exasperation that, a child without a mother. It's a long story. "Then please make it brief. To sum it up, my daughter Lugio has been living with Dragon. But recently she contacted me and informed me that she moved to Bartolomeo Island and was abandoned by a scoundrel." "Wait, hold on. How could this have unfolded?" Sengoku suddenly rubbed his temples. "And then I prepared to bring my daughter back. I was discussing with Mitsai how to track down this scoundrel and smash his skull. Just then, you happened to contact me via Den Mushi, instructing me to execute the search operation on Bartolomeo Island. So I decided to hitch a ride." After Garp finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance back at Michael, who was carefully assisting Lugio as they made their way ashore from his flagship. Slow down. Michael, be cautious with my grandson," Garp exclaimed. "Enough already. Old man, aren't you being a tad excessive? It's one thing to restrict full-speed departures at sea. Supporting Lugio, I feel like I'm moving in slow motion. And you're still asking me to slow down. Michael rolled his eyes, and despite the gentle laughter of Rouge beside him, he felt somewhat exasperated. After a while, Michael finally helped Rouge to stand before Sengoku. Under Sengoku's subtle scrutiny, Rouge maintained her composure throughout, showing no signs of weakness. Especially when she addressed Garp as father, her demeanor exuded confidence and a lack of hesitation. Garp laughed so heartily that his wrinkles nearly obscured his eyes. "Don't tell me. This is your daughter, the sister of the dragon." Sengoku shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. How could you possibly have such a beautiful daughter?" "How I came to have her is none of your concern." "You know I wouldn't deceive you," Garp replied, still in his usual carefree manner. "Allow me to introduce myself. Admiral Sengoku M. My name is Monkey D. Lugo, and I have been raised by my elder brother since birth." In comparison, Lugo was considerably more polite. By the way, how long have you been pregnant?" Sengoku inquired, glancing at Lugo's belly. "During your time on Barolo Island, did you have any contact with the widow of the pirate king?" "Of course, that family is known as Portgas, but I don't know their names. Our relationship was too superficial for us to exchange names." Lugo's response was flawless, leaving even Sengoku unable to find any fault. "Old man, aren't you being a bit intrusive?" Michael interjected from the side, interrogating Lugo, a pregnant woman, about this and that. "Be careful, or I might report you for misconduct," Sengoku retorted. "Damn it, how can I not be concerned?" Chapter 23. Passionate Teacher. Garp. After Lugo moved into Garp's residence at the Navy headquarters, Michael hired 2 experienced maternity nurses. Thus, Lugo's situation was completely settled. Indeed, the final step in achieving the clandestine goal was in the most perilous yet secure location. Who could have imagined that the widow of the pirate king resided within the Navy headquarters? This scenario is too far-fetched for any novel, isn't it? Moreover, and most importantly, in this environment, Ace would undoubtedly be shielded from chaotic external influences that could lead him to pursue a life of piracy. It was a win-win situation. After all, in his plans, Ace's significance was on par with the 4 major sources of military power, perhaps even slightly exceeding them. However, the layout had just begun, and results were not expected in short term. Meanwhile, the Sabaody archipelago was bustling with the onset of the Great Pirate Era. The grand cleansing plan Michael envisioned for Sabaody was proving challenging to implement at this critical juncture. Consequently, Michael found himself with an abundance of free time. A void. It was incredibly empty. During this idle period, he resolved to enhance his own strength. Michael had not forgotten Garp's promise to take him and Stella out to sea for training. Thus, after settling Lugo, Michael sought out Stella. Having not seen her for a while, Michael noted that Stella's gaze had sharpened considerably, her Navy demeanor clearly beginning to overshadow her original singer's charm. Her golden hair had grown longer, cascading over her shoulders. "Hey, Stella, how have you been these past few days?" Aside from feeling a bit tired. "Quite well," Stella replied with a slight smile. Although Michael had not been by her side, her life remained fulfilling. When the Golden Line attacked, she had utilized her abilities to relocate people to safety, an act that was reported to Admiral Sengoku. She was the 4th natural-type devil fruit user discovered in the Navy, and she belonged to the new generation. Sengoku placed significant emphasis on this, personally overseeing a series of training and assessments for Stella. Just 2 days prior, he had officially bestowed her rank upon her. She was appointed as a lieutenant, serving under Michael. Stella spun around, akin to a show-off, her justice cloak, worn only by officers and above, draped elegantly over her curvaceous form, blending valor with a hint of allure. Her golden hair seemed to dance, the tips playfully brushing against Michael's nose, suppressing the sudden surge of emotions. Michael informed Stella about Garp's intention to take them out to sea for training. "Great. Under the guidance of Admiral Garp, we will surely grow stronger as expected," Stella agreed without hesitation. Michael smiled knowingly. Stella was just beginning to gain her powers, and with her low starting point, any training would yield substantial improvement. She was in the prime phase for receiving positive feedback, colloquially known as being addicted. Michael recalled experiencing a similar sensation during the early years of his reincarnation. At that time, he had felt quite inflated, convinced of his destined role as a protagonist. Reflecting on it now, it struck him as amusing, a classic case of a middle school syndrome explosion. Fortunately, he had long since passed that stage. He figured that as long as Stella continued to enhance her abilities, this addiction-like fervor for training would dissipate once she reached a plateau. All right, since there are no objections, let us find Garp. Michael nodded, taking Stella's hand, and they made their way to Sengoku's office. It was needless to say that at this moment, Garp was likely lounging in Sengoku's office, as anticipated. Upon entering Sengoku's office, they found Garp just finishing the last of a spicy rice cracker, shoving it into his cavernous mouth. Garp, do you remember promising to take us out to sea for training? Wow, are you all that eager? Garp blinked, suddenly exclaiming a curse that I am a very strict instructor. Of course, when looking for a teacher, one must find a strict one. It's for the sake of enhancing our strength. Michael rolled his eyes. As long as you don't adopt the same torturous methods you used with Ace, Luffy, and the other, as long as you don't toss us into a bottomless abyss, or dump us in a jungle teeming with monsters at night, or tie us to a hot air balloon and send us soaring into the sky, waiting for a free fall. Michael's rapid-fire remarks caused Garp to break into a cold sweat. How did this kid know about his training methods? These were his secret techniques. Dragon had been trained into a true powerhouse this way. Although perhaps this particular method had only solidified Dragon's resolve to flee the Navy. In the future, Garp had intended to use these same methods to train his grandson. Ace and Dragon's son. Ahem, where did you hear such rumors? Who else would be so familiar with your training methods besides Brother Dragon? Michael rolled his eyes again. The old man clearly had no awareness of how his son felt about him. Enough with the chatter. You simply do not understand the intricacies involved. Garp, though stubborn, eventually conceded. Rest assured, I never intended to train Stella that way. So, that means you do plan to use those methods on me. Right? Damn it. Your sudden silence is making me anxious. Sengoku observed his adopted son, an old comrade, engaging in a comedic exchange at his office, feeling his head starting to throb. You two rascals. Get out of my office. Under the wrath of Admiral Sengoku, Garp had no choice but to take Michael and Stella back to his flagship. Initially, it had been somewhat of a joke, but once they boarded his ship, there would be no turning back. Our training begins today, Garp proclaimed, pointing toward the vast ocean. From now on, our daily training regimen will consist of just one thing. That is to fight relentless battles when there are no pirates. Fight against me. When pirates appear, you are responsible for battling them. In summary, aside from the time spent sleeping, you will be in a constant state of combat. Even during meals, you shall fight simultaneously. Michael blinked, observing Garp's fervor reminiscent of a passionate teacher, and posed a crucial question. Do the bounties from the pirates go to us? If you dare mention something like Split 37, I will definitely report you. Chapter 24. A year and a half later, the state of the seas. A year and a half later, in the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar, the first half of the Grand Line, post the onset of the Great Pirate Era, was dubbed Paradise. On an uncharted island, a standard Navy warship arrived on the shore. An unabashedly brazen old man was being scolded by an unremarkable middle-aged man. Admiral Garp, you haven't returned to the G3 branch or the Navy headquarters for a full year and a half. The great general of the Warring States period consistently relays commands to me. How can I, merely a deputy, Colonel Bogart of the Cricket's Navy, be tasked with managing an entire branch's affairs? Do you have any idea of the immense pressure I am under? Ha! Bogart, I am merely honing your capabilities. Do I truly need further honing? It seems I've always been the one assisting you with these administrative matters, has it not? The one who should be improving their management skills is undoubtedly you. Rear Admiral, the middle-aged man is none other than Colonel Bogart, the aide to the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. And at this moment, cornered on the coast, is none other than the naval hero himself. Vice Admiral Garp, who had set sail a year and a half ago with Michael and Stella without a backward glance. Vice Admiral Garp, today I have finally located you. During your absence, I have brought you all the commands relayed by General Sengoku, as well as crucial information regarding various factions that had accumulated. As Bogart spoke, he directly lifted a desk from the warship and placed it on the sandy shore. The surface was meticulously organized, categorizing all the documents. Oh, I have no desire to see it. Garp crossed his arms, tilting his large head defiantly like a petulant child. "Rear Admiral, please maintain your dignity." After several deep breaths, Bogart added, "If you wish for me to serve merely as your administrative tool, I shall truly have to request a transfer from General Sengoku." After receiving a sharp lesson from Bogart, Garp finally settled at the desk. Did he think that was the end of it? Garp is still Garp. He sat down solely to indulge in some rice crackers. He had resolutely decided to avoid any engagement with the paperwork. Meanwhile, Stella, watching from the side, gently nudged Michael's waist, signaling him to say something. Michael rolled his eyes but leaned forward nonetheless, saying, "Old man Garp, it's about time you matured. You've been a grandfather for a year now, yet you still act so childishly without regard for whether." Garp absorbed his words. He eagerly began to sift through the documents on the desk. Among them, 80% consisted of confidential and top-secret intelligence, yet Bogart did not hinder the actions of this young master. Ridiculous. Previously, Michael had acted discreetly and tactfully. But a year and a half ago, he had set fire to the slave ship, offended the Celestial Dragons, and confronted the Golden Lioness grand scheme to safeguard the Navy headquarters. Now, who does not know the renowned name of this influential figure within the Navy? As Michael perused the intelligence, he realized that for the past year and a half, he had been living in a state of perpetual readiness for battle. Though Garp's training methods may seem ludicrous, their effectiveness was undeniably apparent. Michael had nearly etched the concept of combat into the very fabric of his DNA, becoming the foundational logic upon which he relied for survival. His combat instincts had sharpened immensely compared to a year and a half ago. However, the downside was that he had not properly engaged his intellect for a year and a half. He needed to seize this opportunity to rehabilitate his mind after flipping through several less significant pieces of intelligence. Michael finally stumbled upon a section that piqued his interest. It had been a year and a half since the death of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The increasingly tumultuous seas bore testimony that this world would continue to revolve regardless of who was absent, including Roger himself. And that infamous warmonger aboard Roger's ship, the young soldier Douglas Bullet, had, in this year and a half, caused quite a stir. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the members, led by Rayleigh, had vanished as if they had never existed. Yet Douglas Bullet had provided the world with a stark reminder of their presence, as the only former member of the Roger Pirates still acting brazenly on the seas. The world government would undoubtedly not let him go unpunished. Thus, the absurdity of a single individual being targeted with a demon-hunting decree arose. And then Bullet was defeated and captured by Sengoku, sent to the 6th level of Impel Down to keep the Golden Lion Company. Time and the tide of history flowed inexorably forward, irreversible and unstoppable. Michael was now uncertain whether the plans laid a year and a half ago would lead to diverging currents in this world line. This was his method. When enough tributaries of change converged, they could form a new river of history. After casting aside the 13 guiding principles issued by General Sengoku following Douglas Bullet's capture, Michael continued his search. Observing Michael's actions, Garp's curiosity was gradually piqued. With hands larger than a fan, he casually selected a piece of intelligence. Upon glancing at it, he froze in astonishment. After reading it thoroughly, he burst into hearty laughter. "Michael, come quickly and take a look at this intelligence. This is special intel provided by Morgans to the Navy," Garp exclaimed, placing the document into Michael's hands. Michael bypassed Morgan's extravagant language and subjective analysis. Flipping directly to the details of the intelligence point 3 months ago, in Wano country, Kazuki Oden seized an opportunity during the fierce battle between the Beast Pirates and the Moria Pirates, leading his samurai to successfully revolt. They eliminated the traitors, stormed the shogun's mansion, and publicly executed the current shogun, Korizumi Orochi. Upon reaching this point, Michael began to take deep breaths. This was more than sufficient. It proved that his plans were effective, capable of gradually altering the global situation from small beginnings. However, as he continued to read, he discovered developments that even he, as a time traveler, had not anticipated. After the beheading of Korizumi Orochi, the crimes of Orochi and Kaido were revealed, inciting public outrage, and numerous civilian samurai rallied under Kazuki Oden's banner. After reorganizing their forces, Kazuki Oden promptly led his warriors to launch a surprise attack on the Beast Pirates and the Moria Pirates. Not only did they drive both pirate crews out of Wano country, but they also left 3 permanent scars on Kaido's back, neck, and face that would never heal. The more Michael read, the more bewildered he became. Disbelief etched across his face. Wait, old man Garp, is it truly possible for Kazuki Oden to achieve such feats? This intelligence can't possibly be fabricated by you, right? Garp, equally taken aback by Michael's inquiry, retorted, wasn't he at you who stirred the pot back then? If you're questioning me, who should I turn to for answers? You speak as if your brain is functioning perfectly. Chapter 25, a half hour ago. The demon hunting decree was issued. Michael was rendered speechless by Garp's counter-question. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he finally chuckled helplessly. Heaven knows, I merely gave him a gentle push from behind. I never expected Kazuki Oden to be so formidable. I thought he would manage to protect Kuri at most, then set sail with his people, leaving Wano country. To be honest, I had already prepared to receive and arrange for the refugees from Wano at Sabaody Archipelago. Had I known Kazuki Oden was this ruthless, I should have directly brought Old Man Garp along to Wano. Perhaps we could have accomplished our mission in one fell swoop. We could have eliminated Kaido right then and there, sparing us the trouble of dealing with him as an unkillable nuisance on the seas later. I have a fair understanding of that Kaido. He is an extraordinarily gifted individual who stood out even under the command of rocks. As for Moria, it appears he is no trifling matter either, managing to stalemate against Kaido's crew. He is likely a considerable headache. Garp's brief remarks led Michael to ponder another point. Moria did not meet the same fate as in the original narrative, where his entire crew was annihilated. Could it be that this means he wouldn't fall into despair and conjure up the terrifying 3-masted ship? And without such a creation, the corpse of Ryuma wouldn't be stolen, and Brook would not lose his shadow in the Devil's Triangle. Consequently, that national treasure, the Black Blade Shusui, would never fall into the hands of that directionally challenged green-haired fellow. Does this imply that under his influence, the world line has begun to genuinely change? Michael was uncertain whether the world line might forcibly correct the narrative. However, for now, the results appeared promising. The success of Kazuki Oden signified that a subsequent series of plots were likely to be successful and effective. With this thought in mind, Michael shook his head. There is no need to dwell on such matters today. Let us pop some champagne to celebrate first. Yet, while Michael remained silent, Garp's words gradually increased. With age comes a tendency to ramble, particularly for Garp, who had recently become a new grandfather. Michael, you haven't returned to Sabaody Archipelago in a year and a half. Has that girl Shurho shown no signs of discontent? Has she become so agreeable now? Upon hearing Garp's words, Michael understood, so this was the reason for Garp's wait. He cleared his throat and replied with feigned righteousness. Please don't go adding to Shurho's troubles. All right, since that fateful statement during Roger's execution, Sabaody Archipelago has become akin to a convention of pirates. Throw a brick, and you'll likely hit 10 of them. During our last call, she even suggested she would rather swap defense zones with Akainu and head to the G1 branch. The front line of the New World. Ha ha ha. It seems Shurho's luck has been rather poor. Not long after changing her post, such events have unfolded. Kapu laughed heartily, utterly carefree. After all, not everyone could be like him. Casually tossing the G3 branch into Bogart's hands without a second thought. After expressing his strong condemnation of the old man Kapu with a rude gesture, Michael resumed sifting through the pile of accumulated intelligence. At that moment, Michael discovered a brand new document at the top of the stack categorized under the latest orders. Upon merely glancing at it, his expression darkened considerably. Kapu, take a look at this. Michael's tone was noticeably somber compared to his earlier demeanor. Omitting the usual endearment of old man, Kapu could tell that the young man was evidently furious. What has happened? See for yourself. With that, Michael placed the document before Kapu. Even a person as unfazed as Kapu furrowed his brow after a single glance. The authorization for the extermination order had been granted to CP9's Spandam. That notorious fool? And it was directed against O'Hara in the West Blue. Had Sengoku lost his mind? What had those old scholars ever done to deserve this? Bogart, witnessing the situation, stepped forward immediately. Vice Admiral, how long ago did the extermination order against O'Hara take place? Report, Vice Admiral, the document was communicated to me half an hour before I found you. upon hearing this. Kapu wasted no time and took out his transponder snail, a direct line to Sengoku. After dialing within seconds, the familiar sound of Babu indicated the call had connected. Kapu, what brings you to contact me today? Sengoku's voice sounded weary, his expression reflecting deep concern, or was it that he anticipated your return with Michael and Stella? Have you become so muddled in your old age, Sengoku? Kapu snapped, gritting his teeth. Granting the extermination order to CP9 is one thing, but are you really going to unleash it on O'Hara, a place filled with ordinary scholars dedicated to their studies? This is a matter of lives. The lives of an entire island. Once issued, an extermination order could not be rescinded. This was the Navy's authority. Sengoku's tone hardened in response to Kapu's anger. I will evacuate the civilians, but the scholars. Sengoku did not finish his thought. But the implication was clear. The scholars must die. Kapu felt a surge of fury at Sengoku's ruthless stance, his temples throbbing with rage. However, he could not dispute the first half of the statement. The extermination order would mobilize a level of military force capable of annihilating an entire nation. 10 of the largest and most formidable Navy vessels would be deployed, each commanded by a rear admiral, accompanied by 5 elite vice admirals to ensure adequate combat strength. Each ship would carry over 1,000 elite soldiers, totaling more than 10,000. Such a military mobilization could not be hastily reversed. It was likely that even if Sengoku himself wished to rescind it, the world government would never allow it. It was, after all, the world government that was most eager to see the scholars of O'Hara perish. As the only remaining admiral, Sengoku, the highest authority in the Navy, could only arrange for one evacuation vessel. Michael took a deep breath and then snatched the receiver from Kapu's hand. Hello, old man. It's me. Michael, so you were listening, Sengoku responded. Michael closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and said, Old man, Kapu and I are currently at Paradise, very close to the comm belt. From our position, we could arrive at O'Hara approximately a day earlier than the extermination order's forces. Kapu and I can use this time to evacuate the residents. When the time comes, simply give the order for the vice admiral in charge of the extermination order to launch a saturation bombardment on O'Hara, leaving no opportunity for CP spies to investigate. If we proceed this way, even the lofty Gorosei will have no grounds for complaint, right? Michael's tone was eerily calm, as if discussing dinner plans with Sengoku. Chapter 26, West Blue. O'Hara on the other end of the line. Sengoku fell into a prolonged silence before finally responding. What nonsense are you spouting? Deceiving the world government comes with consequences. Yet it was this very statement that abruptly quelled Michael's previously fiery temper. Old man, do you not recall your title? You are the strategist. Am I the one deceiving the world government, or is it the world government deceiving everyone else? Must I remind you of this? A year and a half ago, the world government instructed the Navy to collaborate with CP spies to hunt down the widow of the Pirate King, determined to capture the wife and child of Roger, but without my and Kapu's intervention. Do you think the likes of the Ghost Spider and CP spies would have spared the safety of countless innocent civilians? Sengoku was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Michael's boldness. Moreover, among the elite vice admirals accepting the extermination order was that man, Akainu. Old man, I swear on my life, if everything unfolds according to your plans, he will undoubtedly open fire on the evacuation ship to eradicate all threats. Now, old man, no, dear Admiral Sengoku, use that brilliant yet misguided mind of yours to think carefully. If history itself holds no dark secrets or grievances, then why does the world government relentlessly target these scholars of history? And who exactly does the so-called guardian of the seas protect? The world government or the countless innocent civilians? Admiral Sengoku, tell me. Michael's voice was fervent, his once handsome features twisted in rage. After his arrival in this world, he had developed a profound bond with Sengoku, who could be said to be the best person in his life, without exception. Yet, it was precisely because of this that Michael was determined to prevent Sengoku from becoming the retired admiral forever burdened by regret and guilt. On the other end of the line, Sengoku remained silent, his expression mirroring deep contemplation as conveyed by the transponder snail. Michael decided to stoke the flames further. The world government has never been just, and the celestial dragons have never been sacred. Can you stand idly by while these two repugnant entities rise above the justice of the Navy? Speak, Sengoku. Will you choose to be a loyal, obedient dog, or will you stand for the people and true justice? Michael's voice dropped to a low, sinister whisper. After a long pause, Sengoku finally uttered a single phrase before hastily ending the call. Time was of the essence. Having witnessed the exchange between Michael and Sengoku, Kapu was left utterly astounded. He had never seen Sengoku like this before. Their friendship had endured for decades, from youth to old age, built on unwavering trust and a complete reliance on one another. In his eyes, persuading Sengoku to change his mind seemed more difficult than scaling the heavens. Even he found it hard to believe. Michael, I never imagined you could convince that old mule Sengoku to alter his stance. Kapu chuckled heartily, patting Michael on the shoulder. Yet, Michael merely smiled faintly, snatching a piece of cracker from Kapu's hand. He then remarked, proud as Sengoku is, how could he possibly change his mind simply because someone scolds him? Ultimately, it is merely that he subconsciously desires to be persuaded. After Michael found Stella on the island, he boarded Kapu's ship, the Doghead, and sped across the sea, first passing through the calm belt, then entering the West Blue, and finally racing toward O'Hara. Issuing the extermination order would take time, as the large tonnage warships were stationed at Navy headquarters. Unlike the convenience in the original story regarding the extermination order against Judicial Island, the distance from Navy headquarters to O'Hara was much greater. Therefore, there was a time difference. Given the circumstances, they should have ample time to evacuate O'Hara's residence. After communicating with Sengoku in the morning, they had already reached the West Blue by afternoon. Now, they were in close proximity, gazing at the tree of knowledge of the civilized world. O'Hara was just ahead. Kapu stood beside Michael, shielding his eyes from the sun as he gazed toward the distant tree of knowledge. Yet he turned to Michael and asked, Michael, enlighten me. What do you believe the Navy and the world government ought to represent? You wish to ask me such a question. Am I an encyclopedia made from the human fruit? Michael rolled his eyes. The essence of the Navy's justice is to protect the civilians. But has the world government issued even one decree to safeguard the civilians over the years? Instead, they have continually persecuted the populace, treating non-member civilians as less than human. Not to mention the celestial dragons who place themselves above order and law. All of this stands in stark contrast to the Navy's justice. Does it not? Yet, Garp smacked his lips twice, fully comprehending the essence of Michael's words. Deep down, he harbored the same sentiments. However, as the sole confidant of Sengoku and a comrade who had supported each other for decades, he could never undermine Sengoku's authority. There is no need for conflict. Old man Garp, I'm not suggesting you directly overthrow the world government. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the Navy should not be a mere instrument of the world government, recklessly targeting civilians. The Navy must exist independently of the world government's grasp. Michael leaned against the railing, his platinum hair tousled by the sea breeze, exuding an air of untamed freedom. Yet in Garp's eyes, he discerned the shadow of Sengoku reflected in Michael, a more astute and unrestrained version of Sengoku. Soon, O'Hara appeared larger and closer in their sights. Upon reaching the shore, Garp addressed Bogart. You remain vigilant by the seaside for now, but be prepared for a significant boarding operation. With that, Garp and Michael, accompanied by several Navy soldiers, made their way toward the village of O'Hara. How to put it, the journey thus far seemed to lead to an ordinary village, lacking any cultural sophistication, hardly a place that could produce a multitude of scholars. Michael shrugged and explained, O'Hara specializes in elite education, which means it either breeds ignorant peasants who know nothing beyond basic survival, or scholars who possess extensive knowledge. While the scholars of O'Hara are not malevolent, this educational approach is profoundly misguided. Chapter 27. Hello, I am also a monster perched upon a cliff in O'Hara. A ragged giant scanned the horizon, suddenly pointing toward the sea. Alvia, if I am not mistaken, it appears that a Navy warship is approaching over there. What did you say? Is their pursuit so swift? We have only just arrived. Take a look through the telescope. Something feels amiss. This individual was none other than the former Rear Admiral of the Navy, a giant named Salong. Upon spotting the warship, he immediately called out to Alvia. Alvia adjusted her white hair and brought forth a telescope to gaze at the sea, her voice tinged with doubt. Salong, there is only one warship. Haven't the vessels pursuing us been at least 3? Salong's pupils quivered slightly at her words as he urgently inquired. Alvia, are you certain there is only one? Quickly, describe the bow of that ship. It's shaped like a dog's head, and it's carrying a bone. After Alvia conveyed her description, she turned to Salong, only to find him frozen in shock, his body trembling slightly. Salong, what's wrong? Are you all right? Alvia, if your description is accurate, then that warship belongs to the hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp, to have the hero of the Navy pursuing us. Why is the world government so intent on targeting us? Alvia clasped her hands around her head, the harsh reality plunging her into a chasm of confusion and despair. All she desired was to understand history, to unveil the truth. How did this lead her down a path destined for annihilation? Had Michael been present, he would undoubtedly mock Alvia for her navet. Still only burying yourself in books? Every deceiver fears exposure, let alone the monumental fraud of stealing from the entire world. Let us not be so despondent, Alvia. Salong steadied his nerves as they retreated into the forest. Admiral Garp has been on leave for the past year. Perhaps he is merely passing through O'Hara. Besides, he would never accept a mission to hunt down innocent civilians. I could see his words. Alvia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Innocent people, now that I possess the ability to decipher the true history, can I still be considered an ordinary person? How is elite education not beneficial? Garp scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by matters of culture. After all, if knowledge were solely in the hands of a select few, it would be exceedingly susceptible to calamities sweeping it all away, leading to a complete cultural rupture. If the scholars of O'Hara could curate a curriculum ranging from basic to advanced levels, allowing everyone to learn progressively, such a situation could be avoided. Yet, O'Hara's educational model only grants access to knowledge for those of exceptional talent. As for Garp's observation that the village appeared devoid of cultural essence, it was indeed because they lacked any profound cultural understanding. Michael shrugged, expressing his helplessness. However, they soon realized that their Navy uniforms drew the attention of the residents of O'Hara, who were bewildered by the presence of the Navy in such an isolated locale. What purpose could they possibly serve here? The truly educated resided within the Tree of Knowledge, surrounded entirely by scholars and archaeologists archaeologists. Even Garp, who was not particularly cultured, grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, a collective of scholars studying ancient texts combined with another group of archaeologists deciphering true history could serve as a shattering force against the world government's veil of shame. Michael discerned the direction of the Tree of Knowledge and proceeded toward it. Do you think the world government wouldn't be alarmed? These fools, having read so much that he turned dull-witted, are oblivious to the fact that they are publicly announcing their intent to shatter the world government, SFAAD. What can we do? If they truly get blown to smithereens, we cannot just stand idly by. Garp found the situation increasingly absurd, pointing toward the Tree of Knowledge in any case, let us first devise a way to persuade those old scholars. Just as Michael was about to respond, he turned and spotted a small girl with black hair. Dressed in tattered yet relatively clean clothes, she clutched a hefty tome and staggered toward the entrance of the Tree of Knowledge. Michael's eyes widened slightly. If all went as expected, it was Nico Robin. Michael stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given the timeline, Nico Robin had likely achieved a perfect score in her doctoral examination and officially become a scholar of O'Hara. At merely 8 years of age, she spent her days among a gathering of elderly men, possessing the powers of a paramecia devil fruit. The Hana no Mi with her black hair, devil fruit abilities, and remarkable intellect. This combination led the villagers to regard Nico Robin as a monster. He. Everyone, look! The monster is heading into the Tree of Knowledge again. The scholars have truly lost their minds, allowing a monster to become one of them. The cursed blackness is tainting the sacred Tree of Knowledge. Mommy, the black-haired demon has appeared again. Regardless of age, from children to the elderly, the villagers harbored malice toward this 8-year-old child. This scene caused Garp, who had recently become a grandfather, to frown deeply. His fists, which were meant to be filled with love, clenched tightly. Here, in O'Hara, the place with the world's finest scholars, there also existed the most ignorant and foolish of people. Are you surprised by the situation, old man Garp? This exemplifies one of the pitfalls of elite education. That be why neglecting widespread education and solely nurturing the elite, such a stark contrast emerges, the greater the disparity. The more precious the scholars of O'Hara become, of course. That is not a good thing. Michael patted Garp's arm, attempting to console the righteous and kind-hearted old man, listening to the malicious comments surrounding her. Young Robin buried her head lower, wary of running directly down the main path, instead inching along the walls. Even with her high intelligence, the 8-year-old could not fathom why the villagers bore such profound animosity toward her. Even her Uncle-S family, who had taken her in at her mother-S behest, treated her similarly. Thus, all she knew was to keep her head down, lower and lower, until she became invisible in their eyes. However, walking this way inevitably led to collisions. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have bumped into you. Robin, as if running into a wall, quickly stood up, retrieving the book that had fallen to the ground, and humbly apologized. The worst that would happen would be to receive a scolding or a few slaps. She had been eating well lately and could withstand the blows. Yet the anticipated insults and pain did not come. Perplexed, young Robin hesitantly lifted her small head. Against the backdrop of the setting sun stood a strikingly handsome man with platinum hair. He unfurled his pure wings and gently placed a hand on her head. Rather than striking her, he was tenderly smoothing the disheveled strands of her hair. The sea breeze carried a soothing voice to her ears. Hello, I'm also a monster. Would you like to join me? Chapter 28. Garp. Michael, your abduction techniques are quite adept. Michael gazed at the young Robin, his heart swelling with indignation towards this village, which seemed a mere farce in its backwardness. The most ludicrous aspect of this absurdity was the fact that this was O'Hara, home to the world's largest library and a first-rate archaeological team, yet it still regarded a child with an unusual hair color as a monster. However, Michael's ire was not directed at the villagers, but rather at the world government, which enacted policies of ignorance with impunity. Ignorance was never their responsibility. Everyone is born uninformed, needing nurturing and environmental influence to grow. Compared to little Robin, who was labeled a monster. How pitiable were these ignorant villagers. As the Navy conducted its affairs, the crowd dispersed. Michael slowly spoke, his tone lacking coldness, yet it starkly contrasted with the gentle voice he had just used with Robin. A single glance cast over the previously impassioned villagers silenced them instantly. Even in their ignorance, they understood the instinct to avoid danger. Thus, they all closed their mouths and returned to their tasks. The children, still wanting to protest, were pulled away by the adults. Garp was quite taken aback. He had expected that, given Michael's notorious temper, he would at least deliver a scathing reprimand to the villagers. To his surprise, Michael maintained his smile, his tone merely becoming more subdued. His tolerance for the common folk was indeed remarkable. Hello, Navy sir. Little Robin finally seized her chance to speak, bowing anxiously to Michael. Thank you for helping me. What is your name? Robin, my name is Nico Robin. Do they often bully you? The tenderness in Michael's eyes surged forth once more. It's all right, speak up, and I will assist you. Upon hearing this, little Robin hesitated for a moment before nodding. She then added, They say I'm a wild child without parents, a monster with black hair. Just a few days ago, a boy threw stones at me. As she spoke, she dusted off her old dress, but he didn't hit me. Michael listened to her youthful voice tinged with sorrow and sighed softly. He then scooped little Robin up with one arm. She felt so light, as though she were merely a fragile skeleton. Wow! Robin exclaimed in surprise at the sudden movement, nearly losing her grip on the book in her hands. Look at my wings. Robin, Michael said, gently unfurling the angelic wings from his back that a few specks of holy light, delicate as dust, fell to the ground, becoming intangible. If having black hair makes you a monster, then what does it make me? With wings and platinum hair. An even greater monster. Before Robin could respond, Garp erupted in an exaggerated, booming laugh. Ha ha! I can even shoot cannonballs from my hands. By that logic, I must be the most monstrous of all. Michael shot a disdainful glance at the old man. You truly have a monstrous way of thinking. Yet it proved that such illogical words were remarkably effective in comforting a child. Robin was a prodigy. But even prodigies could be innocent in their youth. No, you are the Navy, and the Navy is not a monster. Little Robin shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then looked up shyly, and your wings are so beautiful. As she raised her gaze, several equally youthful hands sprouted from Robin's body. Now, that is a monster. However, the anticipated feelings of disgust and fear did not materialize. The Navy big brother who held her and the exceedingly tall Navy grandpa beside her merely observed the hand she had conjured and began to discuss. Michael, this must be a superhuman type of devil fruit, right? Yes, I've seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, and if I'm not mistaken, this should be the flower fruit. The flower fruit? It doesn't seem particularly battle-oriented. The flower fruit allows any part of the body to bloom like a flower, sprouting from any tangible object within sight. Michael gently pinched the hands Robin had created. While their offensive capability might not be particularly strong, their functionality was remarkably high. Frankly, it was a fruit ability very suited for a commander. The attitudes of Michael and Garp were unlike anything she had ever encountered. TA lost for words. She pondered. You heard that, right? This isn't a monster, but a very useful ability. So, would you like to join the Navy, little Robin? Oh, and I haven't introduced myself. How rude of me. Michael smiled softly. I am Michael, and this old man who looks like he eats children is Garp. As your new friend, I'll let you in on a little secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. Michael feigned vigilance, causing little Robin to swallow nervously. If you join the Navy, you'll have the chance to encounter the legendary historical texts. Garp, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his ears. Isn't that a typical tactic used by abductors to lure underage girls? If I didn't know Michael's character, I would have been compelled to arrest him right here. Really, is that true? Of course it is, Michael affirmed with a smile. Whether it be joining the Navy or encountering historical texts, it was all genuine. The trio, a man, a woman, and a girl, continued their conversation as they approached the grand entrance of the Tree of Knowledge. Little Robin jumped down from Michael's arms and knocked on the door. Tap, 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 tap. After a rhythmic series of knocks, the grand door of the Tree of Knowledge slowly creaked open. Once Michael and Garp followed little Robin inside, they were left with no time to marvel at the world's largest library, fashioned from a tree over 5,000 years old. Instead, they made their way towards the elderly figure standing at the center of the library. The elder turned to face them. His once green hair had faded to a grayish hue with age. The peculiar hairstyle and beard formed an inverted clover shape. I am Crowdy. Clover. Upon seeing the Navy following little Robin, he momentarily tensed but relaxed upon recognizing them. Navy Hero Vice Admiral Garp, what brings you to O'Hara? Are you a scholar from O'Hara? Do you have authority in this village? Garp immediately stepped forward, towering nearly 3 meters over Dr. Clover, exuding an overwhelming presence. Of course. Dr. Clover nodded. What has happened? Gather the villagers immediately. Then board my ship for evacuation. Garp succinctly stated, the world government has issued a demon extermination order against O'Hara, and the execution vessel is already en route. Demon extermination order. The voice that spoke was not that of Dr. Clover, who was unaware of such an order, but rather came from behind them. It was Cerrone and Alvia, who had been hiding in the forest. Chapter 29. The Great Woman, the Disqualified Mother K. Garp Vice Admiral. Is what you said true? Cerrone, how did you end up here? Garp recognized the kind-hearted giant among the Marines. What brings you here? I have defected. I am no longer part of the Navy. Huh. Why? Garp furrowed his brow. He held a disdain for traitors. But given the nature of the giant race, it was hard to believe they would betray unless something significant occurred that crossed their bottom line. Faced with Garp's inquiry, Cerrone's honest face fell, and he spilled his recent experiences. The world government ordered me to pursue an archaeological team alongside CP9's Spandam. That I witnessed a series of commands issued to the CP organization, and I deemed it utterly unjust. So I had no choice but to defect and help Alvia escape. I can't believe it. That Spandam actually activated the demon extermination order. Cerrone's voice grew increasingly furious as he slammed his fist into the ground, causing a tremor beneath them. And I am Alvia. Alvia stepped in front of Cerrone, but her gaze was fixed on little Robin beside Michael, her eyes filled with guilt. Robin, I have returned. That I'm sorry. Alvia had overheard the conversation between little Robin, Michael, and Garp. She realized that this was the daughter she had entrusted to her brother, Nico Robin, she hadn't anticipated that her 8-year-old daughter would appear so frail. Her dress resembling a tattered curtain. Had she entrusted her to the wrong person? In this world, could she not even trust her own brother? What did you say? You are my mother. Even when regarded as a monster and an omen by the villagers. Even facing the threat of stones hurled at her, little Robin did not shed a tear. Yet upon the mere sight of her mother, she succumbed to an outpouring of tears. In that moment, the floodgates were irrevocably opened. The moment Olivia laid eyes on Robin's frail form and tattered dress, it felt as though her heart was being cruelly squeezed, rendering her nearly breathless. Moreover, the sight of Robin's tears left the astute and rational Olivia utterly speechless. I am sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The words she had meticulously prepared for their reunion vanished from her mind, leaving only the word sorry to echo in her thoughts. Ultimately, the long-separated mother and daughter embraced, their tears speaking volumes of regret and longing at this moment. When Mikael noticed the furrowed brow of Salong and Olivia upon their arrival, it gradually relaxed, though his overall demeanor remained indifferent. It was only when the sobs of the mother and daughter began to subside, their emotions coalescing, that Mikael finally spoke. Nicole Olivia, the finest archaeologist of O'Hara, a wanted criminal of the world government. Am I correct? Indeed, you are speaking of me, Olivia replied. Though still trembling from her recent tears, her emotions had begun to stabilize. The revelation of her status as a fugitive mattered little now. After all, the navy she faced was led by the legendary hero, Garp. Even as a commoner, she had heard of this resounding name, which represented a guardian deity of the navy in the eyes of the populace. Thus, escape was not an option. Instead, she found a sense of calm that it was merely a matter of being apprehended. At least she would have the chance to see her daughter one last time. However, her daughter could no longer be fostered by her brother. You are a remarkable woman. That much is undeniable. Mikael approached, squatting to meet Olivia's gaze. But as a mother, you are utterly failing. What did you just say? Olivia was taken aback by Mikael's words. What was this Navy officer implying? Wasn't he supposed to be arresting her? Why was he now condemning her as a mother? Although she could not argue against his judgment. Observing Olivia, Mikael sighed. Do not be so tense. I have no interest in the world government as persecution of political dissidents. Mikael shrugged and continued. You don't have a bounty from a navy, so if I were to apprehend you, I would be overstepping my bounds that I am, after all, a law-abiding navy officer. Puffed, Mikael cast a glare at the laughing Garp. Then he turned back to Olivia, whose expression was one of shock, while Mikael remained composed. His assessment of Olivia was, in fact, quite objective. After reviewing all her experiences in the original narrative, one would understand that this woman was indeed deserving of the term great. Yet it must also be acknowledged that great individuals often do not make good parents. The saying that one cannot have both family and country holds true in any world. What are the other archaeologists? They are all dead. Olivia shook her head, her demeanor seemingly steady, yet the seething hatred in her eyes was palpable enough to scorch anyone who met her gaze. Salong sat silently nearby, though he had not taken action. As the commanding vice admiral, he could not escape the responsibility for the deaths of those innocent people. This was precisely why he had risked everything to rescue Olivia, the last remaining archaeologist, betraying the navy in the process. The values of the giant race were profoundly simple. They were fiercely loyal, to the point where it often appeared foolish and ignorant to others, stubborn to the point of being unpersuadable. Yet, the sense of justice within them was a red line that Salong could not bear to cross. Olivia, given the grievous losses among the archaeologists, I should not reopen old wounds, but your actions were so reckless that they are laughable. Mikael stood, looking down at Olivia, to interpret and publish historical texts. How many troops do you have to dare such recklessness? It is your thoughtlessness that has attracted CP9 and the Buster Call. Why not conduct a private investigation, ascertain the truth, and then find someone capable of protecting you before making it public? Why must you announce it to the world with great fanfare? Is this some grand celebration? Mikael's tone, tinged with frustration, only served to heighten Olivia's unease. Though this handsome Navy youth seemed somewhat unhinged, his words, while laced with mockery, also appeared to convey a strange form of support. At this moment, Mika-El turned and approached the now pale Dr. Clover, pressing his hands firmly on the man's shoulders, his voice calm to the point of chilling. If you wish to live, leave O'Hara. Chapter 30. The land where leaves dance and fire burns eternally. Is there no way to stop the Buster Call? Dr. Clover asked, clinging to the last shred of Hope Point 10 of the largest warships. 5 elite vice admirals and over 10,000 elite naval soldiers. You think it can be stopped? Mika-El did not answer directly, but posed a rhetorical question that filled Clover with despair. Alas, Dr. Clover led the others out from beneath the tree of knowledge. He lifted his gaze to the towering tree, its canopy resembling a vast green sea, rippling gently in the breeze. The entire O'Hara. No, the world as precious knowledge was preserved within this library of the tree of knowledge, and the spirits of scholars and archaeologists were entwined with it. I could not help but click his tongue. What is wrong with this old literary enthusiast? Even with death looming, he still clings to spiritual solace. Yet, despite his incredulity, he observed the others emerging from the tree of knowledge, many with peculiar appearances, and glanced at Olivia, noting the same expression reflected in their eyes, even in the 8-year-old Robin. Mika-El slapped his forehead. Is everyone in this family afflicted with literary pretensions? But what could he say? For these scholars, the value of knowledge, in comparison to life, was indeed a matter of contention. However, he merely remarked that the Buster Call was on its way and did not imply that they were completely out of time. Moreover, if they were unwilling to part with these books as tangible vessels of knowledge, they were certainly more reliable than their fallible, aging minds. While time was indeed pressing, they could still take the books with them. Yet he found it perplexing that they would stand their ground against this tree. Although a tree over 5,000 years old was rare, even having developed a naturally hollow structure as if destined to cradle these books, symbolism could never outweigh human life. Olivia shook her head, looking at Mika-El. That you do not understand. TSK, this is precisely what makes you cultured folks so insufferable. Mika-El gazed at Olivia, her eyes resolute in the face of death, stirring within him a sense of exasperation. Let me tell you, this tree, it is nothing but a pile of nonsense. What you scholars must do is ensure that precious knowledge is passed down intact. For this purpose, you must do whatever it takes to survive. Fear of death, that is essential. Compromise and bowing low. If necessary, that too must be done. In short, everything that hinders your survival and the dissemination of knowledge must be discarded. What good is this grand tree if you are dead? Is it to serve as your tombstone? Mika-El's rhetoric grew increasingly fervent, drawing all the scholars within the tree of knowledge to him. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Observing this scene, Mika-El sighed inwardly. Since he had decided to oppose his mother, he had prepared himself to ignite the spark of thought and engrave a steel seal upon the souls of others. It was inevitable, after all, as he was the only one who had traversed into this world, thus he had to seize the strategic ideological direction. You seek to uncover the truth of world history. But have you considered whether the common folk, beleaguered by the world government, celestial dragons, gangs, and pirates, would even care? Only when the most ordinary people gain knowledge and escape ignorance will more individuals wish to understand the truth you speak of. When these people become the majority among the common folk, even if the world government strives to extinguish those flickering sparks, the flames will spread, and that is what you should pursue. Upon finishing his statement, all the scholars present fell into a state of shock and conflict. Initially, upon learning of the Buster Call, they had intended to perish alongside the Tree of Knowledge. Yet Mika-El's words had transported them beyond their previous confines. For them, this was an entirely new world. They do not struggle to comprehend Michael's perspective. Rather, it is their worldview that impedes them. They simply do not consider this angle. This phenomenon is aptly termed the limitations of the era. Michael unfurls his wings, and the sacred light ascends towards the Tree of Knowledge. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. When the flame of knowledge spreads across the seas, O'Hara shall no longer be a remote island but a hallowed sanctuary of knowledge upon the vast ocean. You pioneers shall become the tree of knowledge in the eyes of future generations. A day later, 10 colossal warships breached the boundary between sky and sea, heading towards O'Hara to the forefront. on the flagship's deck stood Vice Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Amidst the roaring sea breeze, he grinned widely, a large cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaling clouds of smoke, utterly content. Frankly, at first glance, he bore little resemblance to a naval officer, but rather to a formidable figure within some underworld organization. He calmly gazed at the approaching O'Hara Island. Although this was his first execution of the demon-slaying order, to him, it bore no distinction from a typical pirate hunt. It was simply a matter of killing, then returning to report. Yet those behind him were anything but composed, fidgeting with the urgency of a restless monkey. Sakazuki. Soon, I will lead CP9 spies on O'Hara Island for investigation. We must reclaim all the knowledge those scholars possess and submit it to the world government. You will remain on standby, and once our investigation concludes, you may open fire. Erase this wicked island from the maps. The speaker was none other than the notorious clown from the original tale, Spandam. His impatience stemmed from his desire to personally capture Alvia to claim credit with the celestial dragons and the world government. Sakazuki cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing him entirely. This ignited a surge of indignation within the self-important Spandam. After all he had said, he was met with nothing but a cold snort from Sakazuki. It was he, Spandam, who initiated the demon-slaying order, so why was he not the one in command? These damnable Navy men. They could hardly comprehend their own worth. Yet, all these thoughts remained unvoiced, as everyone knew of Sakazuki's fearsome reputation for ruthlessness. Indifferent to collateral damage, even to civilians or comrades, and a natural-type devil fruit user to boot. Sakazuki, we will enter firing range in 3 minutes. Sakazuki nodded, taking a deep drag from his cigar. He exhaled a thick cloud of second-hand smoke above Spandam's head. According to Admiral Sengoku's orders, in 3 minutes, all warships are to commence saturation bombardment on O'Hara. Chapter 31. The Destruction and Rebirth of O'Hara. Listening to Sakazuki issue commands to the reporting rear admiral. Spandam's eyes nearly bulged with rage. In a fit of irrationality, he drew his sidearm and fired 3 shots at Sakazuki's back. Yet the moment the trigger was pulled, regret washed over him. The instinct for self-preservation surged to the forefront. As he watched the 3 bullets meld away upon piercing the Justice Cloak, Spandam trembled uncontrollably. Sakazuki, I am here under the orders of the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Immediately cancel the firing order. Let us disembark for investigation. Sakazuki whirled around, his towering presence and fierce intent casting a shadow over the clown behind him. Spandam, close your blabbering mouth. Sakazuki seized the gun from Spandam's grasp, transforming it into molten lava. Utterly obliterating it, Spandam recoiled in horror, stumbling backward. A mere CP spy. Do not presume to command me. Surely, you do not believe your authority surpasses that of Admiral Sengoku. Even he lacks the power to halt the demon-slaying order. You will await your fate. Upon returning, I shall lodge a formal complaint regarding your overstepping of command. And now, fire. With a roar akin to a volcanic eruption, Sakazuki commanded, unleashing the terrifying firepower of the 10 warships dispatched under the demon-slaying order upon O'Hara. The Tree of Knowledge, with its 5,000-year history, once the largest library in the world, was engulfed by the roar of cannon fired on this day. O'Hara ceased to exist. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! The cannons are firing. On an island merely 10 nautical miles from O'Hara, Michael soared through the air, witnessing the fall of O'Hara through his telescope. Hey, Michael! What are you looking at? Alvia and Cerrone approached him, both wearing rueful smiles. Behind them, Garp hoisted little Robin upon his shoulders, treating her like a steed or a toy. The one calling out to him was, of course, the old man Garp. Ever since Ace's birth, he had completely lost his resistance to children. It is difficult to imagine how someone capable of such indulgence could later subject his grandchildren to grueling training. Michael descended from the sky, raising his telescope. Of course, I am observing whether the demon-slaying order proceeds with long-range bombardment, as we discussed with Sengoku. Without conducting a landing search that, I must say, Sakazuki's temper may, in this instance, prove beneficial. Through the telescope, I witnessed Spandam, that fool, being utterly frightened into submission by Sakazuki's glare. At the mention of Spandam, Alvia and Sarone exchanged amused glances. Their tension eased. It had been Spandam and his CP-9 subordinates who had killed the archaeologist and pursued them. Michael lowered his telescope and turned to Garp, inquiring, "Have the villagers been settled? No issues?" "None, for this island is vastly superior to O'Hara for ordinary people. Aside from the Great Tree, O'Hara possesses little else." Michael nodded. Indeed, this island's sheer size surpassed that of O'Hara by a considerable margin, and the once marginally resourceful O'Hara seemed a desolate wasteland in comparison. Initially dissatisfied with the relocation, the villagers were now thoroughly pleased upon observing the conditions here. However, how had such a prime island remained untouched for so many years? It was only after Michael and Bogart led the Navy soldiers deep into the island for an inspection that they discovered a significant population of wild wolves. Furthermore, these were no ordinary wolves. They exhibited a notable increase in strength and speed under the full moon. Garp explained that these wolves were known as the Moon Wolf tribe. This trait likely stemmed from a distant ancestral connection to the Fur tribe. However, the Fur tribe had ultimately evolved into a legitimate, intelligent race, while the Moon Wolf tribe remained merely beastly creatures with special abilities. Under Michael's guidance, they swiftly eradicated all the Moon Wolves from the island. This place became the new home for the former residents of O'Hara. "Alvia, Sarone, are you two departing as well?" "Indeed, we are also setting out. Have you found a destination?" "Not yet, but we cannot remain on this island." Alvia shook her head. Staying here meant discovery by the world government was only a matter of time. Michael nodded. Alvia was correct. If Ace's lineage could be uncovered, how much more so Alvia's? How about I guide you towards a clear path? Michael glanced at Garp, who was amusingly carrying little Robin, and then whispered in a tone only Alvia could hear, "Go to Baltigo and seek out a man named Monkey D. Dragon. Tell him Michael sent you. What he needs most are righteous warriors like Sarone and archaeologists like you who can interpret historical texts." Alvia paused, taken aback, before pointing towards Garp, not far off. Michael nodded. "Indeed, he is Garp's son, and he will be your most like-minded companion. You seek the truth, Sarone seeks inner justice, and Dragon aims to overthrow the world government." A spark ignited within Alvia, her gaze fixed intently on Michael. "You mean he seeks to topple the entire world government?" "Not only him. I, too, stand before you striving for a somewhat similar goal." Michael smiled gently at Alvia, choosing not to elaborate further at that moment. A group of uniquely shaped heads poked out from Garp's warship. Among them the notably eccentric Dr. Clover, Vice Admiral Garp, Colonel Michael. All scholars of the Tree of Knowledge are now in position. When shall we embark on our journey? Alvia gazed blankly at the scholars aboard the warship. Her uncertainty reflected in her glance towards Mikhail. "Mr. Mikhail, those are them." Mikhail shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. "They are merely hitching a ride. They too shall tread the path of knowledge dissemination." Chapter 32. Robin, I will bring my mother back to my side. Monkey D. Dragon, is it? Alvia nodded, then turned her gaze to Sarone. Sarone tilted his head and spread his hands, showing no signs of inquiry. "Since the path has been illuminated for you, I have something to discuss with you as well." Mikhail pointed at little Robin, who was on the verge of tears from laughter, and said, "Leave Robin to me. I shall ensure she becomes a naval officer, the finest among them." Mikhail's words bore no exaggeration. The Navy was typically composed of brawny individuals, yet those with intellect were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Granny Crane would not have risen to the esteemed position of Chief of Staff. Such is the advantage of possessing a sharp mind. And Robin evidently harbored the intelligence to achieve such heights. To join the Navy, Alvia could not deny her intrigue at this proposition. This would undoubtedly maximize her daughter's safety. Yet, she also recognized that once Robin matured, she would face the brutal pirates of the Grand Line. Hey, Alvia, there's nothing to fear. Although joining the Navy means confronting pirates, it is far better than growing up only to be hunted by the world government as the last of O'Hara. Mikhail remarked with a shrug. And look at old man Garp. He has that look of an eccentric grandfather who wishes to whisk your daughter away. It's likely that Robin will become the second most influential figure in the Navy after me. Mikhail had another unspoken thought. The demeanor of O'Hara's residents, including Alvia's younger brother, towards little Robin was something she must have observed. Despite O'Hara's successful migration to a new island, Her haste to depart without reconnecting with her family indicated her fear of involving them due to her identity. It also revealed her lingering resentment towards the residents of O'Hara. If her brother treated Robin so, one could only imagine the sentiments of the others, rather than allowing Robin to remain here. Subjected to scorn, or following her on a treacherous path, it would be wiser to entrust her to this young naval officer. At least, with him, Robin would be considerably safer. Although Mikhail had stated that Alvia was not a qualified mother, he had never denied her feelings for little Robin. Every mother loves her child. Maternal love can move mountains, even to the point of subverting one's long-held beliefs. Very well, Mr. Mikhail, I entrust Robin to you. Mikhail nodded, then seemed to recall something. Oh, by the way, please convey my regards to Brother Dragon, and let him know he has a younger sister named Lugio. Mikhail flashed a mischievous grin, urging him not to forget. Faster, Garp! Jump higher! Faster! Watch this! Garp and little Robin, one old and one young, engaged in a jubilant game, kicking up dust and creating a whirlwind of excitement. Hey, old man Garp, that's enough? We should be leaving, Mikhail shouted from the deck to Garp, who, in the midst of their play, leapt onto the warship. Ha! How was that? Did I jump far enough? He exclaimed, still brimming with exhilaration as he lifted little Robin off his neck. TSK, old man Garp, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. Those who know understand you are merely entertaining the child, while those unaware might think you were just an old child running amok with a little one. Garp paid no heed to Mikhail's teasing, his carefree nature evident. Mikhail also recognized that his words had little impact on Garp. He then turned his attention to little Robin. Robin, just as I initially told you, come with me and become a formidable naval officer. The Navy, little Robin paused, recalling what had previously sounded like a mere jest. Can I really? She glanced at Garp, donned in his justice cloak, towering and robust, brimming with strength, then at the handsome and kind Mikhail. A glimmer of longing sparkled in her clear eyes. However, she ultimately looked back at Alvia. Mom, Mother, this little Robin had not witnessed the devastation of O'Hara, nor had she seen her mother and Sarone perish before her eyes. Thus, she had yet to cultivate the grand ambition of uncovering the truth of the blank century. She simply yearned for the warmth of her mother's embrace, and no matter how well Garp and Mikhail treated her, they could not replace her mother's presence. Such a choice was far too difficult for an 8-year-old girl. The bond between mother and daughter was destined to be fraught with separations. Even if fate had undergone subtle alterations, the overarching course remained unchanged. Children are incapable of making such choices, but adults can navigate these arduous decisions. Alvia embraced her daughter tightly, having reunited after a day apart, stroking her dark hair and feeling the surging emotions within that small frame. Robin, go forth. Become a naval officer. By following Admiral Garp and Mr. Mikhail, you will acquire invaluable knowledge and witness a broader world, enabling you to pursue your passions. Although Alvia's tone was light, her eyes brimmed with tears. You must remember, dear naval officer, your mother is now a notorious criminal. Please, show some mercy in the future. To Mikhail's lips twitched. Ah, so she escapes while he pursues. It seems she is indeed trapped. Mikhail began to understand that in this world, one could only max out either intelligence or emotional intelligence. Those with high intelligence often spoke too bluntly. It seemed, just moments ago, the child was fine, and after a single comment, she was wailing uncontrollably. Wah! As little Robin cried, Alvia panicked, cradling her daughter and softly soothing her for quite some time before calming her emotions. Little Robin wriggled out of Alvia's embrace, her face smeared with dirt from Garp's playful antics, now mixed with tears, resembling a little calico cat. Yet, on her small face, there was an unprecedented determination. When I grow up, I will definitely become an excellent naval officer. I will bring my mother back to my side. Sarone, overhearing, couldn't help but chuckle. You two are quite the odd pair. Yet within his eyes there lingered a hint of relief. He had committed wrongs, and had done his part in perpetuating harm. The reunion of this mother and daughter seemed to redeem a portion of his guilt and remorse. Chapter 33. Onward to Alabasta. After bidding farewell to Robin, Alvia and Cerrone boarded the CP-9 vessel they had previously commandeered, setting sail for Baldigo to seek refuge with Monkey D. Dragon. After Mikhail accompanied Little Robin to see them off. The soldiers aboard Garp's ship gradually returned. Reporting to Admiral Garp, "We have thoroughly inspected the island from top to bottom." A flowing cloud swept through the air and landed on the deck, coalescing into a humanoid form, with golden hair and green eyes, clad in a white navy uniform and bearing a justice cloak. It was Stella, who had consumed the cloud fruit. All safety hazards have been eradicated. However, this island is situated in a seismic zone and poses a significant earthquake risk. Yet lacking substantial mountain ranges, it is primarily composed of dense forests and plains, so there should be no issues with mudslides. Bogart then returned to the deck, saluted Garp, and proceeded into the cabin to arrange subsequent matters. "Excellent work, Major Stella. You have executed your task admirably," Mikhail acknowledged with a nod, then turned to the back of Garp, saying, "Garp, it is time for us to depart." Garp did not turn around nor respond. He merely stood there, gazing at the scene before him. Mikhail noticed that Garp was facing the direction of O'Hara. He could even still see the smoke rising into the sky from O'Hara's sinking. Uncertain of what thoughts occupied Garp's mind, Mikhail decided to bypass him and inform Bogart to prepare for departure. When Mikhail returned, Garp still stood alone on the deck. Resembling an immovable stone, he remained there, standing. One might mistake him for a statue lost in thought. Suddenly, Mikhail realized something. His lips twitched. Approaching Garp's side, he looked at his face. Sure enough, that old man had dozed off while standing. After all this time, it seemed that aside from being carefree, members of the D family also possessed the innate talent for unconditional slumber. Mijire, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a flicker of holy flame, incinerating half of Garp's trousers. As Garp gradually awakened, sensing the heat, he glanced down and exclaimed, "Mijire, you little rascal, come here and face me." Mijire, naturally unyielding, retorted, "Who told you to fall asleep? Now you dare to doze off while standing. Who knows, you might even fall asleep during a battle. I'm merely assisting you, old man." With righteousness in his heart, he struck back with conviction, declaring, "Taste my love-infused iron fist." Upon witnessing Mijire retaliate, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Garp's mouth. He then delivered a seemingly ordinary punch. However, Mijire understood that this punch was imbued with power, speed, technique, and the formidable haki of armament. Without hesitation, he unsheathed ace, the blade's pattern transforming into a deep purple hue as the armament haki enveloped it. Holy flames surged from his body, spiraling around the sword's edge, and he positioned it before him. Clang! The fist and sword clashed, resonating with a sound akin to metal striking metal. Mijire staggered back a few steps, while Garp retreated 2. "Wow, you little brat, isn't this a bit excessive for a monster?" Garp gazed at Mijire in astonishment. Over the past year and a half, he had come to fully comprehend the peculiarities of Mijire's physique. The rapid growth in strength, speed, and haki had shattered his previous understanding. Yet that sudden full-force strike made Garp realize that Mijire had been concealing his true abilities. Had he not acted impulsively, compelling Mijire to instinctively retaliate with all his might, Garp might have remained oblivious to the latter's prowess. The mere fact that Mijire could withstand his punch unharmed confirmed Garp's belief that the young man surpassed elite vice-admirals, reaching the level of figures like Akainu and Momotu. Now, Mijire merely needed to engage in battles with more formidable opponents to refine his combat experience. Reflecting on this, Garp couldn't help but take another glance at the handsome youth who bore a mischievous grin. Damn it, a candidate for Admiral under 20. Who do I complain to? Suddenly, Garp recalled the time he requested an extended leave from Sengoku, informing him of his intent to train Mijire and Stella. Sengoku had granted an indefinite leave without hesitation, his expression revealing a hint of something more. In hindsight, it was clear that Sengoku had always been aware of Mijire's extraordinary strength and talent. Damn, we've been outsmarted by them. Mijire spent quite some time soothing the irritable Garp, yet for a long while, Garp continued to regard him with an expression that conveyed both disbelief and reproach. All right, old man Garp, I admit I have indeed concealed part of my strength. But wasn't it meant to surprise you, my master? Surprise. More like you were hiding your capabilities to linger longer in paradise. Midjire twitched to the corner of his mouth. Though the old man might not be particularly clever, his animalistic intuition was indeed formidable. Cough. How old am I? How long have I been in the Navy? You expect me to confront those ruthless pirates in the New World? You have a cruel heart. Don't pin false accusations on me. I never said you should go to the New World right now. Garp replied, rolling his eyes. As a friend of Zephyr, he possessed insights into cultivating the Navy and would never send promising new blood into the meat grinder that was the New World. Of course, if Akainu were to take charge in the future, who could say for certain? By the way, have you considered redesigning that sword? Garp pointed to Ace at Midjire's waist. Though Roger gifted it to you, it's still the Pirate King's sword. It might attract unwanted attention later. What? Do you think I would be afraid? I don't think you're afraid, but I believe you dread complications. You truly understand me too well. Midjire gave Garp a thumbs up, though he realized finding a blacksmith capable of reforging the Supreme Blade would be exceedingly challenging. Does this matter truly necessitate a blacksmith? Garp inquired, gesturing to Midjire. Is there any blacksmith capable of withstanding the heat of your holy flames? Midjire was taken aback. Indeed. With the holy flames at his disposal, he could entirely reform Ace himself. There was no need for significant alterations. He merely needed to acclimate to the hilt of this Western-style longsword. Old man Garp, regardless of anything else, your bizarre line of thought is quite impressive. I'll take that as a compliment, Garp replied, suppressing the urge to strike Midjire. But where are we headed next? We can't possibly bring this ship full of scholars back to the Navy headquarters. Of course not. Midjire shook his head, revealing a knowing smile. We're headed to a place where the Navy has no influence, yet is a member state of the world government. Huh. You mean? Exactly. We're going to Alabasta. Chapter 34. His Majesty Cobra. The Navy brings warmth to you. Alabasta, a superpower situated in the first half of the Grand Line, boasts a population exceeding 10 million and maintains a standing army of 600,000. This nation is ruled by the Nefertari family, descendants of Nefertari D. Lily, one of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Unlike the royal family that chose to remain in Mariehua as celestial dragons, they returned to Alabasta. Obi Frank. This family is one of the rare benevolent forces in the world of One Piece, genuinely prioritizing the welfare of their people. Their refusal to become celestial dragons alone has already established their noble status in Midjire's eyes. Furthermore, Alabasta possesses vast inland territories in the context of the One Piece world. This nation boasts exceptional strategic depth. Truly, it is a naturally fortified stronghold. At this moment, Midjire began to comprehend why Crocodile was so intent on usurping this nation. This fellow possesses quite the strategic foresight. Midjire found himself contemplating not only Alabasta, but also Crocodile. He was generally lenient towards those with intelligence. Following the entrance through the sea passage, they arrived in Alabasta. Making their way toward the capital, Arabasta, Midjire witnessed an unparalleled prosperity and tranquility rarely seen elsewhere. Alabasta stood as an anomaly in the world of One Piece, especially considering it was not the same nation that had been infiltrated and corrupted by Baroque works after the storyline unfolded. Teetering on the brink of collapse politically and economically, with 600,000 standing troops, their combat potential was formidable. Mere numbers were enough to intimidate miscreants. The Navy's demon-slaying order had only managed to muster 1,000 personnel. Midjire, this place is magnificent, Stella exclaimed as she stood beside him at the bow of the ship, gazing at the flourishing scenery along the riverbanks. It's truly unprecedented. Having once been a wandering bard, Stella had traversed many nations along the Grand Line, yet she had never encountered a country as grand as Alabasta. Thus, my dream is for everyone in the world to live a life comparable to or even surpassing that of the Alabastans. Stella gazed at Midjire's profile, his platinum hair glistening in the midday as you end up by the way. It's already noon. Where are Garp and Little Robin? Oh, Little Robin is currently teaching Admiral Garp. She believes that as a naval hero, Garp should elevate his level of education. Midjire furrowed his brow. He couldn't have heard that correctly, could he? Little Robin was teaching Garp? But upon further reflection, it made sense, given Garp's level of education. He was only capable of reading newspapers and following Sengoku's various orders. Although Robin was only 8, she had legitimately earned the status of a scholarly prodigy. Mijire, are we nearing the port? Stella interrupted his thoughts. Pointing into the distance, amidst the arid sands and lush oases, Mijire spotted a massive port bustling with various merchant and passenger ships, yet conspicuously devoid of pirate vessels and Navy warships. As Garp's flagship entered the harbor, it immediately attracted a throng of onlookers. My goodness, is that a warship? How can it be so much larger than the ones I saw abroad? Is the bow shaped like a dog's head? Is this the Navy's style? You uneducated fools. That dog-headed warship belongs to the naval hero, Garp. In the Grand Palace of Alabasta, King Cobra was seated upon his throne, diligently attending to the kingdom's affairs. His aide, Ikarim, stood by his side. Suddenly, a palace guard rushed in, seemingly having encountered an extraordinary event, completely disregarding the customary decorum as he burst into the hall. "Hey, you insolent fool! How utterly disrespectful!" Ikarim's reprimand was abruptly halted by Cobra's raised hand. Subsequently, Cobra turned his gaze toward the palace guard, his expression devoid of any reproach. "Do not rush. Take your time and explain what has transpired." Ikarim's lips twitched slightly, although it was invisible to others. He perceived everything with utmost clarity. Cobra, in a moment of delight, cast aside the burdensome official duties in his hands onto the table. He was not genuinely interested in the events that had unfolded. Rather, he simply sought a moment of respite. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. For the most part, Cobra was a wise and exceptional king. "Your Majesty, Cobra, there is a contingent of the Navy seeking an audience outside the palace." The Navy? Cobra's interest was piqued instantly. "Then let them in. Why are you so flustered?" "But, Your Majesty," the palace guard stammered, "they are accompanied by a large number of individuals who claim to bring warmth to Your Majesty." Cobra's lips twitched. His facade of authority nearly faltered. "Ahem. Then let them in. I am quite curious about their intentions." "Yes." The palace guard bowed and hurriedly exited. However, Ikarim furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Cobra's ear, whispering, "Your Majesty, our Alabasta has never established a naval branch. Why is the Navy suddenly so invested in us? It is precisely because we are unaware of the situation that we should meet with them. Is it not?" The young Cobra's eyes sparkled with insight. Every unconventional occurrence could potentially be an opportunity for the nation's prosperity. After saying this, he straightened his posture in anticipation of the Navy's arrival. After a brief moment, several Navy personnel entered the Grand Hall, accompanied by a motley crew of peculiar individuals. To Cobra's astonishment, the leading Navy officer was none other than the celebrated Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. However, amidst a shock, he noticed a Navy officer slightly behind Garp, sporting an unusual platinum-colored tousle of hair. Such a hair color was indeed rare. "Esteemed Your Majesty Cobra, I am Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. It is a pleasure to meet you. Vice Admiral Garp, this is not our first meeting. I also attended the World Conference. Oh, is that so?" Garp's formerly serious demeanor crumbled instantly, only to be sharply poked in the back by Michael. "Your Majesty Cobra, I am Lieutenant Colonel Michael from the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Garp has traveled a long way. Allow me to present our matters." Michael stepped forward, his expression and demeanor impeccable and beyond reproach. "Very well. Michael, is there something the Navy requires assistance with from Alabasta?" "No. Quite the contrary, we have come to assist Alabasta." Michael shook his head and gestured toward the throng of O'Hara scholars behind him. "Your Majesty Cobra, Alabasta possesses the largest land area in the world. Surely, the issue of education is significant. These over 200 scholars from O'Hara must be of great necessity to Alabasta." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression turned grave. "Lieutenant Colonel Michael, was not O'Hara subjected to the extermination order?" "Oh, I apologize, dear Your Majesty Cobra. I misspoke just now." Michael adopted a look of profound remorse before continuing. "How does Your Majesty intend to arrange for these over 200 scholars from Alabasta?" Chapter 35, Naval Branch, Base Plan Ahem. So it is our scholars from Alabasta. Cobra, indeed one of the few sagacious monarchs in the world of pirates, exhibited a mind that worked far quicker than others. With just a change in terminology, Michael's deeper meaning was instantly grasped. Ikarlum, why are you not hastening to arrange accommodation for our scholars from Alabasta? Let us place them within the palace for the time being. Although Cobra and Michael reached a consensus in an instant, he opted for caution. After all, having rescued so many O'Hara scholars, it would be prudent to keep them out of sight for now, until the situation settled, and then provide them with new identities. ASU command, Your Majesty Cobra. Ikarlum promptly accepted the order and departed the Grand Hall with the scholars, led by Dr. Clover. Garp remained somewhat bewildered. Unable to comprehend the situation, is it really this simple? What else did you expect? Michael rolled his eyes at the old man, remarking that it was a mutually agreeable arrangement and that there was no need for further negotiation. Both Michael and Cobra, being astute individuals, were well aware that their time was far too precious to squander on trivial matters. Lieutenant Colonel Michael, I thank you for bringing the scholars of Alabasta back to their homeland. I wonder, what is it that you require of me? No roundabout phrases were necessary, straightforward and honest. Michael relished dealing with such individuals, so much easier and less troublesome. Your Majesty Cobra, you are indeed a forthright person. I shall speak plainly. I wish to establish a naval branch in Alabasta. The moment Michael's words fell, Cobra's expression shifted. It was not one of rejection, but rather of contemplation regarding the value of this transaction. Over 200 exceptional scholars, possessing diverse knowledge, were desperately needed throughout Alabasta. Only knowledge could usher in civilization. However, did this mean he would have to concede to the Navy establishing a branch in Alabasta, thereby allowing the world government's influence to encroach upon his homeland? If it were any other member nation of the world government, they would likely agree without hesitation. Such a move would be a shortcut to solidifying relations with the world government and the Navy. Yet, the Nefertari family, as one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, had once had the opportunity to become celestial dragons but chose to return to their homeland. They understood better than anyone what the world government and the so-called celestial dragons truly represented. This understanding was precisely why Cobra had consistently refused to allow the Navy to station in Alabasta, while he had devoted his nation's resources to training a standing army of 600,000. Although he cherished peace, he was unwilling to plunge his nation into a state of exploitation and control by the world government. I understand your concerns. Please rest assured, the head of this branch will solely be me. But your identity will always remain that of a Navy officer. That is correct, Michael nodded, but my objectives align closely with your Majesty's. Stepping closer, Michael continued, as a member of the Nefertari family, which ought to have become celestial dragons. You should comprehend better than I that the world government and the celestial dragons bring far more harm than good to the world. Upon hearing Michael's words, Cobra's first inclination was not to respond or feign ignorance to such outrageous claims, but rather to glance at the side where Garp stood. To his surprise, the once enthusiastic Garp was now standing in place, fast asleep, a large bubble of mucus forming on his nose. Vice Admiral Garp. Do not mind Vice Admiral Garp for now. What do you think of my previous proposal, Your Majesty? Michael observed Garp's slumbering form and chuckled softly. Our objectives are largely aligned, are they not? You wish to shield your nation from the world government's influence, while I seek to liberate the Navy from their control. In essence, our desires are indistinguishable. Has Your Majesty Cobra thus consented to your request? Stella, who had witnessed the entire exchange in the Grand Hall, could not help but ask Michael. This is tantamount to opposing the entire world government. How could he agree so readily? What of it? Everything he does in this country is aimed at extricating it from the world government's influence. Ahem, enough, Michael. Let us refrain from discussing such matters publicly in the future. Garp, who had been feigning sleep in the Grand Hall, was now wide awake. To be precise, he had never truly been asleep. This old man, who appeared to be a dim-witted brute, was actually a master of performance with an exceptionally keen political instinct. The moment he overheard Michael preparing to discuss audacious matters with King Cobra, he put on a show of deep slumber. After all, Michael was aware that Garp was on his side, but others were none the wiser. So, Garp chose to maintain the facade entirely. However, is your plan truly feasible? Garp whispered, though they had already settled on the establishment of a naval branch in Alabasta. The final decision still rested with Sengoku. Garp did not elaborate, but Michael understood the implications. This matter was ultimately dictated by Sengoku, who remained aligned with the world government. The occurrence of the O'Hara incident had merely caused Sengoku to waver slightly in his stance, but a complete shift was still a distant prospect. And why have you focused on Alabasta? Are you perhaps drawn to the 600,000 standing army? This is one of the 3 sources of troops outside of Wano, is it not? Not at all. Michael shook his head. Alabasta is not a source of troops. It is a base out of base. To me, Alabasta is akin to what Baldigo represents to Brother Dragon. Do you understand? The ruler is wise, with no interference from the world government, and possesses favorable economic conditions to foster spiritual civilization. Most importantly, in this nation, everyone is familiar with Alabasta, yet oblivious to the world government, unlike certain countries that revere the world government as a deity. Such an exceptional environment undoubtedly requires early development into a stronghold. Those sparks of rebellion will first ignite from the deserts and oases of Alabasta. After departing from the royal palace of Alabasta, the group headed straight back to their warship. Meanwhile, Bogart, who remained aboard the ship, immediately brought forth 2 significant pieces of news. Vice Admiral Garp had just received intelligence from the naval headquarters. The Kingdom of Sorbet is in turmoil. Monkey D. Dragon has led the self-defense force into battle. Chapter 36. Michaela. You are merely echoing my thoughts. What on earth? When Garp heard this news, he was utterly astonished. He had initially believed that his son's self-defense force was merely engaged in protests and charitable activities. Yet unexpectedly, they had directly entered a war and intervened in another nation's civil strife. What? Do you find Brother Dragon's actions so astonishing? Michaela scoffed, remarking, I thought you had come to a realization when I mentioned Brother Dragon to all of you. Garp's expression turned melancholic. While he understood this conceptually, when it came to his own son, he still felt a surge of indignation. He couldn't comprehend what sin he had committed to deserve a son who, born to be a naval officer, fled shortly after joining and now engaged in such reckless endeavors akin to Michaela's. This would surely drive him to madness. Michaela chose to ignore Garp's self-pity and instead inquired of Bogart. Did the intel mention the current specific situation in the Kingdom of Sorbet? Bogart nodded and recited. King Beckley of the Kingdom of Sorbet devised the idea of dividing the nation in half to reduce the tribute of gold from above, thus enacting the North-South Division Law, whereby one half of the territory is protected by the state, while the other half becomes a true lawless land. Upon hearing this, Michaela sighed inwardly. This nation is beyond salvation. Such behavior mirrors that of the world government entirely. The territory under state protection is akin to a member nation of the world government, while the so-called lawless land comprises those non-member nations. Such actions will inevitably lead to internal strife. This also marks a new step for Brother Dragon and the self-defense force. That it is from here that Brother Dragon truly realizes that persuasion and protests are futile. True power arises from the barrel of a gun. It is from this moment that Monkey D. Dragon conceived the idea of transforming the self-defense force into a revolutionary army. In time, Alvia's arrival will bring news of the O'Hara incident to their ears, serving as the catalyst for the true birth of the Revolutionary Army. Do you have any other intelligence? Michaela asked once more, to which Bogart shook his head. Very well then, Garp, it is time for us to return to naval headquarters. Garp's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief as he looked at Michaela incredulously. How can you remain so composed when Dragon is causing such a ruckus? What do you want me to do? Go to the Kingdom of Sorbet to apprehend Brother Dragon. Michaela rolled his eyes, reminding him that the self-defense force is not comprised of criminals. Indeed, at this moment, Monkey D. Dragon, who has yet to officially establish the Revolutionary Army, is not even a wanted criminal by the Navy. Aside from being a father, Garp has no authority over him. But when has that fatherly authority ever been effective? Michaela chuckled, causing Garp's face to flush with indignation, turning from green to purple and finally to black, utterly enraged. Michaela, if I do not beat you to a pulp today, it would be as if you have never tasted a devil fruit. By the time they returned to naval headquarters, 5 days had passed. Michaela grimaced while stretching his shoulders that Garp's fit of rage was indeed a bit much. Had it not been for little Robin waking up and stepping onto the deck, he would have undoubtedly been subdued by the furious Garp. Enough with the pretense. With your strength, receiving my full attack shouldn't be particularly difficult, right? Whether it is difficult or not is one thing. Michaela retorted, but whether it hurts or not is another. All right, I have no time to dawdle. I must return home to see my daughter and grandson. Garp waved his hand and disembarked the warship, heading towards his residence. Having been away for so long, he had even missed the birth of his grandson. His urgency was understandable, but at least he could have given a few parting words. After all, he is a vice admiral. How can he still be so childish? Michaela muttered to himself. Observing the accustomed expressions of Bogart and the other Navy soldiers, he felt that the G3 branch's naval brothers had truly endured a great ordeal with Garp around. Yet since they had grown accustomed to it, they might as well continue to do so. Michaela took Stella to Sengoku's office. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and plopped down onto the sofa. Well, old man, I'm back. You could at least knock before entering my office. You are a lieutenant commander. How can you still be so immature? Wait, are you not just echoing my words? Stop pretending to be naive. Didn't you go out to sea with Garp for training? Why are you suddenly back today? Sengoku did not lift his head, his attention entirely focused on the documents. Surely, you didn't fall out with Garp. Did he? Michaela's lips twitched. Indeed, 5 days prior, he had provoked Garp to the point of a brief falling out. But with your calculative mind, how can you still be in the Navy, old man? You might as well become a fortune teller. Seeing that Sengoku remained engrossed in his work, Michaela decided to drop a bombshell. By the way, I just returned from Alabasta. Alabasta, a splendid place. You and Garp sure know how to enjoy yourselves. You even went to such a prosperous and wealthy place for training. Indeed, speaking of Alabasta's grand demeanor is truly impressive. Michaela nodded in agreement and continued. Thus I had a thorough discussion with King Cobra of Alabasta, and we ultimately agreed to establish a naval branch in Alabasta. Then let's establish it. It's just a naval branch in Alabasta. What's the big deal? Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Sengoku abruptly raised his head, looking at the giggling Stella and the nonchalant Michaela. Could you repeat that? What did you just say? Old man, you are merely a year older than Garp. How is it that you're already hard of hearing? Enough with the nonsense. All right. You heard me correctly. I have come to an agreement with King Cobra of Alabasta to establish a naval branch in Alabasta, but with conditions. The Sengoku's furrowed brow relaxed at this moment. Without conditions, he would have thought Michaela was merely trying to pull a fast one on him. With conditions, that seemed more reasonable. What are the conditions? The first condition is that the government institutions related to the naval branch must be staffed by Alabastans. This is not a significant issue. Sengoku nodded. Alabasta has always existed on the fringes of the world government, making this condition quite normal. As for the second condition, King Cobra demands that I serve as the head of the naval branch. Chapter 37. Hello. We are the Navy of the Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku blinked, as if he were meeting Michaela for the first time. After a long pause, he sighed. Fine, do as you wish, but do take care. Rest assured. Old man, you know how much I value my life, don't you? Michaela shrugged and left Sengoku's office with Stella. Sengoku gazed deeply at Michaela's departing figure. Ever since Michaela persuaded him to manipulate matters surrounding the destruction of O'Hara, Sengoku understood that Michaela was certainly not a compliant individual. He has always held disdain for the so-called celestial dragons and the world government. This time, it was clearly a confrontation with the world government. However, since he was caught in between, he chose to employ clandestine methods. And since Garp was willing to follow him into this chaos, it indicated that Garp internally agreed with Michaela's actions. Yet, it is far too dangerous. Should these matters come to light, even he would be unable to protect Michaela. The best outcome would be to leave the Navy and live a life pursued by the world government. With this thought, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. What could be more distressing than having a son? He then produced a den mushy. After dialing, the voice of Granny Tsuru came through. Hello? Sengoku, is something the matter? Little Tsuru, have you begun your return journey? During the journey back, the crafty little fellow known as Doflamingo managed to slip away. Granny Crane continued in a calm voice. However, I've also uncovered some information. This little rascal was once one of the celestial dragons. Indeed, a troublesome character. Sengoku nodded, yet with a tone of resignation, remarked, but Doflamingo is not of paramount importance. Let us set him aside for now. I trust your voice does not indicate that Michael has stirred up yet another significant incident. Granny Crane's voice gradually took on a note of amusement. You have never been able to outsmart him. Hold your laughter, little Crane. This scoundrel has interfered with the demon hunt order. Could you repeat that? Has Michael truly lost his senses? It is not a direct interference. He merely arrived at O'Hara ahead of time with Garp, then preemptively relocated all the citizens, and directed me to order Akainu to refrain from landing and to execute the demon hunt order directly. Upon hearing Sengoku's explanation, Granny Crane's suddenly elevated blood pressure settled somewhat. Did Michael explain his reasoning for this? Of course, Sengoku anticipated her inquiry and recounted Michael's word from the transponder snail to Granny Crane. Well, Michael does make a valid point. She finally spoke after a long silence. Sengoku, we have always known that the actions of the world government diverge significantly from the justice the Navy ought to pursue. Therefore, we must be prepared for the day when we completely overhaul our approach. After leaving the Navy headquarters, Michael did not linger in Marineford. Instead, he returned to Sabeti Archipelago with Little Robin and Stella. After all, he was the aide-de-camp to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Having spent 2 years out at sea, leaving his superior to deal with the mess in Sabeti Archipelago, even someone as thick-skinned as Michael felt a twinge of shame. Well, just a little bit so. Is this why you returned with a young lady? Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit said, her lips twitching as she gazed at the little girl, who was about the height of her own calf. Lost in thought. Has it really only been 2 years, and the child has grown so tall? Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, you are merely 27. Why do you speak as if you are an old woman? Michael, noticing Little Robin feeling somewhat out of place before Peach Rabbit, gently patted her head to offer comfort. I am still youthful. Peach Rabbit snorted, then returned to her desk. Are you suggesting that such a young child should be granted an exception to join the Navy? For high IQ talents, we must seize them early, Michael replied with a hint of a smile. Besides, I am presenting you with a fine candidate for a new aide. New aide? And what about you? Peach Rabbit instinctively asked, then couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Indeed, it was only a matter of time before Michael continued to ascend. She was hardly surprised that he would attain the rank of Rear Admiral within the next few years. Serving as her aide, in a sense, was Sengoku's way of keeping Michael distant from unsavory matters. Observing Peach Rabbit's relieved smile, Michael shrugged and said, after more than a year of training under Garp, I have dealt with quite a number of pirates. Once Garp has had his fill of spoiling his grandson and reports to Sengoku, I will be promoted. Therefore, I have hurried back to expedite matters before that occurs. After all, the plan we agreed upon has yet to be implemented. Michael flashed Peach Rabbit a warm, yet scheming smile. Peach Rabbit paused for a moment, displaying a hint of mischief. Are you truly prepared? Of course, Michael nodded, then turned to Peach Rabbit. Let us thoroughly cleanse Sabeti Archipelago. The filth is simply too much out on a bright and breezy morning. The lawless territories of Sabeti Archipelago, specifically Islands 1 to 29, were suddenly inundated with a vast number of Navy personnel, fully armed. They kicked open the doors of every human trafficking shop and gang stronghold in the area, dragging those still lost in slumber out of bed. Greetings, we are the Navy of Sabeti Archipelago. We are now on a mission to inspect fire hazards. Please cooperate. Different buildings echoed with the same announcement, various voices proclaiming the same message. Upon briefly recovering from their stupor, the human traffickers and gang members realized this was a lawless place. The Navy had no jurisdiction here. Michael has always been somewhat unguarded around Peach Rabbit, to the extent that Peach Rabbit is already well aware of the intricacies surrounding his own fruits. The aim is to diminish the influence of the celestial dragons, gradually liberating the Navy from the clutches of the world government, ideally establishing it as a counterbalance to their authority. That it is essential to recognize that the world government maintains its dominion primarily through the Navy, rather than the lofty celestial dragons. When a world government contravenes the very justice the Navy upholds, should the Navy fail to rectify the situation, it becomes indistinguishable from supporting tyranny. Only when the absurd reign of the celestial dragons is dismantled, paving the way for the chaotic freedom represented by the era of great pirates, can there be hope for an end to this tumultuous age. Michael raised his head, gazing at the distant pile of corpses and the sunrise emerging behind it. A clear sky should not be shrouded by ominous clouds. The event known as the Great Inspection of Sabeti Archipelago concluded amidst a series of gunfire. Sengoku remarked that Michael's actions this time were rather excessive. Garp, seated in Sengoku's office and leaning against the sofa, for the first time refrained from snatching Sengoku's snacks, instead speaking with a serious demeanor. "I am well aware. I am not blind," he said, noting that Sengoku had not even lifted his eyes. However, this time, the celestial dragons have shown little reaction. No reaction. Garp exclaimed, astonished. What kind of audacity did Michael display? The celestial dragons remain indifferent. Michael's actions on a smaller scale involved addressing the rampant slave trade and gang activity. But on a grander scale, he was metaphorically slapping the celestial dragons' faces into the ground. You think the celestial dragons care about the lives of those slave traders and gangsters? Garp continued to eye in their eyes. What could be more paramount than preserving their noble lives? Therefore, when Michael delivered pirates working for slave traders to the world government, the celestial dragons harbored no suspicions. Rather, they felt fortunate to have avoided an early visit to the Smuggler archipelago. As Garp listened, he suddenly chuckled. How long has it been since we witnessed the celestial dragons in such a predicament? They haven't even expressed anger after suffering a loss. Sengoku's lips momentarily curled into a slight smile. But it quickly vanished. Let us not celebrate too soon. While the celestial dragons may be cowed, the Gorosei and the world government remain unyielding. Therefore, as a precaution, it would be wise to recall Michael to Navy headquarters. Garp nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the merits he has accumulated from slaying pirates over the past 2 years, a promotion is certainly due. But must he return to headquarters? Shouldn't he be appointed as the commander of the Alabasta Navy branch? Let him head directly to Alabasta. The establishment of the Navy branch would require considerable time, and it would be best for Michael to remain hidden in the shadows during this period. Sengoku raised his head and looked at Garp. Do you recall my idea from yesterday? You mean the Special Forces? Precisely, I believe Michael is the most suitable candidate at this moment. As Sengoku spoke. He set down the documents in his hand, revealing the title. Preliminary Proposal for the Formation of the Sword Special Forces. According to the report submitted by Rear Admiral Monkey D. Garp, Navy Headquarters Commander Michael, during his tenure at sea, has killed and captured over 1,600 pirates, including 52 with bounties, amounting to a total bounty of 12 billion. After verification by Navy Headquarters, all information has been confirmed as factual. Henceforth, Commander Michael is specially promoted to Rear Admiral of Navy Headquarters. Upon hearing the Navy soldier read this document, Michael yawned and then turned to Garp, who was signaling to him from the side. Michael, this is a promotion ceremony. Show a little more seriousness. Yes, Michael nodded repeatedly. So you call me back from the Smuggler archipelago, just for this? What? Is there a problem? Of course there is, for promotion. A mere decree would suffice. Michael scratched his neck lazily. I was having a splendid time at Smuggler archipelago. Having a splendid time? More like killing joyfully. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling the soldiers responsible for reading and recording to leave. Then shot Michael a glare. Your actions at Smuggler archipelago have been rather ostentatious. If previously, your burning of slaves, smuggling ships merely made the celestial dragons aware of your existence, now you become their primary target. Sengoku's brow furrowed. He was not speaking lightly. The celestial dragons were indeed taking action. They dispatched a member of CP0 although that CP0 agent was repelled. If Michael continued to be so high profile, the celestial dragons, or rather, the world government, would soon retaliate against him. This moment, being recalled to Navy headquarters was Michael's greatest safeguard. Enough with the games, old man. Let us not beat around the bush, Michael chuckled, considering our relationship. It would be rather impolite to continue this way. After exchanging glances with Garp, Sengoku sighed and continued, effective immediately, Rear Admiral Michael is appointed as the commander of the Confidential Special Forces Sword. In addition to internal oversight, he possesses theoretical autonomy. Michael blinked and asked, what does theoretical autonomy entail? Within the Navy, you may temporarily dismiss anyone below the rank of Vice Admiral who refuses to obey orders. You may execute any Navy personnel engaged in illicit exchanges with gangs or slave trading organizations, provided you have conclusive evidence. Furthermore, with the consent of the individuals involved, you can requisition anyone into the Sword Special Forces. After explaining, Sengoku took a sip of the tea on his desk. Refreshing. Michael examined the transfer order in his hand and suddenly remarked, "In that case, Rosinante has just joined the Navy." As soon as he spoke, he noticed Sengoku's brow furrowing. He has only just joined the Navy. Can he truly handle such a special forces role? However, since Sengoku had granted Michael the authority to manage this matter independently, he would not intervene. Perhaps this is fate. Rosinante being taken from his family by the celestial dragons, his parents' tragic demise, and his brother's complete release of his nature. Drifting at sea until Sengoku discovered him. All of it was destiny. Some individuals are simply destined to accomplish great feats. Michael, big brother, are you sure you want me to join? Rosinante, currently devoid of the silence fruit, was rather chatty. Enough chatter. Lieutenant Rosinante, you must follow whatever orders the commander gives. Michael leaped up and patted this fellow's shoulder, his expression slightly contorted. What is the point of being so tall for no reason? Rosinante found Michael's words both amusing and bewildering. That it was indeed a joyous occasion. Why did he suddenly mention height? Rosinante felt keenly aware that he was still growing, with a subtle trend toward reaching 4 meters in height. So, Michael, big brother, where are we headed next? Since the old man has granted me the authority to requisition at will, I must also take on the responsibility of selecting some potential talent from the Navy. Michael had a rough plan for the individuals he intended to recruit. Why rough? After all, if someone is unwilling to leave their original unit to join the Sword Special Forces, there is little he could do about it. Forcing someone to join is not only unfruitful, but also bitterly disappointing. Moreover, many of the candidates he had in mind were subordinates of elite vice admirals. With Sengoku's authorization, Michael felt quite satisfied. Rosinante, do you know how many elite vice admirals are currently at headquarters? General Peach Rabbit is still at Sabati Archipelago. General T. Pig is on a mission, and General Akainu is stationed at G1. The others are mostly at headquarters. Michael nodded in acknowledgement as he listened to Rosinante's report. Indeed, these days coincided with the Navy's periodic performance evaluations. After all, the Navy is an official organization. Joining it does not mean one can merely work in silence. For a vast organization to operate smoothly, it must rely on the individual autonomy of its members. After contemplating for a moment, Michael clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then our first stop shall be to visit Granny Crane." Rosinante, who had intended to take a sip of water before setting out, nearly choked upon hearing his brother's choice of name. Granny Crane? The Navy strategist, Rear Admiral Crane? Big brother, are we starting off by challenging the highest difficulty right away? This is absurd. Michael, big brother, are you certain? Rosinante wished to make one final struggle. To be candid, he could have easily placed Admiral Crane in the last position. Haha. Rosinante, your impression of Granny Crane isn't too favorable. Is it? Michaela patted Rosinante's belly, assuring him, don't worry, Granny Crane is indeed quite gentle. As long as you're a good child, she will never put you in a difficult position. Michaela spoke confidently to Rosinante. With his elder brother saying so, what choice did Rosinante have but to accompany him to the end? All right, let us make our first stop at Admiral Crane's office, although Rosinante tried to muster some courage. He still felt somewhat feeble. Upon arriving at the office of the Chief of Naval Staff, while Rosinante was still taking deep breaths, Michaela boldly approached the door and knocked. This startled him, nearly causing him to lose his breath. Knock, knock, knock. Granny Crane, it's me, Michaela. Please open the door. I'm here to dig into your corner. Chapter 40. Is the expedition not going well? Let's continue elsewhere. While Admiral Crane opened the door. HM, as the Chief of Staff. Admiral Crane had a mountain of paperwork on her desk, far exceeding that of her contemporaries. Amidst her busy schedule, she lifted her head and smiled gently at Tina, saying, Open the door, Rena. That amusing child has arrived. At merely 13, Rena had already begun to exhibit some naval demeanor. As a specially recruited new blood of the Navy, she had yet to see battle and still held the rank of ensign. Yet, everyone knew the high regard Admiral Crane held for this young girl, clearly grooming her to be a future aide-de-camp, perhaps even a leader representing the female faction of the Navy. In fact, there were quite a few examples of young prodigies being specially recruited at such an age, just like Smoker, who is now 15, was discovered by Akiji at Roger's execution site and brought into his crew. It turned out that Smoker's notorious temper was best suited to follow someone as reckless as Garp. The duo of reckless misfits might not have a perfect compatibility, but it would surely be entertaining. After receiving Admiral Crane's affirmative response, Rena stepped forward and opened the office door, only to see a striking young man with platinum hair striding in from outside. "Granny Crane, may you be blessed." Michaela, it's indeed you." "No, wait, I should now address you as Major Michaela, correct?" Cough, cough, coughed out, "Oh dear," in Granny Crane's presence. "I am merely a little rascal," Michaela said with a beaming smile as he approached the desk. "You certainly have a sweet tongue," Admiral Crane remarked, her face lighting up with a maternal smile. Logically speaking, Admiral Crane was only slightly younger than Garp and had yet to become a grandmother. Yet, her nurturing warmth seemed to stem from an innate strength. "Oh, Rena, it's been a long time." Rena also felt it had been quite a while. "Brother Roz and Andy." "Wait, you two know each other?" Michaela was momentarily taken aback. The original work did not delve deeply into the backgrounds of every supporting character. However, it was understandable upon reflection, as new blood in the Navy. Both were chosen and nurtured by the higher-ups, making it reasonable for them to be acquainted. Moreover, Roz and Andy had always had a fondness for children. Even while undercover, he couldn't resist helping our Oden. It made perfect sense for this excessively gentle brother to know these young naval recruits, both logically and characteristically. "Oh dear, this makes things much easier, doesn't it?" Granny Crane? Michaela adopted an innocuous and obedient demeanor, feigning innocence, which carried a hint of excessive sweetness. "How about we let Rena train with the Special Covert Unit?" "Michaela, didn't Sengoku grant you the greatest autonomy?" Admiral Crane replied, "As long as Rena agrees to your proposal, you can completely disregard my input." Granny Crane, matters like this are traditionally overseen by Sengoku, the one who decides the overall direction. That I merely shrugged, gesturing toward the paperwork-laden desk. "However, the specific details will surely be determined by you, dear Chief of Staff, which means that this autonomy I hold is, in essence, bestowed upon me by you." Michaela's words were not mere flattery. They reflected Admiral Crane's status and power within the Navy, that if Sengoku were to vanish, the Navy would suffer little loss, at least not to its core. After all, the future admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu, had already reached their peak, and Admiral Kong remained robust enough to lead the charge. However, losing Chief of Staff Crane would be akin to extracting the brain of the Navy in the entire world of One Piece. Only Crane instilled fear in others through her intellect. Notably, this others included the future infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo, who, after being chased like a stray dog by Crane on the seas, was reduced to sitting quietly in meetings after being intimidated by a single phrase from her. Even after joining the Shichibukai, without regard for Sengoku's authority. After listening to Michaela, Admiral Crane sighed, "It seems you have a clear understanding of the entire marine landscape, Michaela. Rena, this is your best opportunity for training. Moreover, as you can see, I will be confined to this office for quite some time due to my clerical duties." She pointed at the paperwork on the desk, her face filled with exasperation. Rena understood. After a brief hesitation, she saluted Michaela with a military gesture, declaring, "Major Michaela, Ensign Rena, reporting for duty." In the following moments, similar scenes unfolded in the offices of various elite vice admirals. However, after leading Rena out from Admiral Crane's office, the vice admirals proved to be quite amiable. It should be noted that factions existed within the Navy, primarily led by the future three admirals. Akainu headed the radical martial faction, whose minds were consumed with battle and thrill, often disregarding the lives of their comrades due to Akainu's exemplary conduct. The faction led by Akiji, on the other hand, represented a steady and moderate stance, considered the most conventional within the Navy, yet perceived as indecisive by extremists. As for Kazu, his faction was neutral and laid back, comprising the largest number of members, most of whom joined the Navy merely for self-preservation, following orders without engaging in unnecessary actions. These represented the three mainstream factions. Of course, other factions existed as well, such as the female soldier faction led by Admiral Crane and Peach Rabbit, though there was little to discuss due to the scarcity of female soldiers. Additionally, there was the faction led by the naval hero Garp, characterized by its reckless members, a large group of carefree individuals. They were typically amiable, accommodating everyone's face. Yet once provoked, even Sengoku would find it challenging to manage their tempers. There was no possibility of them meekly yielding to a brigade commander after being reprimanded by the supply depot chief. For instance, Smoker was a prime representative of this archetype, although numerous factions existed. The differences remained largely ideological, not escalating into a struggle for power. Overall, they remained united. However, when it came to joining the Sword's Special Covert Unit, individuals from various factions generally shared the same sentiment. It sounded appealing. But they truly did not wish to leave their original posts. Hence, even after Michaela made a comprehensive tour around the naval headquarters, along with Rena, only Smoker, along with the faction-less young Lieutenant T. Pin and Lieutenant Shun chose to join. Nevertheless, Michaela was quite satisfied with these four individuals. This covert special unit was intended to be elite rather than numerous. Moreover, he had no intention of limiting recruitment to just the naval headquarters. Chapter 41. The Warship, yet brought to you by Vegapunk Major Michaela. We are now only 5 individuals. Is this truly sufficient? Lieutenant Shun of the naval headquarters, donning a mask, inquired. Of course, it is sufficient. Michaela regarded the 5 before him. The eldest being 18-year-old Razanandi and T. Pen Shun, who had just spoken, was merely 17. T. Pen was a naval officer who left quite an impression in the original work. After all, he was the Justice's slasher. And in terms of character, he could be regarded as a semi-saint. Aside from his unattractive appearance, he had virtually no flaws. Such a well-known good person met his demise at the hands of the very civilians he had fought to protect. Michaela hoped that in this world, individuals like T. Pen would not meet such tragic fates once more. However, the name Shun was utterly unrecognizable at first. He was a naval colonel who, during the Judicial Island incident, used the power of the rust fruit to damage Zoro's fine sword, Shusui. This extraordinary paramecia fruit is undoubtedly of exceptional quality. In the original narrative, Shun was scarcely featured and had minimal dialogue. Yet after Michael's encounter with him, he discovered that Shun was quite an astute individual. He possessed unique insights regarding the current myriad factions within the Navy, which is why he has refrained from joining any faction alongside his friend T. Pinned out, of course. Perhaps it is precisely this behavior that has led to the exclusion of these talented young Navy personnel by the so-called factions. They may not have intended to impede their growth, but the end result has indeed hindered their development. The Navy's training system is rather flawed, and the issue cannot solely be attributed to recruitment problems. Meanwhile, the Sword Covert Special Forces have nearly taken shape. Besides Michael, the leader of the unit, Sword has already incorporated 2 Logia fruit users, Stella and Smoker, along with 2 Paramecia fruit users, Hinai and Shun, as well as T. Pen, a promising young swordsman. This configuration is certainly impressive. Although both Logia fruits are of a lower tier, they are more than sufficient. It is not unheard of for lower-tier fruits to triumph over higher-tier ones. Now, all that remains is to set sail and find the individual he has long been keeping an eye on. As Michael contemplated this, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Well, Michael, have you finished digging your tunnels?" Michael was taken aback by the lazy tone, which reeked of sloth. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with the Navy's king of idleness, Admiral Borsellino. Michael couldn't help but silently scoff that a person's disposition is something that remains unchangeable throughout a lifetime. Before him stood Borsellino, who, despite being only 36 years old, exuded an inexplicable air of approaching senescence. "Dear Admiral Kazaru, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Just because you hold the rank of admiral does not exempt you from the law of slander. And what do you mean by digging tunnels?" "Comrade Borsellino, you are being superficial, far too superficial. I am merely providing an opportunity for the underappreciated young talents of the Navy to showcase their ambitions. This way, they can more swiftly and effectively become the true pillars of the Navy." Borsellino initially intended to tease Michael, but was unexpectedly met with a barrage of polished rhetoric. He swiftly transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Michael with keen interest. "Truly worthy of you. Michael, you certainly possess the skills befitting a man raised beside a prominent general. It's admirable that you have mastered the art of official discourse so soon after your promotion to Rear Admiral." "Enough with the nonsense, Borsellino. Although you are an admiral and I am a Rear Admiral, I am currently the commander of a special task force directly under the esteemed Admiral Sengoku and General Tru. If you continue with your cryptic remarks, do not blame me for taking action." Michael cast a sidelong glance at the still jovial Borsellino, preparing to depart. However, Borsellino reached out to stop him. What? Are you really planning to test me? Michael felt his temper rising. It's such a crime to have dug a few tunnels. Can you not bear it, Kizaru? Ha. Michael, you remain as amusing as ever. Borsellino laughed heartily before adding, speaking of the special task force. Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to take you to receive a warship. What? A warship? Upon hearing of potential benefits, his temper immediately subsided, and Borsellino's prematurely aged face appeared slightly more agreeable to Michael. Indeed, it is a special warship specifically equipped for the covert task force. Wait, what kind of warship would warrant your personal attendance for the handover? Is it that significant? Michael suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. To be honest, if it were merely an ordinary warship, there would be no need to send a future admiral to convey the message, would there? Well, I am the head of the Navy's scientific division. So, it is essential that I oversee the experimental warship equipped with numerous classified technologies. Point one cannot deny that Borsellino's temperament is indeed quite amiable. He seemed entirely unconcerned by Michael's earlier brusque demeanor. Had Sakazuki been present, one could only imagine the chaos that would have ensued. An experimental warship, you say, and classified technology. Michael suddenly recalled something, his gaze piercing as he looked at Borsellino. It wouldn't be the product of Egghead Island. Would it? Oh, Michael, you truly have an eye for quality. Borsellino nodded, smiling. Indeed, there are numerous excellent items freshly developed by Vegapunk, and this is a perfect opportunity for you to test them. Upon hearing Vegapunk's name, Michael felt a surge of excitement. The old man and Tsuru were indeed quite generous. It seems they understand that the internal issues within the Navy are rather significant. However, at this moment, Michael had no mind to ponder the extent of the old man's and Tsuru's intentions towards him. Let us go. Hurry up, Borsellino, we mustn't dawdle. You are quite eager, aren't you? Youngsters should learn to be more composed. Enough with the composure. If one becomes too composed, they cease to be a young person and instead become a lamentably aging middle-aged man like you. Are you insulting me? I am complimenting you, praising your maturity that far exceeds your years. With your cryptic demeanor, you bear a striking resemblance to me. Surely we cannot share any blood relation? You are surprisingly self-aware. Chapter 42. New World. Joy Street, will there truly be a warship here? Michael inquired earnestly as he gazed at the imposing gate, directing his question towards Borsellino, knowing that Borsellino was required to personally oversee the handover. Michael surmised that the warship was certainly not docked at the Navy headquarters. Following Borsellino's lead, they traversed a considerably lengthy route before reaching a concealed base nestled within a mountainous hollow. Which well-meaning individual would park a warship in the mountains? Is this truly the Mongolian Navy? With no answer to Michael's question, Borsellino simply opened the base's massive door. What greeted them was a facility starkly contrasting the external world. Hidden within the rugged mountain hollow was a base exuding a cold, metallic aesthetic. The deepest part of this base lay a dark river leading to the sea. Moored above this river was a warship that was decidedly different from conventional military vessels. Firstly, its tonnage was significantly greater than that of ordinary warships, yet it was notably smaller than the flagship vessels of elite admirals like Garp. Furthermore, it was not merely a scaled-down version. The overall design evidently prioritized speed and maneuverability. Michael found himself increasingly enamored with the sight of this warship, its design perfectly aligned with that of the covert special forces. However, after observing for some time, Michael failed to discern any weaponry akin to gun emplacements. Borsellino, has my vision failed me? Or does this warship indeed lack weaponry? Michael, your eyesight is perfectly fine. This warship was designed from the ground up with functionality and maneuverability in mind, which is why no gun emplacements were included to save space. Borsellino remarked before transforming into a streak of light and departing that he left only a single phrase lingering in the air. All unconventional aspects have been marked with specific operational procedures and precautions. You shall have to explore them on your own. This will henceforth be your dedicated warship. Michael turned to the bewildered youths and smiled. All right, my young friends, we can set sail. This is a creation of Vegapunk. Undoubtedly a top-tier warship. Rosinante was the first to regain his senses, looking at Michael and asking, Big brother, where are we headed? Just then, Upon the mention of their destination, Michael's expression morphed into something rather lecherous. The younger smoker and Hinai even took a step back, seeking reassurance that Michael did not possess an alias of Einstein. Young ones, have you heard of the legendary Joy Street? Upon hearing the term escape Michael's lips, the gazes of all present grew peculiar, including Rosinante, who had always regarded him as an elder brother. Michael, we are the Navy. Indeed, but the individual we are looking to recruit is not part of the Navy. The Great Waterway, a new world, Joy Street. This place serves as the most expansive red light district in the entire realm of One Piece. However, the industries here are not as singular as one might imagine. To be precise, this locale boasts a vast majority of entertainment options. For instance, the casinos that in an era where the Golden Emperor Tesalo is but a memory. The casino on Joy Street has naturally emerged as the largest and most secure gambling establishment in the world. After all, it fundamentally exists within a gray area governed by the world government. The Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, is also a member of CP0, directly affiliated with the Celestial Dragons, though, of course. It is well known that she is a clone and an undercover agent of Vegapunk. Yet at present, Stussy has not revealed her true identity, maintaining her faade as one of the reigning monarchs of the Underworld. I could see this moment. A series of unofficial reports concerning Mitsai lies before her on the desk, provided by none other than the notorious Morgans, who sits across from her. Morgans, is the information you provided truly so limited? This level of detail is something I could have easily uncovered myself. Spare me, Stussy. Others may be unaware, but I am not. You are a powerful CP0 member, while I am merely a diligent journalist, Morgans replies, holding a glass of red wine that he does not sip. His demeanor is far from pleasant, having previously witnessed Mitsai's formidable strength and having been threatened by him. More importantly, Morgans has been unwillingly entangled in Mitsai's intricate schemes concerning Wano. Initially, he believed it to be a mere coerced assignment to deliver a message. However, when the situation in Wano took a dramatic turn, with Kazuki Oden unexpectedly reversing fortunes and repelling the beast pirates, Morgans came to a startling realization. He had unwittingly boarded Mitsai's pirate ship. But what could he do? If that old brute Garp were to land a punch on him, it could easily leave him incapacitated. Resignation was his only option. Thus, when Stussy demanded all information regarding Mitsai, he hastily relinquished the most superficial details, subconsciously pondering whether CP0 had set its sights on Mitsai. Did Mitsai's actions in Sabeti Archipelago displease the Celestial Dragons? Should he warn Mitsai? Who doesn't know that you, old bird, are far more reliable in gathering intelligence than CP spies? If you don't wish to divulge it, so be it. Stussy maintained a calm expression. Seeking information from Morgans was a task assigned to CP0. Yet, as a double agent, she had no genuine desire to fulfill this mission. It was merely a performance. How absurd! Vegapunk had exhibited an extraordinary interest in Mitsai's abilities, even going so far as to craft a warship specifically for him. There was no way she would allow CP0 and the Celestial Dragons to target anyone who piqued Vegapunk's interest. Thus, the two scheming individuals sat across from one another, engaging in a battle of wits against the very air. At that moment, a woman with striking makeup and an outfit that appeared revealing yet strategically concealed her vital areas burst through the door. Lady Stussy, trouble is brewing. A contingent of Navy officers has arrived outside our casino. The leader claims he is here to enforce anti-vice laws. Stussy turned her gaze towards the woman who disrupted the tension, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she stood and made her way outside. Her office was situated at the very heart of Joy Street, merely 100 meters from the casino. Inside the casino, a strikingly handsome Navy officer with platinum blonde hair sat at a chair in the casino's main hall. Across from him at the circular gaming table was a middle-aged man leaning on a cane, two scars running down from his forehead, sealing off his soulful eyes. Chapter 43. The Future Admiral. Fujitora, everyone, stand at attention. The Navy is enforcing anti-vice laws. Males to the left, females to the right, and cross-dressers in the middle. Oh, look, there's actually someone standing in the middle. With a booming voice, Rosinante commanded, prompting the gamblers within the casino to grumble and shift about. Though displeased, they were not foolish enough to provoke the Navy. Nevertheless, there were plenty of foul-mouthed individuals among them. Ast Capen stepped forward and cast a fierce glare around. Silence fell. Only one audacious gambler, trembling, dared to utter, "Goodness, why is the Navy bringing zombies to enforce the law these days?" At this remark, the members of the Sword's Special Operations Unit reflected on all their past heartaches. Suppressing their smirks, the few light coughs from Mitsai amassed his amusement as he continued to observe the motionless middle-aged man seated at the gambling table. "Admiral, I have a premonition that I shall win this round." The middle-aged man shook his head, a look of regret on his face. "What a pity, to be honest, as a blind man. Your hobby is quite niche." Mitsai curiously regarded this man, who would eventually ascend to become an admiral. "Mr. Ichiryu, can you truly not see? Not perceiving the world is, in fact, a blessing. There are far too many despicable and loathsome individuals within it." Upon hearing Mitsai's inquiry, Ichiryu smiled wryly. "Moreover, I have personally sealed this window myself." "Ah, I see. Mr. Ichiryu's integrity is indeed a rare find." As Mitsai applauded, he rose to his feet, pondering whether Mr. Ichiryu had ever considered joining the Navy. "Join the Navy?" Ichiryu appeared momentarily taken aback, then calmly shook his head. "Even if I were to join, it may not truly represent justice." Ichiryu refrained from voicing the thoughts that lingered in his mind. The very individuals he referred to as loathsome and despicable comprised a significant portion of the Navy. Having traveled the seas from a young age, he bore witness to countless evils and moral decay. Whether it was the Navy accepting bribes to collude with local gangs or pirates, or those who adhered to a flawed sense of regional justice, disregarding non-member nations as less than human. Initially, he may have drawn his sword in pursuit of justice, but one day he realized that despite his strength, he could only punish a select few and save a limited number. Unless he were to gain power within the Navy, Ichiryu, a man who had spent the early part of his life immersed in gambling and chivalry, ultimately comprehended the significance of power. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have participated in the world conscription and become a new admiral in the original story. "Did I understand?" Mitsai slowly articulated a few words, leaving Ichiryu momentarily stunned. These simple words possessed a soothing power. In truth, that was indeed the case. The pair of pure white wings behind Mitsai gently unfurled, bathing the entire casino in a warm, holy light. Under Ichiryu's observation, which allowed him to perceive human actions and emotions, he noticed that Mitsai was enveloped in a brilliant, burning white aura, a color he had never encountered before. What emotion could this signify? Even he began to feel a sense of curiosity. If one does not stand in a position of power, one cannot fully embody justice. Is this how you perceive it? Admiral, can you read minds? No, my observation hockey is merely in its infancy. I am simply adept at reading expressions. Mitsai shook his head, but the smile on his lips grew more pronounced. He approached Ichiryu and spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Mr. Ichiryu, it is time for me to introduce myself. My name is Mitsai, and I am a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, I also hold another identity." Ichiryu was taken aback. "Another identity? Are you a pirate or an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army?" No, Mr. Ichiryu, you are overthinking it." Mitsai stammered, somewhat flabbergasted at Ichiryu's accurate guesses. Did his words and actions truly sound so discordant with the world government's agenda? "Aside from my identity as a rear admiral, I am also the commander of the Sword Special Operations Unit, which is directly subordinate to the highest echelons of the Navy headquarters. This unit was established to oversee the entire Navy and operate autonomously, wielding absolute autonomy under the highest command. Tell me, do you think this power is sufficient to help you alter the increasingly murky waters?" After Mitsai finished speaking, he did not linger for Ichiryu's response. Instead, he directed the newly inducted young sailors of Sword to diligently document the gamblers and the Joy Street girls accompanying them. Did they really think he had come merely to enforce anti-vice laws? To put it plainly, while that was indeed his primary goal, he had no qualms about providing the world government and the celestial dragons with a dose of reality, particularly with such a significant operation underway. The individual known as the Queen of Joy Street should no longer be able to sit idly by. With a soft creak, the grand door swung open. The enchanting Stussy, whom Michael had long been yearning for, finally stepped into the casino. Although she was the reigning queen of the world's largest red light district, her attire resembled that of a love-struck maiden, adorned with a white floral top hat, draped in a white shawl. and clad in a pink dress. She wore blue high-heeled shoes embellished with delicate bows. Her fingers and toes were painted with vibrant nail polish. Thus, an image of a stunning, elegant woman with golden locks and azure eyes graced the presence of all. Yet, an involuntary hush fell over the crowd. Such beauty elicited a reaction akin to that of T-Pone, but perhaps even more potent, for not a single gambler dared to prattle on before Stussy. One of the sovereigns of the underworld, dear Navy Admiral, what brings you to Pleasure Street? Are you not aware that everything here operates within the bounds of legality? We are, after all, exemplary taxpayers. Stussy's sultry voice echoed throughout the casino, but it abruptly ceased the moment Michael turned to face her. What brings you here, Major Michael? It is truly an honor, though. You seem to be quite well informed. Ms. Stussy, I just held a promotion ceremony in the office of the Warring States General today. And yet you already know. Michael pondered for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. So, Miss Stussy, you are indeed the informant of Navy intelligence. I must, therefore, take you into custody. Chapter 44. Michael, Secrets Enhance Femininity. What? Stealing Navy intelligence. Smoker, who had been witnessing the scene, stared in disbelief at Genai beside him. Hey, Genai, is it really appropriate for the commanding officer to directly accuse someone like this? Could you move away, you filthy smoker? I do not wish to inhale second-hand smoke. Hey, I am smoke itself. I am a smoke human who has consumed the smoke fruit. This is not second-hand. It's first-hand. Though Genai and Smoker were 2 years apart, they both emerged from the same elite training camp in recent years, trained by Zephyr. They could certainly be considered among the most outstanding geniuses nurtured by him. Meanwhile, Cheyenne and T-Pone also hailed from the elite training camp. But since they were not in the same cohort as Genai and Smoker, they were not particularly familiar with each other and thus did not partake in the banter. Rosinante, on the other hand, gazed at his only brother Michael with a tinge of worry. Do not be deceived by Rosinante's towering stature. He had been influenced by warring states since childhood and was, in fact, quite astute. The world's largest red light district, enduring and untouched by the Navy, had to be connected to the world government or even the celestial dragons. Rosinante would willingly offer his head as a football if he were to claim otherwise. Michael's actions now meant he was once again at odds with the world government, which left Rosinante to offer a bitter smile. Ever since he had known his brother, Michael had often scoffed at news regarding the world government and the celestial dragons. After incinerating the slave, smuggling ship, his brother's hatred for them had become ingrained in his very bones. After all, their dear brother was a rather petty individual. Despite his handsome visage, he had a fiery temper and was known to retaliate fiercely against those who provoked him. Though Michael's return to the Navy headquarters for the ceremony was a formal procedure, it also served the purpose of allowing him to evade the storm for a while. At least he could not remain on Sabeti Archipelago for the time being. With these matters piling up, the so-called Queen of Pleasure Street had now delivered herself right to him. Given his temper, it was likely that he could barely contain himself. With this in mind, Rosinante stole a glance at Michael's face. His warm smile was disarming, yet the veins of fury were already bulging prominently. Oh dear, this is bad. Indeed, the next moment, Michael spread his wings and charged directly at Stussy. There were no elaborate techniques, merely a straightforward physical assault. Since being deemed to have reached the level of a vice admiral by Garp, this was the first time Michael openly displayed his prowess in the outside world. The sudden burst of speed left even Stussy, a member of CP0, momentarily stunned. Without a care for exposing her identity, she immediately employed the shave technique to evade. However, she was still a step too late. Upon witnessing Stussy execute the shave, Michael flapped his wings with great force, accelerating into the air and swiftly catching up to her as he reached out and grasped her ankle. The smooth and cool sensation of her skin was delightful. Yet Michael had no intention of savoring it. With no thought of gentleness, he hurled Stussy upward, her body crashing through several layers of flooring until she reached the casino's top level. The once empty office was instantly filled with flying debris and splinters. Stussy coughed a few times, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Just as she regained her footing, Michael soared up through the gaping hole she had created. You truly have me rather irked. Handsome Navy officer, fortunately, your face is sufficiently charming. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly torn you to shreds. Michael regarded Stussy, who was struggling to maintain her composure, as long as she was displeased. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Rina gasped in surprise. To them, it seemed that this woman had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly engaged in combat with Michael. After the two vanished from sight for a brief moment, Stussy reappeared without uttering a word, leading her subordinates away. Michael, with an air of seriousness, stroked his chin and confidently remarked to Rina, "Of course it was Stussy." Convincing her took quite a bit of effort on my part. He deliberately made his negotiation with Stussy sound ambiguous, successfully eliciting a complex array of expressions from the young Navy personnel. After all, he had ensured that Stussy kept the secret, and he must do the same. Otherwise, who would be willing to collaborate with him in the future? Thus, Michael ignored them and approached Xiao once more, quietly inquiring, "Mr. Xiao, did you comprehend what just transpired?" "Very clearly," Xiao replied, his blind eyes gazing at Michael, who finally smiled. The battle and conversation between him and Stussy might have been unclear to others, but for Xiao, it was as if it had unfolded right before him. Xiao's observation haki was among the most formidable in the world of One Piece, rivaling Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things and Katakuri's foresight. If he desired, most individuals would lose the power to keep secrets in his presence. Since you have heard, you must understand that I am not aligned with the world government. In fact, no one desires the well-being of civilians more than I do. And I require your strength, Mr. Xiao, to eradicate any threats to the common folk upon the seas. Xiao remained silent for a long while. Michael was not in a hurry, directing the young Navy to expel the gamblers from the casino. The casino staff were left seething in silence. "Goodness, don't utter any nonsense about this business being legal in the pleasure district. Emphasizing such a statement in front of these Navy officers is tantamount to courting death. And most importantly, if even Lord Stussy disregarded them and left, what right did they have to stand their ground? You mentioned any threats to civilians. Does that include the Navy? Does that include the Celestial Dragons? Does that include yourself?" I stated anyone. Michael nodded firmly. "Our mission is to serve the people. Serve the people." Xiao repeated this seemingly mundane phrase, savoring it, a smile gradually forming upon his lips. "That I in that case. Major Michael, I look forward to your guidance from now on. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. What manner of being possesses such a pure soul?" He pondered. "What is the color of your hair? What do your eyes look like?" In that fleeting moment, he felt a pang of regret. If only my eyes could see. "So, this is why you returned from the New World with 269 gamblers. These are not ordinary gamblers. They are fugitives bearing heavy accusations. The Marine base dock in Sabeti Archipelago. Peach Rabbit, accompanied by Stasis and Little Robin, arrived to take custody of the gamblers." She then turned her gaze toward Michael, who stood at the shore, wearing a carefree smile. Behind him were a group of young Navy officers and a middle-aged blind man, alongside a warship that was evidently of a special model. "Michael, pray tell, are you attending the Marine headquarters for a promotion ceremony, or are you there to take advantage of the chaos? Surely you are not contemplating desertion from the Navy. Is a bounty about to be issued?" A special warship is one matter, but what is crucial is that many of these young Navy officers have made a name for themselves at the Marine headquarters, including Razanandi, the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. As for the middle-aged blind man, Peach Rabbit sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. "Admiral Peach Rabbit." The young Navy officers immediately saluted respectfully upon seeing Peach Rabbit. After all, she was the only woman bestowed with a color animal code name. A rare entity even within the Navy. By the way, Admiral Peach Rabbit, are there any vacant accommodations in the Marine base on Sabeti Archipelago? Preferably something spacious. We can't let these young prodigies suffer. Can we? Michael spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow. "Michael, are you planning to establish the Sword's secret special forces base in Sabeti Archipelago? Indeed, as the junction between Paradise and the New World, there is no place more suitable than here. But do not forget, Admiral Sengoku has summoned you back to the Marine headquarters, ostensibly to help you avoid the limelight." "Humph, avoid what?" Michael scoffed. "The most perilous places are often the safest. And above all, this is simply my disposition. If these vermin dare to retaliate, I shall return to eradicate them once more." Chapter 46. Companions who will change the world. After Michael uttered these words, Peach Rabbit was unsurprised. Ever since the incident with the burning slave ship, Michael had transformed into a different person. The original Michael was modest, diplomatic, and amicable. The current Michael, however, was flamboyant, irritable, and confrontational, particularly towards the celestial dragons and the world government, embodying the notion that if you do not eliminate me, I shall surely eliminate you. It is uncertain what impact this will have on the Navy and the world at large. Well, your life is yours to command. Peach Rabbit finally sighed in resignation. As for the accommodations you mentioned, I shall find a solution. Given the current circumstances, I will not permit them to reside in the Navy barracks. Peach Rabbit, you do not believe I will bring trouble to the Navy, do you? Are you all right? If you are fine, do indulge in some plums. Peach Rabbit gazed at Michael's handsome face, recalling his explosive temper, rolling her eyes. What kind of secret special forces would reside alongside the regular troops? Well, you have a point there. Let me think that in Sabeti Archipelago, the Navy does have several large estates, all well-equipped, although they may require some cleaning to do. Really? Michael asked, astonished. Why does the Navy possess large estates? Could it be that someone has embezzled funds? I must tell you, this matter is quite troubling. You are overthinking it. This time, many gangs were purged, and these properties were all acquired by the gangs. Once they were eradicated, they naturally fell under the Navy's jurisdiction. In Sabeti Archipelago, within a large estate, under Peach Rabbit's arrangement, it was now designated as the base for the Sword's secret special forces. Inside the estate, the young Navy officers were idly awaiting their orders. In their youthful exuberance, the tedium of waiting was excruciating. Thus, Rosinante and his fellow subordinates, whom Michael had brought from the Marine headquarters, found themselves in the living room, exchanging glances with the 8-year-old Robin. Rena was astonished. You say you're 8 years old? I cannot believe it. Can one really join the Navy at 8? Ahem. Rena, that seems a bit hypocritical, Rosinante remarked, glancing at Rena. When Admiral Crane decided to recruit you. You were merely 9. Right. Rena nearly forgot. She slapped her forehead. Clearly, you just forgot, Smoker mumbled, immediately receiving a death glare from Rena. The essence of one's demeanor is indeed cultivated from a young age and seldom changes throughout life. And do not underestimate Robin, Rosinante added, ruffling little Robin's hair. I just inquired. And though her time in the Navy has been brief, and she is still a recruit, she has effectively taken over the duties originally assigned to Major Michael, serving as Admiral Peach Rabbit's aide. Thus, in a sense, the Major was unseated by little Robin, who had inadvertently forced a promotion upon Michael. Your perspective is quite unique. These young ones on the seas are truly formidable. It is not right to disparage the Major behind his back. Ultimately, it was T. Penn, who lacked any redeeming qualities aside from his looks, who stood up for Michael, but judging by Admiral Peach Rabbit's attitude towards Major Michael, it seemed Michael's performance as an aide had indeed left something to be desired. Hush, Major Michael is approaching. Who is that stunning blonde accompanying him? I know. It is Sister Stella. She was rescued by Michael from the slave ship and is now a major in the Navy. Serving directly under him, the innocent voice of little Robin rang out, yet what met her was the fervent gaze of everyone present. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, everyone was utterly serious, including even the ever-loyal Rosinante and the still innocent T. Penn. To be honest, based solely on their facial compatibility, one could argue that Brother Mika L and Major Stella were quite the match. Rosinante, gazing at his elder brother, could hardly find any fault in him. Whether they were a match or not was open to interpretation. Smoker, oblivious as ever, pointed towards Mika L and the others, exclaiming, "Look at those two! Just walking down the street without even holding hands." "Shut up, Smoker, you tactless fool," Shun interjected from behind, delivering a sharp jab to Smoker. There are myriad ways for young couples to express their feelings. Not everyone is as blunt as you, treating all relationships like a standoff. At that moment, Rosinante, Smoker, and Shun were engaged in a lively exchange about their leaders, unaware that T. Penn's interruption would soon compel them to don expressions of despair. You know, your analysis of emotional matters is more professional than being in the Navy itself. Since you're so adept, I presume you all have girlfriends, right? Silence, a deathly silence. Ultimately, it was the uproarious laughter of Rena that shattered the stillness. Huh. You spout theories as if you're three Casanovas, yet you're merely three brothers with hardly a romantic experience between you. The laughter echoed in their ears, transforming their earlier self-satisfaction into sharp, piercing barbs lodged in their hearts. Damn, my heart aches. Why can some words be so hurtful? My heart can no longer feel pain. For it has become encrusted with rust. Oh, right, I'm the rust man who has consumed the rust fruit. I am smoke. What kind of smoke? The kind that says cigarettes cannot alleviate worldly suffering, and strong liquor cannot dispel worldly woes. Just as the trio wallowed in their respective emo states, Mikael and Stella entered the living room. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Mikael took a deep breath before addressing the lot. You all seem rather bored, don't you? Major Mikael, Major Stella. Despite their inflated egos, these individuals were, at their core, professional Navy officers who valued hierarchy. Even Smoker, despite his rebellious tendencies, had not fully embraced the audacity to defy orders and run off to Rogue Town. All right, allow me to introduce Robin, Stella. Starting today, you will both become members of the Sword Covert Special Forces. Little Robin, a rookie and the user of the flower fruit, may only be 8 years old, but she has studied in O'Hara and earned the title of doctor. Stella, a major in our ranks, wields the powers of the cloud fruit and is a direct disciple of the Navy hero. Vice Admiral Garp, from this day forth, we shall strive together to transform the Navy and change the world. Chapter 47. Female Tactics. Settling scores after autumn, a month later on this day, Peach Rabbit arrived alone at the estate serving as the base for the Sword Covert Special Forces. Her primary purpose was to convey a message. The secondary reason was that Mikael and his team had not shown their faces before her for the entirety of the month. Though Peach Rabbit herself was only 26, she could not shake the feeling that her mindset had begun to resemble that of a weary mother. After all, there's a saying, when children are quiet, they are surely up to mischief. Clearly, not a single member of this Special Forces team, from leadership to rank and file, was compliant. Thus, she felt it was high time to investigate. Mikael, Stella, are you there? A gust of wind swept through, rustling 2 leaves, yet no one responded. Peach Rabbit's foreboding intuition deepened. Extending her long, delicate fingers to push open the grand door, she was abruptly startled by a resounding crash from the backyard. Boom! A multitude of birds took flight into the sky. Peach Rabbit's heart raced. What if something had gone awry? Were they under attack? Shaking her head, she dashed towards the source of the sound, activating her observation hockey in anticipation of a potential second assault. Upon entering the backyard, Peach Rabbit was met with a transformed scene. Once a sprawling garden, reputedly designed to please a notorious mobster's 18 wives, it had now been converted into an expansive training ground. This secluded estate had indeed maintained its secrecy, as even she had not received word of the renovations. However, as she ventured deeper, Peach Rabbit was met with a gruesome sight. Shuan hung limply from the only tree beside the training area. Resembling a ragged cloth, Tita Pen stood upright in the training ground, yet he leaned heavily against his massive sword, unconscious. Rena lay face down in the dirt, her expression a peculiar, inscrutable smile, her right hand outstretched. Fingers tracing the words "run away" in the earth, a S for Rocinante. He appeared far worse, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, his attire in tatters, leaning against a storage crate, his expression serene as if he had ascended to heaven. Yet a few individuals remained conscious on the training field. Little Robin, clearly uninvolved in the brawl, stood at a distance, utilizing her flower fruit abilities to sprout multiple arms, diligently recording various notes in different notebooks. Such multitasking was a feat only someone of Robin's extraordinary intellect could achieve. Meanwhile, Stella and Smoker, both users of natural-type devil fruits, though bearing their own injuries, were still valiantly holding their ground. Their opponent, however, was a man soaring gracefully in midair, his expansive wings fully unfurled. Surrounding him were ethereal white flames, while tendrils of a liquid-like purplish-black substance slithered from his arms to the sword in his hand, forming intricate and mysterious patterns that it was none other than Mikael. Yet Peach Rabbit felt as though she were encountering a wholly new Mikael. His exquisite control over armament hockey seemed to surpass even her own mastery. Furthermore, the sword he wielded bore little resemblance to the legendary Supreme Greatsword, Ace, that had belonged to the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Ace's blade appeared more akin to a battle knife, whereas Mikael's sword resembled T. Pin's battleship sword, albeit more refined and ornate, reminiscent of the weapons held by angels depicted in sacred texts. T that moment. Mikael spoke up, laced with sarcasm. Stella, and you too, foolish smoker, you all have a long way to go. Despite your combined efforts, you couldn't rescue little Robin from my grasp. Boss, do you even realize how strong you've become? Smoker lamented, his voice laden with anguish. One strike. Just one strike nearly wiped us out. Your white flames burn with an outrageous intensity, and now you've developed a technique that makes them explode. If Rocinante and T fled quickly, he'd have been done for. Stella's voice remained relatively calm. Yet Peach Rabbit could detect the suppressed irritation towards Mikael lurking beneath. It's all right. It's all right. Even if he is half-cooked, I should still be able to save him. Your should is quite unsettling. Mikael, observing Smoker's fervent critique, was prepared to unleash his next move to give him a proper rest. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his colossal white wings flared dramatically, retreating backward. In the next instant, a shimmering golden slash shot forth from Mikael's previous position. Mikael's eyebrows furrowed, and he turned, exasperated, towards the source of the attack. Hey Jian, why are you resorting to sneak attacks? We're in the midst of a training session, a very serious training session, mind you. Don't think I'm a good-natured fellow. I can be quite difficult when angered. Indeed, are you not conducting a simulated training exercise? A rescue operation, perhaps? Peach Rabbit interjected with a hint of mischief in her smile. What if, during a mission, a passing Navy Vice Admiral came to our aid? Wouldn't that be plausible? No, Jiwin, if you want to hit me, just say so. Of course, I want to hit you. Do you have any idea how much I aged during that year and a half while you ran off with that old man Garp? I was buried under an avalanche of paperwork, and it aged me a full year and a half. I sent a year and a half enough to age 1.5 years. What is the problem with that? Are you implying I'm getting old? Prepare to face my wrath, you scoundrel. Peach Rabbit Shuan spoke, her long sword horizontally positioned, the resplendent supreme great fast knife, Jean Pirro, gleaming with brilliance. She then directed her strike towards the direction of Micah, unleashing 2 flying slashes imbued with black armed hockey. Micah's body instantly tensed, entering a state of combat. Shiwan was genuinely intent on engaging him. The flying slashes were even infused with hockey. Consequently, he dared not underestimate her and exerted all his strength to counter this attack. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, Stella and Smoker immediately sensed the stark difference in Micah's demeanor compared to when he faced them. None of them had managed to push Micah into a genuine combat state. The astonishment within Micah's heart was no less than theirs that it was the first time he realized that a woman's vendetta could indeed be postponed for nearly 2 years. Chapter 48. Let the world witness the might of M.R.E. and Mr. Sai. This was Micah's first experience of battling someone of equal strength with full force. His previous encounters with Garp had carried an element of mentorship, lacking in true intensity. After all, Garp, still at his peak, was an exceedingly formidable opponent. Clang, 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 the sound of the 2 supreme great fast knives clashing in the hands of Micah and Peach Rabbit reverberated through the air. Feeling the force emanating from the opponent's blade, even with Micah's considerable strength akin to that of Vice Admiral, he still felt a surge of trepidation. It was commonly said that Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, both Vice Admirals, were significantly weaker than the 3 Admirals. Yet, Micah now comprehended that the title of Vice Admiral was merely a label and did not truly reflect their prowess. The term Vice Admiral was simply a metaphor coined by the readers. While the Vice Admirals themselves were real entities within the original narrative, T-Pig, Peach Rabbit, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru were all currently Vice Admirals. Micah was increasingly convinced that had it not been for Akiji, Akainu, and Kazuru, Peach Rabbit would likely have shed the title of Vice Admiral long ago. Thus, it was not that Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were weak, but rather that Akiji, Akainu, and Kazuru were exceedingly strong. Shuan, it turns out you never fought at full strength during our previous sparring sessions. You were strong back then, but not to the extent you are now. Shuan wielded Jean Pirro, a smile of delight gracing her lips as she expressed her satisfaction with his current capabilities. Wasn't your statement a tad too easily misconstrued? Perhaps due to the overly gentle demeanor Peach Rabbit had shown him over the years, he had subconsciously overlooked certain aspects. Although Shuan belonged to the female warrior faction, she was indeed a combat fanatic. Yet, Micah remained oblivious to the fact that a similar smile had begun to appear at the corners of his mouth. Thus, some individuals can coexist for a reason. The two engaged in a contest devoid of techniques or tactics, relying solely on the sheer force of their clash. In terms of strength, Peach Rabbit held the advantage, while Micah excelled in stamina. This exhilarating struggle endured for a duration that was neither excessively long nor too short. When Rocinante finally regained his composure, having appeared as if he had ascended to the heavens, Micah and Peach Rabbit merely exchanged a glance before parting ways after their final clash of blades. Rocinante stared blankly at Micah and Peach Rabbit's concluding strike, perplexed by the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, all the other members of the Sword Special Task Force, who had awakened earlier, had long since been rendered numb to the spectacle. They had initially perceived a disparity, but upon witnessing the full-fledged battle between Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Major Micah, they immediately grasped the truth. The gulf between them was far greater than they had imagined. The difference between individuals was even more pronounced than that between man and dog. Apart from Little Robin, the most educated among them, Shuan remarked as such, Micah wiped the beads of sweat cascading down his jaw and approached Peach Rabbit Shuan. Pray tell, what brings you to me this time? Don't tell me you simply came to deliver a beating. Upon noticing Peach Rabbit's silence, he quickly discerned the situation. Micah then turned to Stella and said, Everyone has worked hard this past month. Take the children out for some fresh air. Frankly, I'm concerned about the potential consequences of keeping them cooped up. They have been rigorously trained by their devilish superior. Micah, for an entire month, the mental strain they had endured was considerable, and if they didn't unwind a bit, Micah genuinely feared they might develop some form of psychological ailment. Such things are notoriously difficult to remedy. Therefore, they needed to relax thoroughly. After all, in just a few days, Micah had devised an even more terrifying special training regimen awaiting them. In this regard, he had undoubtedly learned the essence of Garp's teachings. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Stella nodded, understanding that Peach Rabbit likely had some confidential information to convey to Micah. She then led the others away. After spending so many days together, Stella had evidently assumed a vice-captain-like role. Tap, tap, tapped at that moment. Yixiao entered the courtyard, holding a blind cane and tapping it on the ground. Upon entering the backyard, he suddenly paused. Then, as if he were not blind at all, gazed in the direction of Micah and Peach Rabbit. Oh, you have business. Should I take my leave? No need, Mr. Yixiao. You can listen in without any issue. Peach Rabbit invited him to stay, her curiosity piqued by this middle-aged, blind man. According to Smoker, who had a penchant for loose lips within the Sword Special Task Force, Micah seemed to have summoned this individual from the New World's Joy Street. However, Yixiao had never displayed any combat capabilities, instead behaving like an ordinary blind person. If it weren't for his uncanny, luck-driven gambling prowess, she might have thought Micah had finally erred in judgment this time. Micah cast a curious glance at Yixiao. By the way, why did you return so early today? Don't you usually wait until training is over to return from the casino at mealtime? Gambling is the sole passion of my life. Major Micah, Yixiao shook his head, continuing, As for why I returned, it's because I sensed the intensity of your battle with Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and felt compelled to come back to witness the spectacle, or rather, to see what transpired that led to a draw of swords among Navy comrades. You let something slip there. However, Peach Rabbit discerned the inconsistency. Ever since she and Micah had thoroughly eradicated the gang on Shambadi Island, only one neutral casino without any background remained. This casino was essentially positioned diagonally from the Special Task Force's base. In other words, this blind man, Yixiao, had traversed the entire Shambadi Island to sense the battle between Micah and her, returning within mere minutes. While his intention was to observe, it seemed rather peculiar, didn't it? Sean, what are you daydreaming about? Micah waved his hand in front of Peach Rabbit's face, bringing her back to reality. So, what exactly happened? Well, it turns out that the Golden Lion has escaped from prison. So soon? Micah was not particularly surprised. After all, he had long anticipated this occurrence. Impel Down was reputed to be the ultimate prison from which escape was impossible. In truth, many of the most formidable inmates within the 6th level had the ability to escape at a significant cost. However, over the years, only the Golden Lion had been willing to pay that price. He severed his own legs to free himself from the Sea Prism Stone and became the first prisoner in history to escape from Impel Down. The reason for informing you is that after escaping from Impel Down, he encountered Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku, who were unable to stop the fully formed Golden Lion from fleeing. Before his escape, he left a message for you. Micah was taken aback. What message? Why would he leave a message for me? It is not as if I share any significant rapport with the Golden Lion. Has that lion gone senile? Or has the ship's rudder on his head finally made him lose his mind? The original message was, tell that little guy with wings that I'm waiting for him in the New World. So, do you have any prior agreement with the Golden Lion? In truth, Micah hadn't quite caught the latter part of Peach Rabbit's sentence. Upon hearing the original message, he was already stunned. What? The Golden Lion is heading to the New World. Wasn't he supposed to escape from Impel Down and then flee to the East Blue? After Roger's surrender, he lost all trust in people and began seeking individuals to study and modify powerful beasts to serve as his subordinates. Then he lay low for 2 decades, only to be drawn into the theatrical production by the destined protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, leading to his ultimate downfall? Quite frankly, that latter half of his life sounds rather tragic. But now, he is off to the New World. This signifies that such a scenario is now utterly impossible. As for the loss of his 2 legs, the Golden Lion had unhesitatingly severed them because they bore no impact on his combat capabilities. The true reason he could not unleash his full power and had become somewhat deranged was always that dangerous ship's rudder. And the New World, with its myriad of bizarre phenomena, might just provide a solution for the rudder affixed to his forehead. After pondering for such an extended period, have any thoughts materialized? No, nothing substantial. I merely find it fascinating how coincidences can be both miraculous and infuriating. Mika L. sighed, as Roger embarked on a tumultuous era, yet the presence of the Golden Lion only intensified the unpredictability of this chaotic world. He too must brace himself. After all, amidst the unstoppable torrent of time, to avoid being swept away or even to fiercely oppose the world government, one must transform the Navy into a formidable Ark of Noah, capable of withstanding any tumult. The first and most crucial step toward achieving this is to simultaneously enhance the Navy's combat prowess and its dominion over the myriad forces of the sea. This implies that, beyond the land of Wano, other sources of manpower must also be approached. Furthermore, it is imperative to establish more naval branches, such as the one currently underway in Alabasta, where preparations for construction materials are already in motion. Although the waters of the New World are exceedingly murky, the Navy must expertly navigate its control over Paradise and the 4 seas. However, for Mika L. to accomplish these ambitions, he undoubtedly requires the support of the Old Man and Granny Crane. It seems he should begin to instill some unorthodox, yet beneficial ideologies in the Old Man, Granny Crane, and the future admirals, allowing them to witness the formidable influence of Mr. Democracy and Mr. Justice. Mika L., your smile possesses a rather sinister quality. Hush, do not tarnish my reputation. This is merely a wise smile, one of meticulous planning and foresight. Chapter 49. The Kingdom of Salb, the Navy with Wings. Ah. Look, Ace, it's Grandpa. Garp made a silly face at the 1-year-old Ace, who responded with an inexplicable look of disdain. Due to Mika L's intervention, Ace's birth was not delayed beyond 20 months. Rather, he was born at a normal time. Thus, Ace is a year older than in the original story. Grandpa, you're ugly. Ah, you little rascal certainly knows how to crack a joke. Garp confidently ruffled Ace's small head. How innocent are the words of children. Father, Admiral Sengoku has arrived. The voice of Lugio echoed from outside the courtyard, and Garp looked up just in time to see Sengoku entering. Sengoku was not clad in naval uniform, but wore a formal white suit issued internally. Do you have any sense of propriety? It has been an entire month since you conferred honors upon Mika L., and all you do is play with your grandson at home. Though I do not expect much from you regarding G3. At the very least, make an appearance at the naval headquarters. Humph. How could you? An old bachelor, comprehend the joy of spending time with a grandson. Before indulging in such pleasures, you should first recognize your responsibilities. You old scoundrel, Sengoku berated Garp a few times, appearing somewhat relieved, and then sat beside him, gently poking Ace's cheek with a finger. The theoretical adversaries met in a most peculiar first encounter. Sengoku's movements were cautious, as he had never directly interacted with an infant. Even when he rescued Razanani and Mikael, they were no longer small. Away with you. Your finger is almost thicker than Ace's arm. Garp disdainfully swatted Sengoku's hand away. You did not come here merely to scold me, did you? Scold you? I could have killed you. Sengoku's anger flared as he spoke of your dear son, Monkey D. Dragon, who, after leaving the Navy, formed a self-righteous army. He has now overthrown a kingdom's regime. W.H. The self-righteous army indeed intervened in the civil war of the Kingdom of Salb. I am aware of that. But how could a mere protest movement manage to topple a regime? Garp was utterly astonished upon hearing Sengoku's words that he knew how powerful his son was, but overthrowing a nation was not something one could achieve solely through individual strength. Even Kaido, when invading Wano, had to establish a puppet regime. The Kingdom of Salb is a formidable power in the South Sea and one of the staunchest opponents of the abolition of human trafficking and slavery, emulating the Celestial Dragons. And yet, this very nation was simply overthrown by a government that said so. How could Sengoku be unaware that the ruler of this nation is a tyrant? How could he not recognize that the actions of this country are entirely unrelated to justice? Yet, for the sake of balance and relative peace, he is compelled to turn a blind eye to such circumstances under the orders of the world government. From a purely personal perspective, he might even believe Dragon's actions to be justified. However, he is a vice admiral, the highest decision-maker of the Navy. The existence of a self-righteous army cannot be tolerated. I am here to inform you that Monkey D. Dragon will be placed on the Navy's bounty list starting today, with a reward of 1 billion berries. Sengoku initially thought Garp would be shocked or even enraged by this news, but he found his old friend had not even lifted his head. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately recalled a certain characteristic of Garp. Observing the bubble of mucus forming at Garp's nose, Sengoku swallowed all his words and turned to leave the room. Vice Admiral Sengoku, are you leaving so soon? Rouge, who was hanging out laundry in the courtyard, curiously inquired upon seeing Sengoku exit. Yes, indeed. That old rascal Garp has fallen asleep again. I could see this moment. Sengoku gazed at Rouge's platinum-colored long hair. He had not paid much attention before, but now that he looked closely, the color bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain adopted son of his, almost identical in sheen to be by the way. Rouge, what did you name your child? Ace. Yes, he's already 1 year old. What a coincidence. Sengoku shook his head, then cast a deep glance at Rouge. The issue of a child's education must be taken seriously. We cannot allow Ace to follow in Dragon's footsteps, becoming part of the self-righteous army or even a pirate or something of the sort. 3 days later, in the Kingdom of Salb. Overthrowing a tyrannical government proved far simpler than anticipated. Sitting at a table, Ivankov tilted his enormous head, performing peculiar yoga poses, but the subsequent task of nation-building was proving exceedingly arduous. This may be challenging, yet it is a step we must take. Monkey D. Dragon sat at a similarly cluttered desk, stating, "We are here to liberate the citizens, to overthrow the tyrannical nobles, and usher the nation into equality and peace, rather than leaving behind a desolate mess." Mr. Dragon is correct. Mere military force cannot bring about global peace. Establishing a new order after the overthrow is key. The white-haired woman, carrying more documents, entered the room and spoke thusly that it was Alvia, now donned in the attire of the self-righteous army. Since our chief strategist has said so, I suppose I must set aside my grievances and work diligently. Rather than work, I believe you should first take a look at them. Alvia smiled, set down her documents, and then opened the door once more. 2 individuals entered. Ivankov leapt up, executing a somersault from behind the table. Kuma, Ginny, my dear little brothers, you truly look the part in those outfits, just as I said when I rescued you from prison. Let us change this world, and the first step in changing the world is to tackle these documents together. Sitting outside the door, Saron lowered his head, glancing at the excited Ivankov, and remarked, "Come now." Hee hee, you just want to slack off. Instantly, the room filled with joyous laughter. Though the kingdom of Salb lay in ruins, its citizens were filled with hope for a new life. Thus, shortly after the war, they began the arduous task of rebuilding their homeland. The living honored the deceased in this manner, keeping themselves occupied, using busyness and time to soothe their wounds. Meanwhile, the self-righteous army, led by Monkey D. Dragon, also did not remain idle, joining in the reconstruction across various sectors. This naturally included the renowned Jinny and Kuma of the Kingdom of Salb. However, today, Jinny and Kuma arrived at the church, once a place of healing for the citizens of Salb and the warriors of the self-righteous army, only to find a peculiar figure seated there, dressed in a naval officer's uniform, with wings sprouting from his back, and emanating a gentle light. He had miraculously restored the health of a gravely ill elderly man. "Thank you, naval officer. May God bless you, old man." After sending the elderly man away, the peculiar figure turned to Kuma and Jinny, revealing a warm smile. "Might you lead me to Brother Dragon?" Chapter 50. A reunion of old friends. "The king is dead. Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to meet the captain?" Jinny, suspicious, stuffed the last morsel of meat from the bone in her mouth and inquired, as for why it is Captain Dragon. "The captain's elder brother, which makes him my brother too." However, to distinguish between Dragon and Ivankov, Dragon has become the captain in Jinny's vocabulary, and this strange naval officer before them dares to request an audience with the captain? To understand the perspective of Jinny, who was once a slave in God's Valley, it is evident that she harbors a rather unfavorable impression of both the celestial dragons and the Navy. After fleeing to the kingdom of Salb, she witnessed certain members of the South Sea Navy colluding with King Baikili of Salb. Hence, the Navy officer before her must surely be a threat to their leader, Xiong. Capture him at once. Wait, he just healed the elderly gentleman from the Lin family. Surely he cannot be a villain. Xiong's inherently kind and pure heart made him particularly sensitive to the goodwill and malice emanating from others, from the man standing before them. He sensed not a trace of malevolence, although the bloodstains on his cuffs appeared somewhat jarring. As his gem-like blue eyes regarded them, a hint of compassion flickered within them. "Foolish Xiong, this is undoubtedly a ruse to deceive us," Jinny retorted stubbornly, then turned to the ever-gentle and smiling Navy officer. "State your name. My apologies for neglecting to introduce myself. I am Rear Admiral Michael of the Navy headquarters." Michael nodded respectfully to the unfortunate couple now clad in the uniforms of the self-defense forces. "Perhaps you're unaware, but I have known your brother, Dragon, since our childhood. This moment." Xiong leaned down and whispered in Jinny's ear. "He does not seem to harbor any ill intentions that a single man could hardly stir up a tempest. If he could easily defeat us on his own, why would he need us to guide him?" Jinny, feeling somewhat exasperated, slapped her forehead and turned towards the former royal palace of Salb, now the camp of the self-defense forces. "I apologize. I have never been particularly fond of the Navy. I completely understand. As a former slave of God's Valley, your surprise at our restraint in not attacking upon first sight is indeed remarkable," Michael replied, walking alongside Xiong. However, his words elicited an expression of astonishment from Xiong's honest face. Michael patted his arm and chuckled. "Ah, there's no need to be so tense. I simply possess a bit more knowledge than you do. It is rather regrettable that your circumstances back then were so dire that you lacked the opportunity to eliminate a few celestial dragons, that a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent suddenly pierced through Michael's smiling gaze, causing Xiong to shudder, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Was the Navy not merely a pawn of the celestial dragons? As they strolled through the streets of the kingdom of Salb, Michael could clearly feel the peculiar glances directed at him from all directions. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems our Navy is not particularly well received in this place where the flames of liberation were first ignited." Nevertheless, Michael felt satisfied overall. Dragon was indeed a naturally rebellious spirit. His first foray into action demonstrated the significance of establishing a new order in the aftermath of war. Moreover, those donned in the self-defense forces uniforms on the streets were all individuals of conviction and noble ideals. This troop truly held promise. Soon, accompanied by Xiong, Michael arrived at the royal palace of Salb. At this moment, a contingent from the self-defense forces was busy transporting vast treasures from the palace's treasury, meticulously cataloging all assets to convert them into money to support the reconstruction of the Kingdom of Solb. The remaining funds would be used to procure weaponry and all essential supplies. The Kingdom of Solb is merely the beginning. It is by no means the end. Our goal is to liberate the entire world. Michael gazed at Monkey D. Dragon, who was orchestrating the self-defense forces, filled with deep emotion. In his past days within the Navy, Dragon often bore a stern countenance, particularly cold towards the likes of Gecko Moria and Akainu. Yet now, although he still wore a serious expression, he no longer exuded a lifeless aura. His resolute will shattered the gloom that had once shrouded his eyes. Thus, it could be said that Dragon had truly descended into the depths of the sea. Having finished directing the scene, Dragon approached the towering Xiong. "Xiong, is something amiss?" he inquired, raising his gaze to meet Xiong's face. "That I just saw Ginny storming into the warehouse. Shouldn't today be your time for voluntary medical consultations?" "Well, it appears that someone had already healed all the patients before we arrived, even restoring the ailing elder from the Lin family. He claims to be a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he wishes to meet you." Upon finishing, Xiong stepped aside, revealing Michael, who stood beside him. "Dragon, my good brother, how have you been?" Michael greeted, a smile gracing his face. Dragon's eyes widened in surprise, and the next moment, he swung a powerful fist towards Michael's head without hesitation. Hey, do you still see me as a child?" Michael flapped his wings and swiftly dodged the strike. "Rear Admiral, you've dropped the pretense, haven't you?" Dragon waved his hand, dispersing his haki, clearly no longer wishing to maintain a facade. He regarded the young man he had met during their time in Marineford, feeling a swell of nostalgia. At that time, they were both aware of each other's secrets. Michael knew Dragon intended to leave the Navy, while Dragon recognized Michael's monstrous talent. Now, that seemingly ordinary boy had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral. What had changed him? Is that even human language? Michael retorted, observing Dragon, whose face bore no signs of having grown up yet. "What do you mean by pretending? I was merely a bit lazy back then. Let us set aside past grievances for the moment." Dragon interrupted, waving his hand. "What brings you to the Kingdom of Solb? Were you sent by Admiral Sengoku or the old man?" "Ah, you're so impatient." Michael replied, one hand behind his back, the other pointing at Dragon. "Am I not allowed to visit my long-lost elder brother? Perhaps lend a hand in reinforcing your convictions and mental fortitude." Upon hearing this, Dragon turned to an officer responsible for intelligence gathering within the self-defense forces. After receiving confirmation that no Navy ships were present in the vicinity of the Kingdom of Solb, he finally believed Michael's words. Of course, Michael bore no ill will towards his older brother. Had Dragon asked him to initiate a rebellion to liberate the world, he would have approached the matter with even greater caution. "Friend, even if you were my own father, I would still need to verify your background." Just as Dragon was about to speak, a self-defense force soldier came sprinting from the direction of the prison. "Chief, this is bad. The former king we had imprisoned is dead." Upon hearing this, Xiong instinctively glanced at the bloodstains on Michael's cuff. Could it be mere coincidence? Dead? Bai Keeley is dead. Dragon furrowed his brow. This development conflicted with his plans. He had intended for Bai Keeley to face a public trial before the citizens of Solb, thereby demonstrating that no one is inherently inferior and that royal power is not eternal. But now, damn it, I had envisioned a gradual transition. Dragon's expression darkened as he suddenly turned to Michael. "Michael, what exactly did you say you came here for? To meet my dear older brother, and to help reinforce your revolutionary convictions and mental fortitude?" Michael replied. Dragon abruptly seized Michael by the collar, his voice icy as he declared, "So it was you, wasn't it? Just so you know, I absolutely did not provoke that woman named Ginny." Michael immediately frowned. Retorting in a similar tone, "I was referring to the former king of Solb, Bai Keeley." "Oh, that shameless old cur. Yes, it was indeed I who severed his head." I could see the mention of Bai Keeley. Michael's demeanor shifted, and he even nodded with a hint of smile. Dragon's lips twitched. This imp's antics remained as outrageous as ever that he had previously concocted schemes to pilfer Sengoku's Sunbae and frame his own foolish father. Now he had nonchalantly derailed Dragon's upcoming plans. Yet, while Dragon felt a pang of frustration, he did not harbor anger. His instinct had been to eliminate Bai Keeley swiftly, but he had reconsidered, feeling that such an action would be no different from the world government. Thus, he had altered his approach, opting for a national public trial to exile Baikili from the Kingdom of Salb. You have overstepped your bounds. Michael Dragon's voice remained calm, unaffected by the death of Baikili. Yet, Michael, with a demeanor that suggested he was unfazed by the consequences of his actions, left Dragon feeling utterly exasperated. How had this attitude begun to mirror that of his father? I merely came to assist you, my dear brother Dragon, Michael said cheerfully, gently prying Dragon's hand from his collar. After adjusting his collar, he gestured towards the self-defense force officers gathering around, including Ginny, who had rushed out of the warehouse upon hearing the commotion. Look at your comrades, Dragon. When they heard of Baikili's demise, the first glimmer in their eyes was one of satisfaction. It was a disdain for the guilty and compassion for the suffering. Ginny, bewildered by what she had just heard from Michael, stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, she burst into laughter. Yet, as her laughter echoed, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her smile, intermingled with sorrow, resonated with an overwhelming sense of grievance for someone like her, who had once been a slave in the Valley of the Gods. The death of Baikili was far more than the demise of an insufferable king. It was a poignant reminder that the oppressive rulers of the world, who loomed like dark clouds overhead, had been momentarily pierced by a ray of sunlight, albeit through a minuscule opening. Even if that opening was too small to be deemed significant, it was more than enough for Ginny. Xiong stepped forward and gently embraced Ginny, offering soft words of comfort. Why, in the face of such joyous news, did she weep? Xiong, humans are peculiar creatures, capable of laughing until they cry. Michael said nothing, merely giving Long a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yet Long remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on Ginny and Xiong. Although he had begun to formulate a plan to overthrow the world government and reshape the entire world, he was still profoundly affected by the smile that Ginny had just displayed, a smile adorned with tears, yet brimming with happiness and liberation. That it was breathtakingly beautiful. Manchi D. Long, he uttered, uncertain whether he was referring to Ginny or to the more splendid world he envisioned. Oh, Alvia, it has been quite some time. Mr. Michael, indeed it has been a while. Alvia raised her head to see Michael striding confidently into the room. She paused momentarily, though her surprise was minimal, for she had come here through Michael's introduction. Thus, even seeing him in the temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army did not astonish her much. How has Robin been faring lately? Quite well, I must say, though she is only 8, as Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit's aide. Her performance surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Michael replied with a smile that I received quite a scolding from Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit thanks to that little prodigy, Robin. Upon hearing news of Robin, Alvia's face brightened with a hint of joy. Just then, Long entered with Ginny and Xiong in tow. Michael, how did you know I required the expertise of an O'Hara archaeologist like Alvia? The most lethal blow to the world government lies in the truth of the blank century. Michael replied with a shrug. Given your intellect, it shouldn't be beyond your grasp. Ginny looked at Michael in surprise, taken aback by how casually he spoke to her leader. Xiong, who exactly is this person? How could the captain allow a Navy officer into the Revolutionary Army's base? I'm not entirely certain, but he must be an old acquaintance of Captain Long from his days in the Navy. I heard that he was the one who killed Baikili. Indeed, he's quite the ruthless individual, Ginny remarked, crossing her arms and adopting a pose of feigned cleverness before turning to sit aside, seemingly uninterested. Yet, Xiong continued to observe Michael intently, his compassion when saving lives juxtaposed with the smile he bore when admitting to killing. The conflicting aura surrounding him sparked immense curiosity to know. A Navy officer has appeared here. What transpired? Has the reputation of the Revolutionary Army garnered the attention of the Navy? Ha! Wow, what a huge face! Michael was startled by a massive visage suddenly appearing outside the window. He turned along and said, I thought your Revolutionary Army wouldn't have so many faceless individuals like the Navy. Enough, Michael. Do you have any business here? Long brushed Michael's hand aside, and if not, you may leave that. Oh, my memory. I do have something. Michael replied, retrieving a wanted poster from his pocket. Congratulations, Manchi Long. You have successfully made it onto the Navy's wanted list, starting at a bounty of $1 billion. I almost wish to capture you for the reward. Chapter 52. The Revolutionary Army established. What? Ivankov leaped in through the window, snatching the wanted poster. His expression darkened instantly, and with that enormous face, he exuded an imposing presence that is the world government acting so swiftly, merely intervening in the civil war of Salb Kingdom, and they've already issued a bounty. Michael reclaimed the wanted poster from Ivankov's grasp and placed it on the table. Now, all the core members of the Revolutionary Army have gathered in this room. Do not be so naive. The world government has had its sights set on you for quite some time. You have merely been engaged in protests and parades previously, which they deemed not worthy of their concern. However, now that you have altered your approach and truly overthrown a member nation of the world government, reducing their heavenly gold influence, that is something they cannot tolerate. Fortunately, you are still far from being at the top of their intolerable list. Michael gestured to the wanted poster on the table. Otherwise, Captain Long's bounty would not merely be $1 billion. Michael's words doused the fervor of the Revolutionary Army members like a cold splash of water, only to later warm them with a bowl of hot soup once their heads cooled. Including Long, everyone had underestimated the situation, thinking that toppling one kingdom would suffice to replicate their actions in every nation under tyrannical rule. In reality, the Sol Kingdom was merely the beginner's level. Had Jinny and Xiong's friends not been captured by the Sol Kingdom to threaten Xiong, he could have single-handedly leveled the kingdom, even now, when he had yet to learn many combat techniques. Michael surveyed the room and noted that all the members of the Revolutionary Army had fallen into silence. Well, why does everyone look as if they have just lost a loved one? Michael clapped his hands. But you are fortunate, for I have arrived. I was just about to say, why is this Navy officer standing here with a face that says, "I'm one of you"? Jinny suddenly realized, why is everyone accepting that he can be here? Her words snapped everyone back to attention. Yet Michael remained unfazed, patting Long's shoulder. Why do I stand here? Because my aspirations are fundamentally no different from those of the Revolutionary Army. You wish to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. I, on the other hand, desire the celestial dragons and the world government to be erased without a trace. To achieve this goal, I will spare no effort in uniting all possible forces. Long was taken aback, murmuring, "Uniting all possible forces?" Michael nodded without hesitation. Precisely. This is the first step toward revolution. The first step for the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Long echoed. Do you not think the name Revolutionary Army is becoming less fitting? Michael spread his wings, his feet gradually lifting off the ground. This world, under the dominion of the celestial dragons and the world government, has rotted beyond repair. It can only be dismantled and rebuilt. I know that some pirates are as noble as the most esteemed knights. I also know that some Navy officers are as ruthless as the most wicked villains. Unite all forces, using ourselves as the torch to illuminate this path of revolution. For those who sacrifice greatly dare to change the heavens and the earth. Now, we have ignited a spark on the land of Salb. The blaze will surely spread. As Michael reached this point, he extended his arms, looking joyfully at the members of the Revolutionary Army. Shall we stir up a revolution together, my friends? A time-honored craft, quality assurance, and verifiable achievements. Hey, everyone, hurry to Salb's Grand Square. Tonight, we celebrate our victory with a feast. I said everyone, put aside your work for tonight. Moreover, tonight, Captain Long has significant matters to announce. The Revolutionary Army's messenger rushed through the streets, spreading the word. Regardless of whether they were civilians or members of the Revolutionary Army, they set down their tools and gathered with their families at Salb's Grand Square. The square was already overflowing with food and drink, procured by Xiong and Jinny in the afternoon. Everyone, please take your seats quickly. With the spirited call of the local chieftain, Jinny, everyone gathered around the bonfire, seating themselves upon the ground, regardless of whether they were soldiers or civilians. They mingled together in a harmonious assembly. Soon, the atmosphere of merriment began to prevail. All present had been under considerable strain recently, and the anguish of war had finally found an outlet for release. Without distinction, they raised their glasses in celebration of their newfound lives. Simultaneously, it was a moment of commemoration, a tribute to those who had suffered and perished in the throes of conflict, hoping they might find eternal rest. After indulging in a few more drinks, Ivankov began to perform a humorous and eccentric dance before the bonfire. His enormous face did not instill fear. Instead, it brought tears of laughter to the children's eyes. As the revelry continued, no one left their seats, instead turning their attention to Monkey D. Dragon and the peculiar figure beside him, adorned with a pair of pristine white wings. Under his leadership, this nation had been liberated from the top down. The king had been deposed, and the policies of enslavement abolished. Everyone was embracing a rebirth. All of this stemmed from this man and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army behind him, akin to a beacon of light pushing open the doors of despair amidst the darkness. With the dawn of the great pirate era, the will for freedom once again truly shook the seas. These warriors fighting for freedom ignited their fury against the world government and the celestial dragons. The citizens of the Salb Kingdom, along with the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. I am Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon rose to his feet, his deep voice enveloping the entire square. In an instant, silence fell upon the crowd. They awaited, anticipating what this man, who had liberated the Salb Kingdom, would proclaim. The former king, Bicoli, had been executed by the Revolutionary Army. A new tomorrow awaited the Salb Kingdom. Upon hearing that the tyrant Bicoli, who had sought to imitate the celestial dragons, had been executed, many citizens of the Salb Kingdom, particularly those hailing from the lawless southern territories, began to weep softly. The demon that had brought them such a wretched existence was finally dead. Beneath their tears, the light of hope gradually filled their eyes. After a brief pause, Dragon continued. From this day forth, the Revolutionary Army shall officially be renamed the Revolutionary Corps. Together, we shall change the world. We will pull down the lofty, celestial dragons. Chapter 53. Unite all possible forces. The establishment of the Revolutionary Corps was not an event of great significance. It might not even come to the attention of the world government before the liberation of another nation. The bounty of 1 billion placed upon Monkey D. Dragon by the world government served more as a warning than a statement of actual threat. After all, it was merely the overthrow of a nation in the South Seas. To the world government, the threat posed by this was even less significant than the burgeoning pirates gathering in paradise during the first half of the Grand Line that in the original narrative. The world government held a similar contempt for the Revolutionary Corps that it was not until 14 years later, in the year 1516 of the sea calendar, during that year's world meeting, that the world government began to take Dragon and the Revolutionary Corps seriously, recognizing them as a potential major threat in the next 5 to 6 years. Thus, the Revolutionary Corps still had ample time to develop in the shadows. This moment, the banquet had drawn to a close, and the citizens, along with the members of the Revolutionary Corps, after experiencing the momentous occasion of the Corps establishment, finally calmed down and returned home to rest. Meanwhile, the cadres of the Revolutionary Corps gathered around a table at their base, discussing the most pressing matters at hand. That we are still lacking funds, and it is foreseeable that as the Revolutionary Corps grows in numbers, food will soon become a significant issue as well. The world is not merely populated by us as a revolutionary force. We must do our utmost to assist those who wish to resist tyranny. For those who join us, we must provide them with weapons and teach them to fight. I need a grand army that can one day spread across the globe. Dragon stated from his position at the head of the table. Yet, all eyes, including Dragoness, shifted to the man slumped in a chair beside him. Keep discussing the meeting. Why are you looking at me? There are no sandal marks on my face. Michael glanced around, somewhat perplexed. You are the chief of staff of our Revolutionary Corps? Ginny exclaimed, pointing at Michael's face. Stop acting as if this doesn't concern you. It was you who urged us to join the revolution. Kekuma, hurry up and shut your big fool of a woman's mouth, or let her yell even louder. So everyone knows that Rear Admiral Michael is the chief of staff of your Revolutionary Corps, though Ginny had always held a slight animosity towards him as a member of the Navy. Michael found it impossible to be angry with her. It was too tragically enough to give him an additional reason to take down those celestial dragons. Although Ginny was rather hot-headed, her words did bear some truth. Dragon nodded and turned to Michael. I would like to hear your opinion. Brother Dragon, what you say is fundamentally sound, but is rather vague. Michael straightened in his chair as he spoke, though he was somewhat laid back. He held immense respect and admiration for the traditional craftsmanship of his ancestors. When it comes to revolution, The attitude is crucial that as I mentioned before. We must assist those resisting tyranny. That is undoubtedly correct. Michael spread out a world map on the table, but your resolve is still insufficient. Why must it only be those resisting tyranny who are our allies? What about those royal families who, despite ruling their nations, still ensure their citizens live happily under the oppressive weight of the world government? What of the rare, uncorrupted officials within the world government? What of those who are essentially adventurers and treasure seekers, but carry the title of pirates? Do not be surprised. Revolution is about uniting all possible forces that, as long as it can genuinely reshape and transform this world. I see no harm in sharing a drink and sitting at the same table with my enemies. With each word Michael uttered, the expressions of the Revolutionary Corps cadres changed. This theory was something they had never encountered before. Yet after hearing it, they felt as though they had received a profound revelation. Is this what it means to have the consciousness of a revolution? Unite all possible forces. Monkey D. Dragon repeatedly mulled over this phrase, his eyes gradually shining with intensity. There was nothing wrong with his objective. Rather, it was his approach that lacked total commitment. Michael was correct. Why limit the Revolutionary Corps to alliances with only those who resist tyranny? Anyone dissatisfied with the world government could be welcomed into the revolutionary ranks. Indeed, our foremost goal is to overthrow the world government. Thus, any faction that is beneficial to our revolutionary aims can be allied with. We must distinguish between primary and secondary issues before addressing the main conflict. There is no need to concern ourselves with secondary ones. Michael suddenly raised his head. Goodness, have you already started to draw connections after such a short discussion? It's no wonder they say you are the embodiment of rebellion. Michael wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued to gaze at the world map. Brother Dragon, as for the issues of funding and food, they can also be resolved quite well. For funds, we can simply rob the celestial gold. Michael pointed to several fixed shipping routes. Generally speaking, the celestial gold is transported from several fixed routes by allied nations to designated locations, where it is then taken over by the world government as work ships or navy vessels, and subsequently transported to Mariwa. But wouldn't that mean we are robbing the impoverished citizens of their money? Ginny finally ceased frowning, her question imbued with an untainted clarity. The exceptionally tall Kuma beside her cast the same questioning gaze at Michael. Michael exchanged a glance with Dragon, somewhat helpless. Ginny and Kuma were still too naive, viewing the situation from a rather one-sided perspective. Let us not even discuss how you would return the wealth to its rightful owners. Michael tapped his own head, urging them to think critically. Before a successful revolution, even if the wealth were returned to them, it would merely be waiting to be extorted again. Therefore, it is better to take from the people and use it for the people. Accelerating the revolution with these resources is the greatest return you can offer to those who have contributed the celestial gold. Ginny and Kuma exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a long while. Michael did not elaborate further to the two of them, but pointed to the map, indicating the location of the East Sea. Here, Brother Dragon, your homeland, Windmill Village in the East Sea, along with the surrounding islands, is renowned for its abundant resources, particularly Frost Moon Village, which typically yields several times or even dozens of times the amount of food compared to the surrounding areas, with vast food reserves. Frost Moon? Dragon paused, startled. That Frost Moon from Wano country? Precisely, Frost Moon Kengo, the renowned swordsmith from Wano country. Chapter 54. The Celestial Dragons are approaching. This is undoubtedly good news. Why have the people of Wano country appeared in the East Sea? At present, there is only one speculation. It is possible that they are following a departed acquaintance. Michael shook his head. If he were to elaborate too much on this matter, it would surely invite suspicion. Knowing certain significant events is one thing, but being overly familiar with trivial matters is somewhat peculiar. Xuanyue Gingsan left Wano country during its isolation, perhaps in search of his sister, Xuanyue Jinzi. And who is Xuanyue Jinzi? She is none other than the grandmother of Roronoa Zoro, a disciple of the world's greatest swordsman, and a prominent figure in the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, known as the first fool of the Straw Hat Pirates and one of the most notorious in this era. Regardless, the East Sea is exceptionally rich in resources, and the control exerted by various factions over it is relatively weak. It is undoubtedly the most suitable place to establish a stronghold among the four seas. Moreover, There are numerous regions in the East Sea akin to the Salb Kingdom, a native of the East Sea. You should be more aware of this than I. Right, Brother Long? Long wore a composed expression and nodded. Thus, now that everyone has grasped our true objective, I, as the Chief of Staff, shall issue a new directive. Starting today, Alvia, you are to select a group of individuals with a higher level of education to assist you in the Revolutionary Army's literacy efforts. If suitable candidates are scarce, then make a trip to Alabasta, where Dr. Clover and his team have already established a foothold. Wait. Ginny suddenly panicked. Do you mean we have to learn not just combat, but indeed cultural studies as well? At this point, Michael appeared noticeably excited, his pristine wings unfurling suddenly, casting gentle holy light upon everyone, enveloping them in a wave of warmth. Yet, the smile on his face bore a devilish quality. Conversely, a chill settled in the hearts of all that a group of individuals in their 20s still has to attend school. Listen up, everyone. Power arises from the barrel of a gun, but it is culture and civilization that solidify power. I certainly do not wish to overthrow the world government only for you to remain ignorant and become the next batch of celestial dragons. Michael's voice was exceptionally stern, his eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. In an instant, everyone understood that the Chief of Staff was utterly serious. Michael, where have you been these past few days? Where else could I go? I merely found an uninhabited island to train. Facing Peach Rabbit's inquiry, Michael spoke nonchalantly, devoid of any guilt. You know well, I do not wish for my fruit abilities to become widely known so soon, nor can I risk exposing my whereabouts to the celestial dragons, as they are likely seeking an opportunity to send those CP0 agents after me. Right? Michael shrugged. To be honest, the latter comment was merely a casual remark. Stussy certainly did not report on his encounter. The celestial dragons were probably still feeling aggrieved. Really? Did you only go to train? If you went to a place like Pleasure Street, you would be doomed. I would absolutely report you to the Navy's Internal Affairs Department. Well, since the establishment of the Sword Special Task Force, the Internal Affairs Department no longer has jurisdiction over the conduct of naval officers ranked colonel and above. It has entirely been handed over to us. Michael pointed to his own nose, grinning, meaning that if you report me, you would have to contact my snail. Peach Rabbit opened her mouth, ultimately managing to utter just one word. Shameless. Thank you. After exchanging a few words, Peach Rabbit began to recount the happenings of the past few days to Michael, detailing what the wonderful Pokemon of the Sword Special Task Force had been up to. However, as she described the events, Michael found himself incessantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. These little brats went out to hunt pirates. To be honest, as the Navy, it is perfectly acceptable for them to pursue pirates. However, as the saying goes, one must act within their capabilities. Damn it, these youngsters, while fishing in the sea, hooked the largest great white shark just yesterday, while successfully chasing a group of pirates and piloting their ship back to Sabaody Archipelago. They encountered a small single-person skiff. According to Stella's description to Peach Rabbit, it resembled a coffin. Sitting atop, it was a pale, beardless man with an expressionless demeanor. Her memory was marked by the fiery rage in his eagle-like eyes and a massive black sword. It is said that Rosinante and T-Bone brought back these unfortunate fruit users while swimming back. Upon hearing this, Michael felt that the subordinates he had recruited were indeed somewhat unlucky. They set out to capture a pirate only to encounter the fledgling, hostile to the Navy, known as Hawkeye. Though merely starting out, and of a similar age to Rosinante, his power far exceeded theirs. Furthermore, based on Stella's account, the supreme great sword, Yu, was already in his possession. Thus, it was understandable that others fell victim and ended up in the water. Did Stella and Smoker not react in time? They did not. Peach Rabbit shook her head, asserting that she could easily eliminate this group of youngsters in one blow. However, she was a Navy officer carrying the code name of Color Animal. Moreover, after investigating, Peach Rabbit found that this Hawkeye was merely 21 years old and already had a bounty of 400 million berries. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Navy. The most crucial point is that Mr. Smile was originally supposed to accompany them and provide protection, but he was carted off to the casino. Michael's lips twitched at this operation. That IT was undoubtedly instigated by that rascal Smoker. How are their injuries? The injuries are not severe. The opponent's attacks were directed at the ship rather than the individuals. However, the psychological trauma is quite significant. Peach Rabbit could not help but smile slightly. These little ones have been training well recently, and it is only natural for them to feel a bit proud. Experiencing setbacks can also be beneficial. However, we should still keep an eye on Hawkeye's movements. This time he only targeted the ship, but next time it may not be the same. Such a talent, not belonging to any faction, must either be integrated quickly or dealt with swiftly. Is there any other bad news? Actually, there is. Peach Rabbit's expression grew serious as she continued. The world government has issued a notice that in 3 days, a group of celestial dragons will visit the Sabati archipelago. Peach Rabbit. Michael abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with surprise. This is undeniably splendid news. Chapter 55. Shaki's extortion bar. The journey of the celestial dragons necessitates meticulous and stringent inspections and audits by the world government and the Navy regarding the destination. In fact, they might conduct extensive purging of pirates, gangs, and other potential threats months in advance. Any factors that could pose a danger to the celestial dragons must be eradicated entirely. However, this time, the celestial dragons' visit to the Sabati archipelago is unexpected. The reason for this has left the reception staff of the world government speechless. What do you mean they have come to Sabati archipelago to personally purchase a batch of slaves because there are no good ones available? They even claim that we, who serve as dogs for the celestial dragons, are utterly incompetent. Ridiculous. Since the last great purge, who would dare engage in the slave trade in Sabati archipelago? 2 officials of the celestial dragons strolled through the streets of Island No. 1, which was once the largest slave trading hub in the entire sea. However, following the previous purge, it could aptly be described as desolate. All those slave traders and the gangs that once supported them were essentially wiped out by Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and his aide. The current islands number 1 to 29, even under the Navy's encouragement, have shed their reputation as lawless territories and transformed into resettlement points for the homeless or temporarily displaced former slaves. They hold no interest in slave trading. Although they serve the celestial dragons, having witnessed the suffering of slaves who were tortured to death by them, they harbor a sense of sympathy for their plight. After all, who knows if they might one day find themselves at the whim of a celestial dragon, transformed from world government officials into branded slaves, chained around the neck? Nevertheless, it must be said that with the celestial dragon's level of intelligence, they likely struggle to comprehend why those engaged in the slave trade will be purged by Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Even if they do not understand, it will not prevent them from expressing their rage when they discover there are no slaves available for purchase. The 2 officials lamented more and more, recognizing this as an unsolvable deadlock. As for fleeing. As the officials responsible for paving the way for the celestial dragons, if they were to disappear, they would undoubtedly become targets for the CP0. Those demons lurking beneath their white robes. Just as the 2 were at a loss, suddenly, a tall figure blocked their path. They looked up to find a towering albatross before them. Morgans? The big news Morgans. One of the underground emperors? Indeed, it is I. Morgan's demeanor was exceedingly polite, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. However, the 2 individuals accompanying him, as subordinates of the celestial dragons, were acutely aware of the formidable nature of this great bird. Firstly, his age remained an enigma. The incident at God Valley, which he had exposed, was the catalyst for the public abolition of slavery. Moreover, following this revelation, the world government and the celestial dragons not only refrained from retaliating against Morgan, but instead elevated the World Economic Journal to become the singular mainstream and authoritative media outlet within the realm of One Piece. It was widely recognized that the illustrious journalist Morgan was solely driven by a passion for news. He would never accept bribes nor report on stories he found distasteful, nor did he appreciate external control over his reporting. Is there a reason, Mr. Morgan, for your interruption? One might wonder. It was certainly expected. To halt someone in the street, there must be cause. As Morgan spoke, he draped an arm over the shoulders of the 2 celestial dragon subordinates and began to stroll towards Island 13. Declaring that the bustling street was hardly a suitable venue for conversation. Regardless of their willingness to accompany him, he forcibly led them onward, having some experience in the underworld despite his journalistic background. He possessed a certain degree of combat prowess. After all, he was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, so his physical capabilities were not to be underestimated. After somewhat coercively guiding the two celestial dragon subordinates to Island 13, Morgan stretched his long avian neck, glancing around as if in search of something. Found it, he suddenly exclaimed, striding toward a particular direction while muttering to himself. The two subordinates raised their heads and beheld the destination Morgan had set his sights on, a somewhat concealed tavern. Its sign boldly proclaiming Shaki as extortion it was evident that this establishment was anything but reputable. Who in their right mind would advertise extortion? The pair could only grumble internally, fearing that such thoughts might provoke the ire of this avian figure, potentially leading to their untimely demise. As Morgan pushed open the door, a cheerful chime of wind bells rang out, striking an incongruous note with the tavern's sinister sign. Upon entering, Morgan shoved the two celestial dragon subordinates forward before settling himself at the counter. Engaging in conversation with the proprietress, Shaki, who was busy polishing glasses. "Shaki, pour me a pint of pure barley beer to calm my nerves," he exclaimed. "Damn it, I'm a journalist. My hands are meant for capturing groundbreaking news images, not for extortion, though I must admit, I have engaged in such unsavory dealings before. Yet since the God Valley incident, I have not personally involved myself in such matters." The woman addressed as Shaki was none other than the former Empress of Amazon Lily, the captain of the Kuja pirates, who had gracefully retired from the pirate world at the tender age of 22. Indeed, Shaki had withdrawn from the scene even earlier than the previous Empress. The flame flowered it was 4 years after her retirement that the world was shaken by the God Valley incident. She poured a glass of exceptionally fine beer and slid it across to Morgan, remarking, Morgan, despite your complaints, your body speaks quite truthfully. Of course, if you were threatened by that creature who, though not a bird, possesses a pair of wings, you too would choose to resume your former profession." Morgan replied, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, seated in a corner, a woman dressed in the traditional garb of the Amazon Lily Empress lifted her head to gaze at Morgan. "Tiske, you're still so cowardly, foul bird," she teased. Morgan furrowed his brow and turned to face her, only to be taken aback upon recognizing her. "Flameflower, after the God Valley incident, you vanished without a trace. How is it that you are here?" The once missing member of the Rocks Pirates, the Amazon Lily's previous Empress, Flameflower, appeared unchanged, her beauty still radiant. "Merely a decade older than Shaki, I have been right here. It's just that no one has sought me out," Flameflower replied. Just as she was about to continue, the back door of the tavern creaked open. A man clad in Revolutionary Army uniform stepped inside, his wings exuding a saintly aura that evoked feelings of inadequacy. Trailing behind him were two men whose presence caused Flameflower's brow to furrow, Rayleigh and Jabba, the stalwarts who had defeated the Rocks Pirates. Esteemed guests, I trust you require no introduction amongst yourselves?" Michael, donned in Revolutionary Army attire, folded his wings upon entering. To be candid, Shaki's tavern is somewhat diminutive. However, for those who may not recognize me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Michael, a Rear Admiral of the Navy, concurrently serving as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. That I would appreciate your discretion regarding my identity. That said, if confidentiality proves burdensome, feel free to label me a malicious rumor monger, for we pirates are accustomed to such slander against benevolent and noble Navy forces. Upon concluding his introduction, Michael gestured for Rayleigh and Jabba to step forward. The two had been lingering in a village within the South Blue, contemplating their next destination after retirement. Michael had reached out to them through Morgan, initially believing their meeting at Barolo Island would be their sole encounter with this young naval officer. However, to their surprise, Michael had sought them out again. Initially, they had suspected this might be a ploy by the Navy to entrap them, but upon reflection, they realized that if the Navy already knew their hiding place, sending agents would suffice, especially to such an unsuitable location for confrontation. Driven by curiosity and the tedium of retirement, they accepted Michael's invitation, unaware they would soon encounter former acquaintances, rather, former adversaries, with the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates and the disappearance of their captain. The two pirate crews, once rivals, now bore no ill will towards one another. Rox had lost and vanished, while Roger had triumphed but met his demise in that fateful clash. Neither victor nor vanquished met a pleasant fate. "Flameflower, what brings you to Shaki's tavern?" Rayleigh inquired, his curiosity piqued about why this woman had become involved. He had known Shaki for quite some time, having first met her upon his arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. "Humph. As the former Empress of Amazon Lily, it is only natural to seek refuge in the home of a junior when one finds oneself without a place to go," Flameflower retorted. Though her voice bore the weight of past grievances. "Former Empress of Amazon Lily?" "Junior," Jabba interjected, his finger gesturing animatedly, realizing that this meant Shaki was the previous Empress. Rayleigh glanced at Shaki, who remained composed, casually smoking a slender cigarette, offering no further explanation. Thus, he had no choice but to stifle his questions for the time being. "Have you all exchanged pleasantries sufficiently?" Michael's warm, inviting smile graced his face as he lightly tapped the table, the sound resonating within the small tavern. "That if you have, let us commence our war council." "War council?" Jabba exclaimed, nearly toppling from his chair. "You cannot be serious. You, a public naval officer and clandestine revolutionary, are about to convene a war council with us. Former pirates? This is beyond comprehension." Though Jabba's incredulity was personal, it echoed the sentiments of all present, save for Morgan. They were baffled by the intentions of this young naval officer. Michael, however, directed his gaze towards the two celestial dragon subordinates, who were now trembling in fear on the floor. He shot a glance at Morgan, who rolled his eyes in response, and only when Michael mimicked a grasping motion did Morgan rise, hoisting the two subordinate officials from the ground and depositing them onto the table encircled by notable figures. The atmosphere was tense, as if they were preparing to consume the two alive. Yet the anticipated chaos did not unfold. Michael rested his chin on his hands, gazing at the two celestial dragon subordinates with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Gentlemen, you are here to scout and plan routes for the celestial dragon's excursion, are you not?" "Why, yes, that is correct," one subordinate stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Please, do not kill us. The celestial dragons will not spare you." "Do not jest. Would the celestial dragons truly incite their wrath over two inept lackeys?" Michael replied, his smile unwavering, yet his gaze icy. This chilling demeanor sent a shiver through Morgan, thankful that he was aligned with this individual. Morgan murmured, choosing to continue sipping his beer. The celestial dragons, eager to purchase new slaves, found themselves unable to do so. Might you, incompetent individuals, become their new slaves instead? As officials, you must surely understand better than I what it means to be a slave to the celestial dragons. The two officials trembled violently. A terror that had long lingered in the depths of their minds surged forth under Michael's questioning. "Never become a slave. And Master Navy, what do you wish to know?" "As long as it spares us from enslavement, we are willing to do anything." "Yes, anything." Michael nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that the dreadful rule of the celestial dragons instilled unease even among those of the same faction. "It is quite simple. Report the route of this celestial dragon's expedition according to this plan. Once accomplished, I assure you, you shall not become slaves." With that, Michael surprisingly stood up, shook hands with the two, and allowed them to leave. "Are you not worried they will report this to the world government?" Morgan whispered. Two small officials were seized by Navy Rear Admiral, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. 2 generations of Amazon Lily's Empress and the right hand of the Pirate King, Rayleigh and Jabba, and taken to a small tavern? Michael scoffed, curling the corner of his mouth. "If you were a member of the world government, would you believe such daydreams? Well then, they have made a good start. Now it is our turn." Michael turned back to the four, who were filled with shock. "What is it? You look as if you've seen a ghost. You actually intend to take action against the celestial dragons?" Rayleigh inquired in a low voice. "Are you not a Navy man?" "But I am also a revolutionary." Michael shrugged nonchalantly, "and it is not I who will take action against the celestial dragons. But you fearsome pirates that I am but the pure and upright Michael." Chapter 57. From pirate nation to Navy nation, the pirates seated at the table exchanged glances. They had never encountered such an unabashed man. "Why should we be tasked with assassinating the celestial dragons?" The first to lose composure was not Jabba, who was typically a bit hot-tempered and had always looked up to Roger after Roger's death. He simply followed Rayleigh. Seeing Rayleigh remain silent, he was not anxious. The one who could not hold back was the Flame Flower, seated directly opposite Michael. This ancient Empress of Amazon Lily was not known for her amiability. In her life, her greatest aversion was being used by others. After declaring her intent, she stood to leave. Before Shaki could reach out to stop her, Michael calmly addressed the Flame Flower. Why should you be the ones tasked with assassinating the celestial dragons? Do I strike you as someone who would have you toil for nothing? Quite so, Rayleigh interjected. You strategists are always up to no good. Indeed, Flame Flower nodded vigorously upon hearing support for her claim. You must be trying to swindle us. Michael shook his head. Is it not a tad too hasty? Thankfully, she did not remain Empress of Amazon Lily for long before setting sail to join the Rock's pirates. However, when I initially prepared to summon you, I had already negotiated the terms with Shaki. Michael's words drew everyone's attention to Shaki, who calmly took a puff of smoke and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I find Michael's terms exceedingly fair, even slightly disadvantageous, making it impossible for us to refuse. That Shaki's statement piqued the curiosity of the Flame Flower and Rayleigh. What could a Navy Rear Admiral propose that we cannot refuse? If it were Garp or Sengoku saying this, I might have believed it. Shaki reached out to soothe the Flame Flower. As a successor nearly a decade younger than her, Shaki appeared to embody the elder role. What terms? You shall know once you listen. Under Shaki's reassurance, the Flame Flower finally resumed her seat, crossing her long legs and folding her arms, scrutinizing Michael with a keen gaze. Speak. Let me see what you propose that I cannot refuse. The smile on Michael's face flickered. In truth, the Flame Flower's reaction was entirely anticipated by him. This was merely the first step of negotiation, capturing the other party's attention. Regardless of their attitude, her focus had been entirely drawn into the matter through a few words. The second step was to lay out all potential interests and future prospects, commonly known as painting a grand picture. This endeavor was initially intended for Shaki's involvement, but you were more suited for it. Therefore, if you can participate in this action, in return, I shall offer amnesty to the entire Amazon Lily, escorting them to transform from a pirate nation into a navy nation. Upon hearing this, apart from Shaki and Morgan, who were already aware of Michael's proposal, the Flame Flower, Rayleigh, and Jabba were all left astounded. What is this fellow saying? To turn a pirate nation into a navy nation? Is he not jesting? Or is it the kind of joke that is too cold to find amusing? Amazon Lily, from its inception, has been a pirate nation. Indeed, it is a pirate nation, but who decrees that once a nation is a pirate nation, it cannot reform? Surely, Your Majesty Flame Flower, you are not the type to believe in the ancestors' law, must not change. Michael tilted his head, inquiring. This question left the Flame Flower at a loss for words. If she were truly that type of person, she would not have relinquished the Empress position to Shaki and then joined the Rock's pirates. Shaki was not that type either. Otherwise, she would not have abdicated after only a few years to retreat. Most importantly, Amazon Lily has never adhered to any ancestral laws in reality. The reason Amazon Lily ventured into piracy was not solely for survival, but also for reproduction and sustenance. After all, there is no miraculous river water that can induce pregnancy simply by drinking. I understand the rationale, but does joining the Navy truly offer a better path? The Flame Flower had evidently begun to regain her composure. The intelligence that once characterized her as Empress of Amazon Lily resurfacing. Even if she despised the celestial dragons, she would not toy with the fate of Amazon Lily until she heard sufficient incentives to sway her. She maintained her dissenting stance. However, upon hearing the Flame Flower's words, Michael felt that he had secured a significant advantage. When you wish to hear my proposal, you implicitly acknowledge my reasoning that I only wish to pose one question. Michael said leisurely, do you believe the three designated admirals of this Navy generation, namely Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu, will become stronger in the future, ascending to true heights? If one of them were to attack Amazon Lily, would you possess the means to resist? One sentence struck at the core. Amazon Lily, in the present view, has no future. While the foundational 9 snake warriors are formidable, any competent warrior can proficiently wield haki and possesses considerable physical prowess. However, such haki is insufficient to withstand the future admirals. Moreover, it cannot counter the buster call. The Navy's war technology, which outstrips that of pirates, is fearsome. No, the flame flower hesitated for a long while, ultimately deflating like a punctured balloon, her spirit waning. Amazon Lily is not a match for the future three admirals. To be precise, neither I nor Shaki can withstand the three admirals. Amazon Lily lacks the high-end combat power. Michael nodded. As expected of someone who has been an empress, her intelligence is indeed commendable during rational moments. After all, few people in the world of One Piece can genuinely manage a nation. Therefore, esteemed Flame Flower. Regarding the current state of Amazon Lily, a wise sage named Kevin Durant devised a solution. If you cannot defeat them, join them. That is merely surrender, you scoundrel. Though the Flame Flower vehemently protested. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Your Majesty Flame Flower, consider the survival and reproduction of Amazon Lily be why joining the Navy. The women of Amazon Lily will no longer need to venture out to seek breeding opportunities. The elite warriors of Amazon Lily, proficient in hockey and skilled in marksmanship and martial arts, are the most coveted soldiers for the Navy. The next Empress of Amazon Lily, as long as she is not inferior to the two of you, will undoubtedly secure the position of elite rear admiral. Thus, congratulations, a new faction within the Navy led by the Empress of Amazon Lily and the elite rear admirals of the Navy will be born. And all of this requires you to act as an assassin, eliminating the celestial dragons, while I will handle the rest. Chapter 58. Assassination? No, punish the celestial dragons. The words spoken by Michael are entirely grounded in reality. The quality of naval recruitment over the years has significantly declined. The three appointed admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, along with these five formidable individuals known by their color and animal code names, represent the apex of naval recruitment. One might even say it is a mere flicker of past glory. In the ensuing 20 years, the quality of naval enlistment is bound to deteriorate year after year. Even a coward like KB can be considered the Navy's hope. Such a hope is indeed rather comical. Therefore, to rectify this situation and to smooth his revolutionary path, it is imperative to reform the sources of recruitment. The multitude of swordsmen from Wano is part of this plan. Likewise, the female warriors of Amazon Lily, adept in archery and armed hockey, are also integral to the scheme. After all, the infusion of new blood is essential for an organization that has devolved into mere lackeys to find an opportunity for rebirth. However, if I were to assassinate the celestial dragons, I would undoubtedly be relentlessly pursued by CP0. This is the price to pay. Michael chuckled. As the Emperor of Amazon Lily, do you possess the courage to make sacrifices for this nation? Fireflower slightly parted her lips, and a flicker of struggle crossed her stunning visage. Doubt and guilt intertwined within her. The doubt was directed towards Michael's plan, while the guilt was for Amazon Lily and Shaki. In her reckless youth, she had ultimately chosen to abandon her entire nation in pursuit of Whitebeard, joining the Rock's pirates. The time Shaki inherited her throne, she was merely 14 years old. She never even asked Shaki if she wanted to be the Empress of Amazon Lily. Fireflower finally lifted her head and cast a glance at Shaki, making her final decision that I will do this. Fireflower nodded resolutely. As long as it sets the entire nation on the right path, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Shaki looked at Fireflower with some surprise. In a recollection, this former empress had always been willful, placing her personal whims above the welfare of her subjects. Though she was not tyrannical during her reign, she hardly resembled an empress. Rather, she was akin to a beautiful and spoiled princess. Now, Fireflower was no longer an empress, yet she embodied the qualities of a wise ruler more than ever. Michael nodded. This condition was one that Amazon Lily could not refuse. He then turned his gaze towards Rayleigh and Jabba. And you? Are you willing to take on this task? Jabba remained silent, noticing that Rayleigh was intently scrutinizing Michael's face, as if trying to discern something from it. Michael, what exactly are you plotting? Rayleigh spoke in a low tone. Your ambitions are far greater than I had imagined. Ambitions? No. I am merely an ordinary person who cannot abide this world and wishes to change it. Michael spread his hands and nonchalantly remarked, if the force that changes the world is a raging flood, then I am the first drop that breaks the dam. If the force of change is an all-consuming fire, then I am but a spark. Allow us to join as well. Rayleigh tapped the table, suggesting, "Let us not assassinate. Let us opt for kidnapping instead, that I want to execute the celestial dragons in a manner akin to how the world government dealt with Roger. If you agree, then we have a deal." Michael squinted, perceiving a flicker of unquenchable vengeful flames within Rayleigh's calm gaze. Under Michael's incitement, there were signs of rekindled fervor. "Execute the celestial dragons? Perhaps it is better left to you pirates." "That would indeed be splendid. It is a deal. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the first day of the new year, a grand and opulent ship set sail from Mariewa. This time, there were as many as 26 celestial dragons aboard. Due to this substantial number, CP0 was stretched thin, prompting the Gorosei to even dispatch the Knights of God, an organization tasked with judging the celestial dragons, for protection. However, Figureland Garling, the supreme commander of the Knights of God, had more pressing matters and was not accompanying them. Is it not a bit excessive to send so many for protection? The environment as martial god. Marcus Maz commented with arms crossed, addressing the elder beside him. Nowadays, whether pirates or any other sort, only madmen would dare to make a move against the celestial dragons, right? Furthermore, are we not headed to Sabaody Archipelago? Has it not already been largely clear by the Navy's Peach Rabbit and her forces? Would you not agree, Saint Nazishu, the financial martial god, Izambra did not lift his gaze but instead meticulously stroked the blade of the original Demon Slayer. As the inaugural piece in the Demon Slayer series, and the most powerful among them, is one of the supreme great swords, Sabaody Archipelago. Have you forgotten about that Navy fellow named Michael? That rascal Rosward is still clamoring for him to pay the price, is he not? It is precisely because of him that they have run out of new slaves to employ, Nazishu remarked with a hint of disdain. As one of the Gorosei under Im, he had attained a form of immortality through Im's power. In their eyes, these bloated and dim-witted celestial dragons were equally repugnant. Yet, this disdain stemmed from the fact that the celestial dragons, a noble existence, had lost their dignity. However, that Navy fellow named Michael was saved by Sengoku and the others, was he not? Indeed, Sengoku shares a close relationship with him. There is no necessity to offend Sengoku over the likes of Rosward. The conversation between the two Gorosei was strikingly pragmatic, that in their perspective, Sengoku was one of the top-tier powers across the seas. Even they had to regard Sengoku's stance with seriousness. Previously, when searching for the heir of the Pirate King, although Sengoku complied with orders, it was evident he was displeased. Moreover, recently Sengoku had promoted that Navy fellow named Michael to a rear admiral. It seemed he was tasked with some secret missions. Should we have CP0 deliver a warning to him as well? That is indeed necessary. Although there are many swine like Rosward, the identity of a celestial dragon must remain exalted. The two Gorosei conversed. They returned to Marie Joy's that moment. They were unaware that soon, a monumental event would unfold at the celestial dragon's destination, the Sabaody Archipelago, shaking the world to its core. Had they foreseen this, the first course of action would undoubtedly have been to execute Michael. Chapter 59. The Ruthless Destruction of Flowers. Old Rayleigh. Father, where are we? Charlos, this is the Sabaody Archipelago. Though it is the domain of lowly commoners, is also the source of our slaves. Slaves? I want new slaves. The 4-year-old Charlos bore the typical features of a celestial dragon, a grotesque visage indicative of inbreeding, his corpulence epitomizing the archetype of a celestial dragon. I have not had new slaves for 2 months. Precisely, which is why this journey is essential to personally ascertain why these lowly beings have not sent us more slaves. Rosward huffed disdainfully. Should we truly run out of slave suppliers, then I shall capture slaves myself. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is replete with commoners suited for enslavement. Esteemed ones, please proceed this way. Two subordinates, respectful and obsequious, led the way ahead, guiding the celestial dragons. This moment, they were drenched in sweat. Wiping their brows after every few steps, they were now following the route established by Michael, leading the celestial dragons. However, upon seeing the numerous CP members and Knights of God around, they felt a pang of anxiety. Even if the assassins are those prominent figures, can they truly succeed? If they fail, will we be implicated? Should we inform the Knights of God about this? Damn it! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." At this juncture, that would be tantamount to seeking death. The hushed whispers of the two subordinates, though barely audible, still caught the attention of the Knights of God. This organization, responsible for the judgment and protection of the Celestial Dragons, was composed of the elite of the Celestial Dragons. Unlike the useless Rosward, they often inherited the superior genes of the 20 founding kings and possessed formidable combat prowess, especially in a state of heightened vigilance. Overhearing the low murmurs of the two guiding subordinates was hardly a challenge. "What are you two discussing? Is there something you wish to share with us?" A black-haired woman from the Knights of God suddenly appeared behind them. Her voice soft but laden with a chilling intent. No. Knight Lady, we have nothing to convey. We merely fear that the journey may be tiresome for you esteemed ones." "Yes, indeed, he speaks the truth." The two subordinates swallowed hard, stammering in their response. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, yet they felt no inclination to appreciate her beauty. After all, she was a member of the Knights of God among the Celestial Dragons. They were ruthless killers. However, in the next moment, the vision of the two subordinate officials suddenly skewed, and they plummeted towards the ground. It was at this moment that they belatedly realized their fate. They were dead. Their heads had been severed without them even noticing. The woman before them wiped her longsword, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of her lips. She then turned to address the other members of the Divine Knights, stating, "There may be an ambush. Ensure the safety of everyone and return along the same route." She required no evidence, nor did she heed the commands of the Celestial Dragons she was sworn to protect. This mission was, in fact, under the auspices of the Divine Knights. At this juncture, she deemed that the two guiding officials had betrayed them, revealing their whereabouts. It was evident. The enemy's target was none other than you, Saint Rosward, hence it was time for your retreat to the ship. "What do you mean? How dare anyone threaten the Celestial Dragons?" Rosward exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, a viscous liquid splattered across his face. The once arrogant member of the Divine Knights, who had been issuing orders mere moments ago, was now dismembered. A seemingly weathered long sword had mercilessly severed the neck of the dark-haired woman. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be that she was the one to be decapitated? How could it be that the joy she had once felt while indiscriminately slaughtering in the Valley of the Gods had turned into such excruciating agony? She sought to discern the identity of her assailant, and in the final moments before her consciousness faded, she finally recognized the face of her attacker. 17 years prior, she had laid eyes upon this visage in the Valley of the Gods, the right hand of the Pirate King. Rayleigh, you truly show no mercy," she mused. Jabba, wielding twin axes, charged towards CP0 and the remaining members of the Divine Knights. As he passed, he couldn't resist a jibe at Rayleigh. These are Celestial Dragons. After all, Rayleigh merely shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. They are both formidable foes and harbingers of deep-seated enmity. How could I show them any compassion? With that, a mere glare sufficed. The Conqueror's haki enveloped the vicinity. In an instant, every Celestial Dragon, save for the members of CP0 and the Divine Knights, collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Rayleigh stepped over the unconscious Rosward, advancing towards the encircled CP0 and Divine Knights, intent on leaving none alive. Although he personally harbored this sentiment, it was not solely his decision. It was the directive of that rascal, Michael. When it came to dealing with the Celestial Dragons, he was indeed the most terrifying of demons. "Rayleigh, Jabba!" cried a CP0 agent. They are subordinates of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The agent shouted as he frantically retreated, fumbling for a transponder snail to report this information to the Gorosei Eye. However, just as the call connected, a long, slender leg gleaming with dark light approached rapidly. In the next instant, he was sent flying. "Hello." On the other end of the transponder snail, the voice of Saint Isambelin V. Nasser rang through, only to be abruptly silenced beneath the heel of the flame flower. "CP0, you truly are the loyal hounds of the Celestial Dragons. It was indeed your hands that contributed to the downfall of the Rocks Pirates." The flame flower chuckled lightly, seizing the CP0 agent by the hair and tossing him back into the fray. 7 members of the Divine Knights and 9 CP0 agents found themselves woefully outmatched against the trio of pirates led by Rayleigh. Even among them were elite vice-admirals, yet they proved insufficient. Even the weakest among them, the Flame Flower, far surpassed the prowess of an elite vice-admiral. The battle concluded swiftly. After all, under Rayleigh's conqueror's haki, there was no time to waste in pursuing these swine. Once Rayleigh had dispatched the last of the Divine Knights, Michael made his entrance. Surveying the ravaged battlefield, he noted the traces of battle upon Jabba and Flame Flower, while Rayleigh appeared relaxed, as though merely out for a stroll. Save for the bloodied sword in his hand. Well then, it's time for these swine to take their turn. Let us move. Morgan has everything prepared. Chapter 60. The Establishment of the Cross Guild. When the Celestial Dragons awoke, they found themselves whisked away from Sabeti Archipelago by Michael and his companions. Rosward opened his eyes to see his son gazing ahead with a face full of terror. Following his son's line of sight, Rosward felt a dampness beneath him. He had urinated in fright. The other Celestial Dragons were in a similar predicament. This was merely due to the sight before them. The corpses of the Divine Knights and CP0, their severed heads displayed prominently. Unlike the pleasure they derived from the deaths of slaves and other commoners, witnessing their fellow Celestial Dragons slain and laid at their feet struck a chord of horror within them. They finally grasped the reality. To be killed meant to die. Even as Celestial Dragons, they were not above mortality. They were not gods. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause broke through, drawing the attention of Rosward and all the Celestial Dragons. A group emerged from a nearby cave, and it was then that Rosward realized they were deep within a chasm. The brightness surrounding them emanated from a pure white flame overhead, a sight that evoked an instinctive aversion within them. How dare you lowly pirates capture the great Celestial Dragons and slay members of the Divine Knights? You seek death, do you? Indeed. Release us at once, or take your own lives. We might consider allowing your wretched bodies to remain as specimens rather than consigning you to the flames. Despite having just soiled himself in terror, the appearance of those who were not Celestial Dragons reignited their arrogance and filth. Their words were utterly foolish, yet they perceived no issue with their statements. The leader of the group removed his hood and cloak, revealing a naval uniform as pristine as the flame itself. He approached Rosward, a soft laugh escaping his lips. Greetings, dear Saint Rosward. My name is Michael. Have you heard of me? Yes, indeed. I am the one responsible for eliminating all those supplying you with slaves that Rosward's already dim intellect faltered in confusion. The Navy, how could the Navy possibly align with pirates? Wasn't the Navy meant to be the lapdog of the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Why did this Michael stand before him as a man? You are the Navy. Indeed, that is I. Michael replied, as a member of the Navy, you must be aware of our superiority as Celestial Dragons. Thus, I demand your release. Yet before he could utter another word, Michael silenced him with a swift slap. I'm part of the Navy, and I recognize you as Celestial Dragons. Michael's face hardened, revealing a cold, predatory intent. But I have never considered you to embody any nobility. You are merely a pack of swine, emboldened by your lineage to commit heinous crimes. Since the Gorosei, the world government, and the Navy turn a blind eye, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Michael surveyed Rosward and all the Celestial Dragons. This group, representing the most sordid aspects of the world, dared to claim divinity. Such a notion was an affront to existence itself. If such beings were to be considered gods, he would unseat them from their pedestals, stripping them of their flesh and sinew, crafting a monument to warn all who aspired to divinity. This place was prepared as the execution ground for the Celestial Dragons. Morgan, are we ready? Of course. The recording equipment is set. Once we conclude, I will replicate the footage and disseminate it to every corner of the world, save for Marineford and Marineford. Morgan chuckled maniacally, his eyes gleaming with fervor and adulation. Had he known that you were not merely killing but orchestrating such a grand spectacle, he would have willingly sponsored this endeavor without needing any threats from you. Michael, this is an execution of Celestial Dragons. Morgan was willing to go to any lengths for a sensational story. What? Reporting on the demise of the Celestial Dragons? He would even forsake his own life for such a narrative. With that, he took his place at the prearranged filming spot, awaiting Michael's command. From that moment forth, he was entirely devoted to Michael. This man was destined to deliver countless world-shattering headlines. After all, he was simply too adept at stirring up chaos. Michael felt somewhat unnerved under Morgan's fervent gaze that he recalled that this old bird, Morgan's, was certainly not fragile. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Michael turned his attention to Rayleigh, Jabba, and the flame flower. "Let us begin," Michael declared, moving to Morgan's side. With a nod, he signaled Morgan's to commence recording. Before the camera, the three notorious pirates displayed their faces unmasked, revealing their identities. Behind them hung a flag with 3 vacant spaces adorned with their likenesses, intersected by crossblades. Then Rayleigh spoke. "Greetings, world. I am Rayleigh, the Dark King and the right hand of the Pirate King. Allow me to introduce my companions. This is Jabba, the left hand of the Pirate King. And this individual is the Flame Flower, a former member of the Rocks Pirates." The three stood united, emanating an aura of terrifying power. The celestial dragons before them finally comprehended the true nature of their adversaries. Though they may be proud and foolish, they were not entirely devoid of sense. The title of the Pirate King's right hand awakened the deepest fears buried within them, conjuring forth a power that their authority could not withstand. Rayleigh cast a detached glance over the audience before continuing. "As you can see, these individuals are the so-called celestial dragons. Unfortunately for them, they have fallen into our hands. For you, however, this is a fortuitous turn of events. These celestial dragons will no longer be able to persecute you. I am here to announce that we shall issue bounties and warrants against all celestial dragons, members of the world government, and the CP organization. In 3 days, the warrants will be officially released, which means you have 3 days to distance yourselves from these groups." As he spoke, the Flame Flower retrieved 3 executioner's blades, identical to those used during the execution of Roger. Rayleigh took one without hesitation and pierced the body of a celestial dragon. Raising his head, blood splattered across his face as he let out a chilling laugh. "The Cross Guild is officially established from this day forth." The establishment of the Cross Guild was undoubtedly Michael's brainchild at this moment. Neither Rayleigh nor Jabba, who had not yet succumbed to lethargy, hesitated to join Michael after hearing his proposition. In the manga, the clown Buggy, Crocodile, and Mihawk founded the Cross Guild to target the Navy. Therefore, it seemed only reasonable for Michael to establish the Cross Guild to pursue the celestial dragons and the world government. Did it not? How amusing it was to witness the celestial dragons weeping and wailing as they met their demise. Morgan's, filming the execution with a smile, appeared to be a deranged killer. "No one is more twisted than you, Michael," he remarked. "I am merely cleaning up the trash," Michael replied, patting Morgan's on the shoulder. "And no need for thanks." Morgan shook his head. His participation in Michael's plan was entirely voluntary. As a journalist, he had faced threats from the celestial dragons and the world government on multiple occasions. Now, witnessing these swine in distress brought him immense joy. With the combined strength of Rayleigh, Jabba, and the Flame Flower, eliminating a few celestial dragons proved to be no arduous task. Soon, the ground was strewn with the corpses of celestial dragons. However, one remained, the foolish son of Roseward, the 4-year-old Charlos. "Michael, this is the last one," Jabba said, glancing at the Flame Flower and Rayleigh. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. "If they cannot bring themselves to harm a child, then let me do it." "Jabba, you have all done enough," Michael interjected, shaking his head as he lifted Charlos from the ground. The child appeared utterly stupefied by the scene before him, barely breathing and hardly blinking. Michael's actions allowed Rayleigh and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Killing a celestial dragon posed no psychological burden for them. In fact, it provided a sense of vindication. Yet confronting a 4-year-old child, even one of celestial lineage, proved to be a different matter entirely. Although the celestial dragons had inflicted suffering upon countless innocent children, it did not mean they should lower themselves to their level. Michael observed their expressions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He intervened to spare Charlos, not out of mercy, but to prevent these pirates from losing their humanity entirely. As for Charlos, he served another purpose. After all, the year of the pig must first see the days before the slaughter, must it not? Following the completion of his filming, Morgans promptly returned to his headquarters with all the equipment. In the days to come, he would replicate the footage thousands of times and anonymously distribute it to influential figures worldwide. Meanwhile, Michael, holding Charlos, circled the sea with Rayleigh, Jabba, and the Flame Flower, evading 2 rounds of naval patrols before arriving at the grand vessel used by the Celestial Dragons. At that moment, the entirety of Sabeti Archipelago was engulfed in a massive search operation. Under the leadership of Vice Admiral Momonosuke, they initiated a concentrated effort to secure and search the areas where the Celestial Dragons had vanished. "My, how obedient the Navy is," the Flame Flower remarked after dispatching a CP-9 member left behind on the ship. In such a short time, they're on the verge of sealing off the entire Sabeti Archipelago." Michael shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. "They're merely putting in the appearance of effort. Their intensity pales in comparison to the thorough cleansing that Tontada and I executed on the Sabeti Archipelago." "The cleansing of the Sabeti Archipelago? I have heard Shaki mention it. Quite bold and remarkably effective," Rayleigh said as he approached with Jabba from the opposite side of the vessel. "The other half has been thoroughly searched, and the remaining personnel have been dealt with. I suspect you might label the cleansing methods as sordid or shameless." "Considering I feel the same way," Michael replied, a hint of malice dancing in his smile. "You must remember, I am no paragon of virtue. Should any differences in ideology arise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Michael openly expressed his thoughts, and it was precisely because he laid everything bare that Rayleigh and the others bypassed the phase of questioning and moved directly to weighing the pros and cons of whether to join him. "Now, if you do not kill this little celestial dragon and lead us aboard their vessel, what nefarious scheme could you possibly be concocting?" In response to the Flame Flower's question, Michael nodded. "One who truly knows me." Indeed, that he gestured to the ship, resembling a fortress upon the waves. "What do you think of this grand vessel as the operational base for the Cross Guild? Have you already searched the mobile treasury on board?" "The Celestial Dragons came here to indulge themselves and should have brought a considerable wealth." Rayleigh paused, taking in his surroundings once more. "This vessel as the operational base for the Cross Guild? It certainly seems safer than establishing a base on some island. As for the treasury, in my lifetime of treasure hunting alongside Roger, I doubt I have ever encountered such wealth." "Nonsense," Michael scoffed, observing Rayleigh's astonished expression. "You think you can compare your treasure hunting endeavors to those of the Celestial Dragons, who control the world's economic lifeline and are sustained by the entire world? What gives you such confidence?" "Ahem." Rayleigh cleared his throat, masking his earlier lapse. "Based on my rough calculations, it is worth at least 5 billion berries, 0.5 billion. As initial capital for the Cross Guild, that is undoubtedly sufficient," Michael replied, nodding with a smile. "Well then, without further ado, you should take this treasure-laden ship and vanish into the Grand Line. But this ship is still within the Navy's surveillance range," the Flame Flower pointed out, pragmatically raising a concern. Rayleigh and Jabba also turned their gaze to Michael, having begun to instinctively seek his counsel after only a few brief encounters at "That is simple," Michael said, raising the seemingly lifeless Charlos like a rag doll. "Isn't it time for this little one to make his entrance?" Chapter 62. The unexpected arrival of Sakazuki on the coastline of the Sabeti Archipelago, the Navy was diligently patrolling alongside CP-9. In stark contrast to the routine demeanor of the Navy, CP-9 was relentlessly risking their lives in pursuit of the Celestial Dragons. After all, failure to locate them would spell certain doom for them. Just then, a winged figure, cradling a cloth bundle, staggered through the air towards the shoreline, and a keen-eyed sailor instantly recognized him as the recently promoted Rear Admiral, Mikael. Rear Admiral Mikael. However, he appeared to be in a rather precarious state. Wait, the figure behind him was the Dark King, Rayleigh. Before the gathered Navy and CP-9 could react, Rayleigh delivered a swift kick that sent Mikael crashing onto the shore. Upon seeing the multitude of Navy personnel, he furrowed his brow and then departed. "Rear Admiral Mikael, are you all right?" The sailors quickly surrounded him, for Mikael, as a veteran of the Sabeti Archipelago, held considerable esteem in their eyes, second only to Vice Admiral Momonosuke. Meanwhile, CP-9 gritted their teeth in frustration. According to their intelligence, I was the architect behind the destruction of the slave trade in the Sabeti Archipelago and a significant thorn in the side of the Celestial Dragons. However, upon realizing what I was cradling in his arms, they promptly dismissed such thoughts If it weren't for the overwhelming presence of the Navy, they would have rushed to Mika L's side to bow profusely in gratitude. It was none other than the Celestial Dragon, Charlos. Although merely one Celestial Dragon, they had managed to reverse their dire predicament, now facing only the prospect of severe consequences. The Navy was short-staffed, and CP9 was even more so. The world government would undoubtedly take this into consideration. Rayleigh and Jabba had killed a Celestial Dragon that I did everything within my power to save this last one, Mika L declared before succumbing to unconsciousness. His final thought before blacking out was, "Damn it, Rayleigh. He really put some force into that kick." The news of Mika L saving the Celestial Dragon spread rapidly throughout the Sabaody archipelago, drawing both the Navy and CP9 to the scene. At that moment, however, no one noticed that on the opposite side of the coastline, the grand ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons was slowly departing the port, ultimately vanishing into the vast ocean. Mika L conveniently remained unconscious for 3 days. That on the third day, just as he regained consciousness, he was unexpectedly greeted by an unexpected visitor. Akainu, Sakazuki, at that moment, Mika L leaned against the bedside, displaying an expression of resentment for being outmatched by Rayleigh. When putting on a show, one must do it thoroughly. In this regard, I am an absolutist. Anything less is a desecration of professionalism. Seated beside him, Stella was peeling an apple, while Razanani was massaging his shoulders. Smoker was reporting to him that Hina, who usually scolded him for secondhand smoke, had secretly taken up smoking. Shun and T-Pain were both wearing wry smiles, one attempting to cover Smoker's mouth while the other endeavored to restrain Hina from losing her temper completely. "Exactly. Keep suppressing me, T-Pain, or else I might just lose control and kill Smoker." When Sakazuki entered the room, he happened to witness this scene that a chill ran down his spine as he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He couldn't shake the feeling that, at some point in the future, an old man would utter such lines, and he would be the one on the receiving end of the threat. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thought, he raised his gaze to all present. "Tama, I have something to discuss with Mika L. Tama," holding a blade, raised an eyebrow, and signaled to the members of the Sword Special Task Force. The previously playful individuals instantly exited the room. Closing the door behind them, Mika L. twitched at the corner of his mouth. These ungrateful fellows. It's just Akainu, after all. Why didn't they take him along? He wasn't afraid of Akainu. It was merely that he found it difficult to align with those who held different ideologies. Mika L., this time I am here as a special investigator appointed by the world government to look into the incident involving the Celestial Dragon's assassination. ISNT this usually the work of Kizuru? Recently, Vegapunk visited the O'Hara ruins, and Kizuru accompanied him as a guardian. Akainu Sakazuki took a seat on a wooden chair by the bedside, picking up the half-peeled apple Stella had left behind and continuing to peel it. His knife skills were far superior to Stella, so, "What have you discovered?" Mika L. inquired, observing the incredulously calm expression on Akainu's face. During the days he were unconscious, every prominent figure in the world, including celestial dragons, kings, high-ranking world government officials, the Navy headquarters, and major pirate organizations, received a recording that depicted the celestial dragons being punished by the Pirate King's right hand, Rayleigh, Jabba, as well as the former Rocks Pirates member, Flame Flower. They declared the establishment of the Cross Guild and announced bounties on celestial dragons, world government officials, and CP organizations. Recently, information about the Cross Guild has indeed circulated across the seas, along with rumors that those brutal kings, monarchs, and merciless pirates will also be placed under bounty by the Cross Guild. As Akainu spoke, he set down the knife he had used to peel the apple. "I asked this for me." Mika L. raised an eyebrow. "Do we have such a good relationship?" Akainu paused mid-reach, abruptly withdrawing his hand and taking a hearty bite of the apple. "Damn it, coming to visit a patient without bringing anything is one thing. But eating the patient's fruit? Sakazuki, have you not eaten for days?" Mika L. Sakazuki interrupted, his tone low and commanding. "You saved the only surviving celestial dragon, but I still need to ask you something." "What do you want to ask?" "Do you want to know how I snatched a celestial dragon from the hands of 3 notorious pirates? Or do you wish to inquire about my role in this affair? You are not the type to care about the fate of celestial dragons." Sakazuki rose to his feet, looking down at Mika L. with an expression that surprisingly conveyed admiration. Like me, aside from the Navy, I care for nothing, be it civilians, the world government, or even the celestial dragons. After saying this, Sakazuki stood silently, awaiting Mika L's response. Mika L lifted his head, squinting at the seemingly ruthless Sakazuki. Suddenly, a smile of realization dawned upon him. Indeed, a true top-tier powerhouse like Sakazuki, with such an extreme disposition. How could he resign himself to being a dog for the world government and the celestial dragons? Sakazuki, in the future, do you aspire to become the Admiral of a Navy? Chapter 63. You are my god. Sakazuki and Mika L engaged in a lengthy discussion in the hospital room, long enough for Tama and Stella to begin to suspect that there was something more between Mika L and Sakazuki. Just as Tama grew impatient and prepared to eavesdrop on their conversation, the door swung open abruptly. Sakazuki emerged with an unaffected expression, a large cigar clamped between his teeth, while behind him, Mika L's exasperated voice rang out. I told you I'm a patient. Who smokes in a hospital room? You idiot! Sakazuki did not respond, departing the hospital without a word. Tama cast a lingering glance at Akainu, Sakazuki's retreating figure, before stepping into the room. There, she found Mika L cursing as he waved away the smoke. What were you two discussing? What were we discussing? Mika L looked up, donning a gentle smile. We just got to know each other a bit better regarding our future career prospects, without waiting for Tama to inquire further. Mika L swung his legs over the side of the by the way, where's the celestial dragon I rescued? Why do you want to go to the top-tier special treatment room? You're not fond of celestial dragons, are you? Tama frowned. He refrained from finishing the thought. You've always wanted to kill them. After all, the hospital was currently teeming with CP9 members, while the first part of the statement might not provoke outrage. Given that no one likes celestial dragons apart from themselves, the latter half would be considered treasonous. As I once said, for the sake of my goals, I would not hesitate to sit at the same table with my enemies and revel in their company. Mika L said, making his way towards the special treatment room on the top floor. Along the way, several CP9 members appeared, confirming his identity. However, given that he had saved the only surviving celestial dragon in plain sight, he faced little resistance. Upon reaching the top floor, he coincidentally encountered a doctor who sighed as he exited. How is the situation? There has been no reaction at all. The doctor glanced at Mika L and shook his head. He hasn't eaten, and there has been no response during conversations. He doesn't even blink. However, I noticed that he slightly twitched his ears upon hearing your name. Mitsai understood intuitively. Thus, he bypassed the doctor and pushed open the door to the intensive care unit. Inside the room, a small, pudgy celestial dragon was seated on the sickbed, adorned in a tattered yet comical space suit. Beside him, several CP9 spies were anxiously pacing in circles as they saw Mitsai enter. One of them was about to reprimand this unrelated individual, but was immediately stopped by another who was in the know. He was a member of the search party along the coast, and had personally witnessed Mitsai rescuing the celestial dragon, only to be gravely injured by Rayleigh's kick. Therefore, he was not surprised by Mitsai's presence here, and even felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although this recently promoted Rear Admiral did not enjoy a good reputation among the celestial dragons, he could not afford to concern himself with that any longer. He hastily approached Mitsai and gave a slight bow. Admiral Mitsai, thank you for your efforts, and no trouble at all. Merely a fate of hardship. Mitsai casually waved his hand and inquired, how is St. Charlos? Still showing no signs of response. Alas, indeed, sighed the CP9 member. Glancing back, only to be utterly astonished by what he beheld, it seemed that upon hearing Mitsai's voice, Charlos actually turned his head to look in this direction. This unexpected movement nearly brought the CP9 spies to tears of joy. At last, his life is assured. Mitsai nodded toward the CP9 spies and said, why don't you step outside for a moment and allow me to see what has transpired? Perhaps there is still hope for St. Charlos. All right, we leave everything in your capable hands, Admiral Mitsai. The spies were not particularly responsible individuals. Under the tyrannical rule of the celestial dragons, preserving their own lives was the ultimate truth. Therefore, after Mitsai spoke, not a single one dared to voice an objection, but instead hastened away one after another. This was also the reason Mitsai held a disdain for the CP organization. This group of spies was destined to be mere hounds for others. never capable of achieving anything substantial. Saint Charlos, do you remember who I am? As Meat-Sai's voice resonated, a divine light enveloped Charlos. Just as the holy light made contact with the celestial dragon, Charlos suddenly shuddered, and the vitality in his eyes gradually returned. Having witnessed the horrific slaughter of his kind by the three formidable beings, Charlos finally emerged from a state akin to a living corpse. His gaze toward Meat-Sai shifted from confusion to enlightenment, ultimately transforming into fervor and adoration. You are my god. You are the deity who wields the light. Do you celestial dragons not often proclaim that you are the gods of this world? Meat-Sai smiled and replied, how could the esteemed celestial dragon claim that I am a god? No, they know nothing. Charlos's throat emitted a frantic voice. Simultaneously, he stumbled off the sickbed, raising his head, still gazing at Meat-Sai with fervent eyes. Then his pudgy body swiftly knelt upon the ground. My god, please accept my loyalty. I shall dedicate everything to you. Meat-Sai was taken aback. He was aware that the scene had undoubtedly left a mark on this celestial dragon. Yet he never anticipated that it would lead to such a proud, arrogant being kneeling before a mere rear admiral of the Navy. Moreover, it was a genuinely earnest act of reverence, as he even knocked his head against the floor several times. Very well, Charlos, since you consider me your god, you shall absolutely obey my commands from now on, correct? My god, I shall certainly heed your words. Charlos lifted his head, the resentment in his eyes completely dissipating. Meat-Sai's figure loomed larger in his sight. Excellent. Remember what you have said today. Nodding, Meat-Sai helped Charlos to his feet and tossed him back onto the sickbed. Upon opening the door, the CP9 members quickly rushed in, pulling the doctor to re-examine Charlos's condition. Meat-Sai did not linger any further, leaving with a smile. The seeds had been sown. It was merely a matter of time before they bore fruit. Chapter 64. Even dogs avoid the burning fruit. Isn't that Roger's ace you wield? Why have you replaced it after such a short time? Sengoku inquired, eyeing the long, slender sword beside Meat-Sai, which radiated a gentle holy light. The sword's guard was intricately etched with wing patterns. This was indeed ace, reforged by the sacred flames. However, it was now named Morning Star. As Meat-Sai caressed the blade of Morning Star, Sengoku faintly heard the soft, melodic strains of a heavenly hymn. Shaking his head, he realized that the sound had vanished without a trace. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sengoku transitioned into work mode. So, you just happened to stumble upon Rayleigh and his associates executing the celestial dragon while searching for them. Do I seem like someone who would specialize in rescuing celestial dragons? In the face of Sengoku's scrutiny, Meat-Sai spoke with remarkable ease, showing no trace of guilt. To be precise, I discovered clues about Rayleigh, Jabba, and the flame flower in the Sabeti archipelago, and it was during the pursuit of them that I inadvertently saved the last surviving celestial dragon. Charlos that it is Saint Charlos, Sengoku emphasized. All right, Saint, that esteemed title hardly spare them from Rayleigh's blade. Meat-Sai scoffed, reclining on the sofa while listening to Sengoku's grumbling. The old man, despite being in his 50s, seemed to bear the weight of the world, showing signs of premature aging. Forget it. I have no desire to delve into your circumstances. Sengoku sighed helplessly and continued. However, this does count as good news. Before this incident, your name had already reached the 5 elders, as you were singled out for questioning by the celestial dragons. Now, not only has everything been wiped clean, but St. Charlos's family has also sent a considerable amount of resources as a token of gratitude for saving him. Meat-Sai paused. Gratitude? What sort of offerings? Gold and silver treasures? He queried. If so, I would prefer they be allocated directly to the Navy's funds. I have no desire to utilize gold pillage from common folk. Interestingly enough, they are not gold or silver. Instead, it consists of a batch of devil fruits and renowned swords. That will suffice. Meat-Sai relaxed, realizing that the devil fruits in the possession of the celestial dragons often held great value. They could be used to cultivate a few more formidable warriors. However, immersed in his future aspirations, Meat-Sai failed to notice the intense gaze Sengoku was directing at him. Meat-Sai, was the Cross Guild truly established by Rayleigh? Jabba and the Flame Flower? Of course not. In response to Sengoku's scrutinizing gaze, Mitsai earnestly analyzed, there must be a particularly wealthy individual backing this newly emerged organization. As he spoke, he retrieved several bounty notices from Sengoku's desk. However, they were not the wanted posters issued by the world government, but rather reverse bounties from the Cross Guild. Coincidentally, one of them bore Mitsai's own visage, with a bounty soaring to a staggering 10 billion. Currently the highest bounty in the Cross Guild's reverse notices. Even I have been placed on the Cross Guild's wanted list. It seems Rayleigh is truly incensed with me, considering I managed to rescue someone from their clutches. Mitsai appeared slightly shocked, yet in his heart, he understood this was a ruse employed by Rayleigh. After all, no one would suspect that the mastermind behind the Cross Guild would be the individual with the highest bounty on their reverse notice. Not to mention, Rayleigh, while somewhat lacking in skills when it comes to mentoring disciples, is still quite clever. Due to the existence of the Cross Guild, the Holy Land Mary Geos had been completely sealed off under the orders of the Five Elders. Sengoku sighed, stating, moreover, a substantial number of grassroots personnel within the world government have resigned. The organization is currently in a state of near paralysis. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Mitsai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The uproar caused by the Cross Guild was significant enough to pose a severe threat. The current world government had no spare capacity to concern itself with the Revolutionary Army. What? The Revolutionary Army will overthrow those tyrannical kingdoms. Let them do as they please. Once one regime is toppled, another will rise in its place. The Revolutionary Army won't be able to confront the world government anytime soon. But the Cross Guild was different. They were genuinely placing bounties and hunting down individuals from the world government. In the age-old adage of friend or foe, the world government unhesitatingly chose the latter. Forget it. You may leave now. Sengoku observed Mitsai, who appeared to be daydreaming, and suddenly felt that this young man's approach to matters was increasingly reminiscent of that reckless fool, Garp. Just watching them was enough to give him a headache. By the way, Admiral Sengoku, those resources have already been sent to the Sabaody archipelago. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave now. Mikael turned and departed from the general's office of the Warring States. Mikael, did you save the celestial dragons? Unfortunately, yes, I did, and then a shipment of supplies was sent over. You were once a celestial dragon. How could you ask me that? How was I to know it would be so extravagant? My father was never the sort of celestial dragon who appeared repulsive. Moreover, I moved away from Ariewa when I was just 6. Rosanandi gazed at the towering pile of supplies before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. After all, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Mika, I was equally taken aback. He had already attempted to imagine the situation in exaggerated terms, but this exceeded even his wildest expectations. A total of 20 devil fruits, along with 500 weapons forged by various master blacksmiths, among which at least 50 were of renowned quality. However, the precise classifications of these weapons would require further examination. Yet, in comparison to the weapons, it was the devil fruits that piqued Mikael's interest even more. From the packaging, one could discern which devil fruits were of premium quality and which were relatively ordinary. 3 of the devil fruits were encased in individual boxes made of expensive wood, while the others were haphazardly piled within a large crate. Mikael opened the 3 boxes to behold their contents, his pupils narrowing in surprise. The information from Charlos, this embedded thorn within the celestial dragons, had indeed provided him with a tremendous revelation. The 3 devil fruits were all familiar sights. The first was a sweet fruit adorned with red and purple hues, embellished with heart patterns. The second bore the color and luster of gold, the paramecia-type gold fruit. As for the third, its surface was composed of numerous small, flame-shaped spiral patterns, a logia-type, the flame fruit. Mikael extended his hand, weighing the devil fruit humorously dubbed inedible, and revealed a faint smile. This fruit was truly unsuitable for Ace. Ace was destined to follow the path he had meticulously crafted. As for the flame fruit, it should belong to the Revolutionary Army. The flame fruit and the fire of revolution. Do they not complement each other splendidly? Chapter 65, Xuanyue Jithro Point, 3 days later. East Blue, Xuanyue Village. I never anticipated the emergence of an entity like the Cross Guild. A reverse bounty? Truly audacious. Xuanyue Jithro sat in the tea room of the dojo, raising his teacup towards Monkey D. Dragon, who sat opposite him. This is hardly surprising. After all, Rayleigh was the first mate of Joel D. Roger, a man who can seal the lion's heart. Dragon likewise lifted his teacup to his lips, and thus, when the opportunity for revenge arose, he would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. However, the Revolutionary Army's ambitions were even grander than those of the Cross Guild. Behind Xuanyu Jigero's slightly opaque glasses, his slender eyes widened with clarity. I can assist you with the procurement of food supplies. But I hope you can maintain secrecy and refrain from disclosing that the food is sourced from Xuanyue village and its surrounding areas. Of course, Dragon nodded in agreement that we engage in the most perilous work in the world. And will certainly take care not to involve civilians. But no buts. Xuanyue Jingsairo shook his head as if foreseeing the future. I can never join the Revolutionary Army. My daughter has just been born. And my father is beginning to age. Dragon, having been rejected once more, displayed no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the swordsmanship that could sever even paper if one did not wish to cut. When he was still in the Navy, he had discussed the realms of swordsmanship with Mika L. In Mika L's eyes, this represented the pinnacle of mastery. The isolated nation of Wano had also described such swordsmanship, aligning perfectly with Mika L's theories. Thus, it remained etched in his memory, and when he truly witnessed it, his astonishment was no less than when he first discovered Mika L's talent. Very well, since Mr. Jinxaro has no such inclination, I shall not bring up the matter again from this day forth. Dragon nodded, making a promise. The two continued sipping tea in silence. After a while, the ever-energetic Ginny poked her head from the tea room's entrance. Dragon, that guy has arrived. I've told you many times, Ginny, Dragon replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He should be addressed as Chief of Staff, that I'm merely considering his secret identity. Ginny chuckled, causing Bear behind her to smile wryly. Even as a member of the Revolutionary Army, Ginny's childish temperament remained unchanged. All right, Bear, stop making that face. Suddenly, Bear felt a hand pat his shoulder. Turning around, he was met by Mika L. Adorned with a large white hood, we are freedom fighters battling for the world. With that, Mika L. landed on the ground. However, he did not enter the tea room, but instead beckoned to Ginny. Come here. Big Eater, I need to speak with you. Who are you calling a big eater? Look at the meat in my hands, Ginny retorted, exasperated. You can't even remember to eat while delivering a message. Mika L. twitched the corner of his mouth, then handed the wooden box he had been holding to Ginny. Open it and take a look. What is this? A devil fruit. As Ginny opened the box, she gazed at the flame fruit lying quietly within, her expression one of confusion. She had seen devil fruits before. After all, during the God Valley incident, they had successfully escaped from what was dubbed hell thanks to the devil fruits they seized from celestial dragons as prizes in their hunting competition. If only luck hadn't been against them when they encountered Charlotte Lin, a member of the Rocks Pirates, who had taken the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army would have had an azure dragon form of Ivankov among their ranks. Yet, having witnessed Bear consume a devil fruit, and later learned from Bear's description just how unpalatable they were, she felt a twinge of apprehension as a true gourmand. Mikael, where did you get this devil fruit? Dragon's expression turned serious. If it's a naval reward, then the abilities of these fruits have been confirmed and recorded. The implication was clear. This could expose Mika L's connection to the Revolutionary Army. But Mika L shook his head, smiling as he replied, It's all right. This was a gift from a celestial dragon I saved, who insisted on expressing his gratitude. A celestial dragon. All present furrowed their brows instinctively. Their gazes drawn to Mika L. They certainly wouldn't harbor any grievances against him for a single statement. They had witnessed Mika L's animosity towards the celestial dragons and the world government. What exactly is going on? Dragon inquired in a low voice. The only recent incident involving the celestial dragons was the execution of the celestial dragon who announced the establishment of the Cross Guild. Indeed, that is the matter. Mika L replied with a smile. Revealing no secrets from his Revolutionary Army comrades, T.O. set this trap. I had to sacrifice a considerable amount of resources to persuade Rayleigh, Jabba, and Fireflower to come out of retirement. So, you're the mastermind behind the Cross Guild? Brother Dragon is quite perceptive, Mikael acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, it is I who organized the Cross Guild. It was I who intercepted the celestial dragons, and it was I who issued the warning to the world. Ultimately, it was I who saved a 4-year-old celestial dragon. Mikael casually recounted this series of world-shaking events. Even Monkey D. Dragon momentarily fell into a state of stupefaction. However, upon careful reflection, Dragon's keen intellect quickly discerned the underlying implications. The establishment of the Cross Guild, though it appeared on the surface to be a daring bounty hunter organization, would serve as the Revolutionary Army's greatest smokescreen. Before the Revolutionary Army embarked on their next major operation, they would liberate surrounding nations in the 4 seas, drawing no ire from the world government or the celestial dragons. For the world government, the threat posed would be far less than that of the Cross Guild. To ensure the Revolutionary Army remained concealed in the shadows, they had concocted another vast and perilous organization. For the sake of revolution, we must spare no effort, must we not? Mikael smiled, placing the wooden box into Ginny's hands. As I mentioned earlier, Ginny, this is the Logia-type flame fruit. You are well aware of the might bestowed by natural-type fruits. While they may be unpleasant to consume, for the sake of revolution, we are willing to stake our lives, let alone endure a mere bad taste for the sake of power. Moreover, you wish to continue fighting alongside Bear. Do you not? Chapter 66. Mikael, would you like me to officiate your wedding? To be honest, for Ginny, the last statement was the ultimate blow. After all, she had proposed marriage to Bear several times, only to be met with rejection from this excessively pure-hearted fellow. Honestly, even Mikael, the observer, felt compelled to pry open Bear's head to uncover what lay within. Fighting side by side, Ginny silently nodded. In truth, she was acutely aware that her combat capabilities had markedly diverged from those of Kuma, who possessed half Bacania blood and had consumed the mochi fruit, although the flow of information on the battlefield largely depended on her and her small team. She yearned for more than mere survival. She aspired to achieve greatness. With slow yet resolute determination, Ginny extended her hand toward the flame fruit, its vibrant orange hue resembling a flickering flame. With a gulp, she steeled herself mentally. Then, without hesitation, she opened her mouth wide, devouring the entire flame fruit in one go, in an instant, as she chewed rapidly. Her form transformed into a shade of ash gray, feeling as if she were on the brink of ascension. For someone like Ginny, who relished food, the assault on her taste buds was undoubtedly more terrifying than death itself. Yet, regardless of the agony, she resolutely swallowed every morsel of the flame fruit. Simultaneously, her body began to undergo a subtle transformation. With a soft hiss, a small flame ignited upon her forehead. Soon after, a second, then a third appeared. In no time, Ginny found herself enveloped in flames. Yet she felt no searing heat. Rather, she experienced a profound sense of warmth and comfort, a desire to merge with the flames. This fleeting thought passed, and Ginny suddenly realized she was airborne. Her lower half transformed into fire. From this day forth, you shall be the wielder of the natural-type flame fruit, Mikael remarked, tilting his head at Ginny. Congratulations, you have obtained the key to the realm of the powerful. However, you must pay close attention to the subsequent training and guidance, dear Dragon. Just as Mikael finished speaking, before Dragon could respond, Ginny abruptly descended to the ground. Snacks? What snacks? Where are the snacks? I want to eat. Quickly, Kuma, take Ginny away. She seems as if she might starve to death any moment. The commander sighed, requesting understanding, but was swiftly interrupted by Mikaela's wave. I understand that for you. Born as slaves in God's Valley, your greatest joy is simply being well fed. Mikaela nodded, reflecting on his own days of hunger. Rest assured, from now on, you shall never go hungry again. Not just you, but we shall strive for a world without slavery. For a world where no one goes hungry. For this vision, you must strengthen yourselves diligently. Mikaela's words resonated. Even Ginny, who often countered him, found herself nodding obediently as she departed alongside Kuma. As Mikaela watched their retreating figures, he smiled with satisfaction. I'll be honest, despite being younger than both of them, one can't shake the feeling that I am their elder. Dragon wore a barely perceptible smile. Even Ivankov doesn't worry, as much as you do. Do those two even exhibit any semblance of maturity? Michaela rolled his eyes and jumped through the window into the tea room. Greetings, Xuanyua Jinxaro. A pleasure to finally meet you. Admiral, I am merely a leisurely individual running a dojo in the village. Hardly a notable encounter. Ah, indeed. Due to the necessity of securing provisions, the Revolutionary Army remained in Xuanyua village for approximately a week to gather enough food. During this time, aside from training Ginny and Kuma using the methods that Garp had once employed, Michaela scarcely engaged in other activities. Indeed, Kuma was included in the training. Despite Kuma's formidable fruit development abilities and the innate prowess of the Bacchania lineage, his overly gentle nature rendered his combat skills and instincts inferior to Ginny's. Fortunately, his training in hockey remained relatively on track. Throughout this period, Michaela and Dragon also discerned the optimal combat approach for Kuma. To capitalize on his strengths while mitigating his weaknesses, relying on overwhelming strength and maximize fruit abilities to secure victory. Furthermore, the Machi fruit's capabilities could indeed assist him in sidestepping his shortcomings that am I perhaps a bit too foolish. Sitting by the seaside of Xuanyua village, Kuma's expression revealed his despondency. Michaela glared at the towering figure seated beside him. Let me reiterate, anyone over 1.88 meters tall is considered a giant. Yet upon hearing Kuma's words, Michaela's lips twitched. Foolish, that may hold some truth. However, foolishness does not equate to weakness. Kuma stands as one of the few undefeated entities in the entire world of One Piece. Indeed, undefeated at most, he had only failed to draw a conclusion in battle. With the Machi fruit nearly developed to its limits, combined with the Bacchania bloodline, his combat prowess undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 within the vast spectrum of the 7 warlords. Kuma, extend your hands. Michaela positioned himself before Kuma. Observing Kuma's obediently outstretched hands, Michaela emanated a radiant light, healing the injuries he had accumulated over several days. These hands once granted freedom to you, Ginny, and Ivankov. They liberated the entire Salb Kingdom. These hands were once hailed as the Hands of Liberation. Have you forgotten? Now, these Hands of Liberation would unleash their power for the entire world. Ever since the training of the Secret Sword Special Unit commenced, Michaela's motivational speech capabilities had soared. Upon meeting Kuma, this talent reached its zenith. Kuma's self-doubt, rooted in his upbringing, incessantly tormented him. Sometimes, such issues could not be remedied, even with encouragement. Kuma, you dare to slack off with Michaela. Suddenly, a melodic voice rang from above, where a vibrant orange flame streaked across the sky, landing squarely on Kuma's shoulder. As it descended, the flame transformed into a youthful, radiant girl. You too are something else. I've nearly been pummeled into a pulp by Dragon today. So, you both decided to have a rendezvous here, did you? No way. I want to join in. Ginny's voice interrupted Kuma's daily brooding. Michaela gazed at the two hapless souls, suddenly declaring, the fire of revolution and the hands of liberation. Ginny, would you like me to officiate your wedding? Michaela smiled at their bewildered expressions. That in life, one should not leave behind regrets. Wedding? No. Commander, we are not in that kind of relationship. Upon hearing this, Kuma's earnest face turned beet red, yet his words contradicted his demeanor. Meanwhile, Ginny, perched on his shoulder, appeared momentarily disheartened but soon, as if accustomed to it, gestured towards Michaela. Michaela, I've tried several times before. Kuma is completely uninterested. Marriage isn't a necessity. After all, Michaela clicked his tongue, observing the two who were speaking contrary to their hearts, feeling a slight agitation. Had it been the version of himself before the revolutionary decision, these two would have been free to love as they pleased. But now, having resolved to change the fate of the world, to bring a better conclusion to the vast oceans, why not start with the individuals before him? Kuma, do you truly not love Ginny? Michaela stood before Kuma, lifting his gaze, his eyes filled with understanding. Or is it precisely because of love that you must refuse Ginny? Michaela's words seemed to pierce through the secret Kuma had long concealed within. Glancing at Ginny, whose eyes brimmed with hope upon his shoulder, and then at Michaela, whose expression was unusually grave, Kuma sighed heavily. I feel unworthy of Ginny. However, I will always accompany her until the day she no longer requires my presence. Michaela rolled his eyes, realizing that self-doubt was at play. Are you certain you are unworthy? What if one day in the future on the battlefield, the Celestial Dragon's divine knights capture Ginny and force her to become one of them? Would you remain indifferent? Kuma, I don't recall any turtles among our revolutionary army. Upon hearing Michaela's words, both Kuma and Ginny jolted in unison, not out of anger, but astonishment. They were surprised that Michaela's hypothetical scenario had inexplicably stirred a feeling of oppression within them. Especially Ginny, who felt a surge of unnamed fury rising within her, desperately wanting to unleash it. Kuma's expression shifted, and as he contemplated Michaela's depiction, his fists clenched involuntarily. This was entirely unacceptable. His sole hope was for his beloved to live a life of eternal happiness in this world. Not just for Ginny, but for Ivankov and Dragon as well. Now it seemed he must also include Michaela in that hope. But if his own cowardice led Ginny to such a fate, Kuma shook his head. He would not allow it. The three remained silent, the air thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, Kuma suddenly uttered a word. 5 years. 5 years? What 5 years? Within 5 years, we shall liberate the entire world. Bear declared resolutely, before casting a glance at Ginny. Perched upon his shoulder, on the day we liberate the world, I shall propose to you. Hearing Bear's unwavering tone, Michael raised an eyebrow. Quite the man, it seems. Even Bear cannot accept the tragic fate of having his fiancée taken by a celestial dragon. That Ginny's face was suffused with the warm hues of the setting sun. The typically brash and carefree girl remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, her eyes sparkling with joy. What did you say to them? On the ship of the Revolutionary Army, Long leaned against the mast, coldly regarding Michael as he returned to the vessel. I told you, Brother Long. Must you always regard people with such a stern expression? Michael shrugged, saying nothing more. He merely sought to provide a bit of motivation for the two of them, with a smile. Michael remarked, You two are quite relaxed. Ivankov approached with a grim expression, holding a list. The provisions have been procured. This should sustain the current Revolutionary Army for 1.5 to 2 years. However, we certainly need to continue increasing our manpower, so this isn't quite sufficient. Fortunately, I've inquired and discovered that the stockpile of food in the East Sea is rather astonishing, though I refrained from purchasing too much for fear of attracting the local Navy's attention. Both Michael and Long nodded in agreement. Although Ivankov appeared to be the most whimsical among them, he was not referred to as Big Brother by Bear and Ginny merely due to age. Thus, our best option is to directly target the liberation of the East Sea, Ivankov stated, thereby securing the most stable food source. Without a moment's hesitation, Michael rejected Ivankov's proposal, and Long nodded in agreement. Hey, you two should at least consider my suggestion before countering. This matter requires no contemplation, Michael replied with a grin. During your procurement of provisions, did you visit a nearby place called Windmill Village? Yes, we did. Windmill Village ranks just below Frost Moon Village in yield among these nearby settlements, and it even has a greater variety of other products. Ivankov pondered briefly before responding. Then do you know to whom Windmill Village belongs? Michael inquired, casting a mischievous glance at Long's seemingly impassive face betrayed no emotion, yet his upper body tensed suddenly. Whom does it belong? Ivankov was perplexed by the reactions of Michael and Long. Are there any significant figures in the East Sea? Windmill Village is the hometown of Navy hero Garp, Michael declared, and Ivankov's hand trembled sharply. Navy hero Garp? The same Garp who once defeated Rox at God Valley. The one who collaborated with Roger to battle Rox, ultimately creating an escape route for them. By all accounts, Garp and Roger are benefactors to the three of us. All right, let us set aside such trivial discussions for now. Notify everyone. We are departing. Back to Baldigo, Long commanded, and Ivankov ceased his idle chatter with Michael, nodding before leaving. Leaning against the railing, Michael gazed at the sails above as they billowed. After some time had passed, Long finally shifted his posture. He stood upright, then turned his back to Michael, softly inquiring, How has the old man been lately? Garp? Eating well, drinking well, and spending his days at home playing with his grandson. I've never seen anyone lazier in the Navy. Michael rolled his eyes. Even Sengoku could not reprimand Garp for his blatant idleness. After all, this old man is truly incorrigible. That's so. Then that's good. Perhaps the time has come. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long, began to feel a sense of melancholy. With a son like me, he must find it quite worrisome, right? But Michael unhesitatingly interrupted his reverie. Of course, none of the monkey family are ever easy to deal with. Chapter 68. The daily trials of the Sword Brigade in a certain maritime region of the East Sea, a small sailboat drifting upon the waves erupted with a hearty laughter. Ha ha! Deputy Captain Rayleigh truly remains as sharp as ever. The young man adorned with a straw hat and a mane of red hair sat on the deck, excitedly reading a newspaper. Hey, Shanks, what has happened? Jesus Burgess, who had just been munching on food nearby, sauntered over, eyeing the World Economic Journal in Shanks' hands. The headlines boldly detailed the establishment of the Cross Guild and the execution of the Celestial Dragons. Jesus Burgess shuddered at the gruesome scenes depicted in the paper. Shanks, your former deputy captain, is indeed a formidable character, daring to execute celestial dragons. Moreover, he eliminated 25 of them in one fell swoop, leaving only one to be rescued by a Navy major. Shanks nodded, yet his attention lingered not on Rayleigh or the execution scenes for long. Rather, he shifted his gaze towards a bounty notice. Navy Major Michael, with a bounty of 1 billion. This matter is quite intriguing, Shanks mused. Intriguing. Upon hearing Shanks' tone, Jesus Burgess immediately grew curious. Allegedly, the reason the Celestial Dragons ventured outside the Holy Land was due to the slave trade and collusion with gangs being eradicated by the Navy at Sabaody. Shanks gestured towards the bounty notice, indicating Michael's face, as well as the orchestrator, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, and this Navy major named Michael. This seems rather too coincidental. Jesus Burgess, being astute, quickly grasped Shanks' insinuation. You mean? This Navy officer is not entirely above board. This we shall have to observe further. However, it is foreseeable that from now on, the seas will certainly have a place for this man. Ora, you little brats. Why are you running away? Look at my face. You wretches, at the Sword Special Operations Base on Sabaody, Garp, who had not appeared before Sengoku for some time, unexpectedly showed up here, instead of wearing a Navy uniform. He donned a flamboyant beach outfit. The members of the Sword Special Operations team were being chased and battered by an old man clad in gaudy beach shorts. Michael lay comfortably beneath the shade of a tree, watching as his beloved subordinates were driven about like stray dogs, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Indeed, after enduring Garp-esque training, one inevitably acquires a certain degree of eccentricity. Both Long and Michael were no exceptions. Michael, I will hate you for a lifetime. The one who let out this lament was Smoker, typically the most obstinate of them all. Transformed into smoke, he was overtaken by Garp in a single leap, swiftly buried in the ground with only his head protruding. Having received a thrashing, Smoker had lost even the strength of his Logia form. Beside him, 3 companions lay buried, Jinai, Shun, and T.Pen Bang, accompanied by a cloud of dust and cries. Smoker numbly glanced sideways. Another individual, having reverted from gold to human form, was also buried alongside him. Oh, Rosanani. That makes 4 the entire training ground was left with only Stella desperately holding on. Ha, Stella. Now it's just the 2 of us left. You might as well surrender. Stinking old man, you can't possibly think I'll let you bury me in the ground. Typically gentle, Stella became inexplicably irritable in the face of her master Garp, as if he triggered her alter ego. Saying this, she transformed after Garp finished speaking. He approached the members of the Sword Covert Special Forces, effortlessly extracting them one by one as if uprooting radishes from the ground. To be frank, they had performed commendably. Garp finally uttered a few words of praise. The last time, they had failed to endure even half the duration and had all been buried in the earth. Being buried, of course, signified incompetence, and incompetence warranted more training. Michael smiled, devoid of any trace of compassion in his gaze. Potential, merely extracted through relentless effort. Ever since returning to the Sabaody archipelago, Michael had been providing the members of the sword unit with additional training. Initially, he assigned them weapons suited to their capabilities, among which were numerous peculiar items sent by Charlos. For instance, a colossal 10-handed weapon embedded with sea prism stone immediately caught Smoker's eye. Among them, the highest quality weapon. The Garuda, a massive sword, naturally fell into the hands of T.Pon as for the devil fruits. T.Pon deemed both unsuitable for him, in a moment of indecision. Rosinante chose to consume the gold fruit. Subsequently, the training grew even more grueling. Michael considered himself far from a misguided mentor like Rayleigh. However, his teaching skills were rather limited. Thus, his connections began to shine through. Aside from Peach Rabbit, who frequently came to discipline the recruits, Michael had invited numerous elite vice admirals to join him. Notable figures included Kazu, Borsellino, and Akiji, Kazan, as well as Garp himself. Even the most unlikely, Akainu, had visited on 2 occasions, which resulted in the most brutal training sessions for Michael's subordinates. Yet he bore no resentment towards Akainu. Being injured was far preferable to perishing on the battlefield. After all, the vast seas ahead would only grow increasingly perilous with the passage of time. Chapter 69. 2 years later, the Sword Covert Special Forces in action 2 years later. Somewhere in the waters near the calm belt of the Grand Line, a fully armed sailing ship sped across the surface of the sea, swiftly escaping the treacherous calm belt before promptly hoisting its sails, dramatically increasing its speed. "Whew! Wonderful! We've finally burst forth from that perilous calm belt," they exclaimed. "This time, we truly racked our brains to devise a plan. The risks were considerable, but so were the potential rewards." Indeed, the Sabidi archipelago had now entirely prohibited human trafficking. This time, in addition to gold and silver treasures, we had captured 3 exceptionally beautiful little devils. Given their appearance, coupled with the current circumstances, selling them to the celestial dragons would undoubtedly yield a value rivaling that of the gold and silver we had procured. A group of ruthless pirates celebrated their fortune in escaping the calm belt while calculating their potential earnings. However, their captain remained unperturbed by the prospect of high profits. Instead, he surveyed his subordinates with a cold glare. "Don't rejoice too soon, you fools. Are you unaware that in these past 2 years, a mysterious naval force has emerged in the Grand Line? They're not only intent on eradicating pirates like us, but they also zealously pursue anyone guilty of serious crimes. Those targeted by them are guaranteed not to escape alive. Moreover, according to the world government officials we bribed, it seems that even the world government and the celestial dragons are keen to uncover the specifics of this force. But the higher-ups of the Navy have evaded their inquiries. Therefore, if we wish to dispose of our plunder, it will be quite troublesome. We absolutely must avoid the Sabidi archipelago. Of course, this also presented a colossal opportunity. If we could find a way to connect with the celestial dragons or their sycophants, the high-quality goods we possessed could fetch an even more lucrative price." As the pirate captain spoke, he pointed to a small island on the nautical chart. Recently, in the Underworld, a family known as Don Quixote has risen to prominence. Rumors suggest that their leader was once a celestial dragon residing in Marineford. Through them, we should be able to establish contact with the celestial dragons. As for the gold and silver treasures, we could even trade them directly with the Don Quixote family for berries that I have already made arrangements. This time, we will conduct business on that island. One of his minions immediately began to shower praise upon their captain. "Captain Baruka, you truly are our leader. So far-sighted, cunning, engaging in underhanded dealings. Throw him into the sea to feed the fish." After tossing the emotionally inept subordinate into the water, the pirate captain, known as Baruka, prepared to continue speaking when the entire ship suddenly lurched violently. The pirates inside the cabin were thrown about, tumbling haphazardly. "Damn it! Can't you steer a ship properly?" Baruka's previously suppressed anger flared up. This was the Grand Line. Caution was paramount. Otherwise, even without the Navy, the sea could swallow them whole. "Captain Baruka, we were struck by another ship." "A ship? What ship?" "It appears to be a warship." "What do you mean it appears to be?" Struggling to his feet, Baruka grabbed the long sword resting on the table and made his way to the deck. A bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face that if it truly was the Navy blocking their path, then they would have to excuse him. He was a bona fide sword master. Ordinary Navy personnel could never hope to be his match. With his day's subordinates no longer reliable, he had to take matters into his own hands. Just as he pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto the deck, he surveyed the scene. His crew lay scattered, blood staining the deck a dark crimson. Baruka's expression froze, sensing danger. Just as he prepared to leap into the sea, a swirling cloud of smoke suddenly surged toward him as it approached. It coalesced into a figure, a white-haired youth bearing a colossal 10-handed weapon. Though he appeared remarkably young, his visage bore an unmistakable ferocity, causing even Baruka, a seasoned pirate of many years, to momentarily hold his breath. Draped in a pristine cloak, the word justice fluttered in the sea breeze. TSK, you finally decided to roll out from your cabin. Haven to you. Sea scum. The white-haired youth flashed a malicious grin. Baruka stared in shock at the young Navy officer before him. Even without prior experience, he could tell that this person was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. In simpler terms, he was doomed. With that thought in mind, he instinctively glanced around. His gaze had been wholly captivated by the corpses of his subordinates. And only now did he notice that numerous individuals clad in justice cloaks were scattered across the deck. Not far from the ship's railing, a beautiful girl with pink hair sat atop a newly appeared black railing, though her expression was far from lovely. Meanwhile, on the warship that had halted his vessel, a tall man resembling a zombie brandished an obviously high-quality massive sword, gesturing menacingly at the ship. Beside him stood a man wearing a mask, casually providing commentary. If I do this and then that, can I slice the ship in half while seated? Yes, absolutely. Pray tell, who might you be, zombie? I am your second uncle. Nearby, a cheerful blonde woman stood by the mast. Even in this life-and-death moment, Baruka found himself instinctively wanting to compliment her beauty. As she gestured, a few small clouds danced along with her fingertips. This stunning woman appeared to be the leader of the young Navy officers present. The white-haired youth transformed once more into smoke, slipping back into the cabin. Soon, all surviving pirates were brought onto the deck. Baruka swallowed hard, and then spoke, his voice hoarse. I stop. Do not speak. Denial holds no value, as we have thoroughly gathered evidence of your crimes before taking action. This is not merely an arrest. It is the execution conducted by the Sword Covert Special Forces, and we will seize all the plunder you have obtained. Quicksor Baruka, a bounty of 76 million is hardly considered a large catch, is it? Chapter 70. The Don Quixote family. Rosinante, however, before the white-haired youth could finish his theatrical performance, he was interrupted. Genii was on the verge of losing her patience. It was only now that she realized Smoker was such a loquacious man. Genii had already acquired all the necessary information and confirmed its accuracy. It was time to act swiftly. If she hesitated, Michael would hang her from a fan, adorned with sea prism stone, and spin her around all day, or perhaps display her on a street lamp outside the Navy headquarters for the entire day. Upon hearing Hinai's voice, Smoker felt an immediate surge of frustration. Enough already, Hinai. Why must you bring up that damned streetlight again, you imbecile? Does that rascal Michael harbor some peculiar affection for those dark, thick and rigid cylindrical objects? The white-haired youth was 17-year-old Smoker, while the identities of the others were unmistakably clear. The pink-haired girl berating Smoker was none other than Hinai, who, despite only 2 years passing, had transformed from a somewhat naive face to a figure that resembled the mature woman from the original tale. The duo engrossed in research on ship slicing and comedic support were, of course, T.Pone and Shun, the ever-smiling blonde beauty, whose presence inexplicably exuded pressure, was undoubtedly Stella. You are part of the Navy's covert unit? You are correct. As a reward, I shall now escort you to reunite with your subordinates. Smoker nodded solemnly, and the smoke emanating from his body abruptly enveloped the nostrils of every pirate present. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a notoriously agonizing demise. Such scum, whose crimes have been confirmed by them, could not be allowed to die easily in a short while. Racked by the twin torments of suffocation and carbon monoxide poisoning, the pirates initially thrashed and convulsed wildly, but their movements gradually slowed until they fell into an utter silence. These wretched lives ultimately perished upon the vast sea. Go and search. See what they have brought from the calm belt. That moment, Stella spoke. Understood. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Over the past 2 years, Stella had been the one orchestrating their missions, while Michael merely assigned tasks and set the general direction. He would not partake in their endeavors, but instead roamed the seas alongside Michael. Hence, Stella had effectively become the true commander of this covert special unit. After the division of labor, everyone entered the ship's hold. After all, this pirate ship with a bounty of 76 million was no small vessel. After a brief period, feedback finally arrived. Stella discovered a vast trove of gold and silver treasures, as well as 3 young girls in the lowest hold. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from the Amazon Lily. Aside from that, there was merely a hoard of inconspicuous food. Take it all. Yes. Hanai gazed at the 3 girls before her. They were beautiful young maidens in the early stages of development, seemingly a few years younger than her. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Such empathetic experiences were rare for her. Back when Major Michael conducted the thorough cleansing of Sabaody Archipelago, Hanai regrettably missed her chance. Thankfully, by joining the Sword Covert Special Unit, she now had more opportunities to rid the seas of such filth. Smoker sighed and lifted the chest filled with treasure, heading towards the deck. Come on, Hanai, take them away from here. Hanai nodded, extending her hand to create a barrier, gently cradling the 3 young girls to her. Their weight was as light as feathers. Clearly, they had been administered a hefty dose of sleeping medication. Otherwise, given the chaos on the deck, it was impossible for them to be sleeping so soundly. Fortunately, being from Amazon Lily, ordinary individuals would likely not survive such potent sedatives. After leaving the hold and returning to their naval vessel, they began the process of wrapping things up. Right Engelbert, Pone. Rust, Tide. The duo executing the plan was T. Pone and Shun, the golden pair. Over the past 2 years, they had employed the same techniques to sink countless smuggling ships and pirate vessels. Their methods of erasing evidence had become second nature to them. They recalled how reluctant they were when Michael first entrusted them with this task. Now, they relished it completely. Of course, this was also one of the primary reasons why the Celestial Dragons and the world government had failed to uncover information about this covert special unit. Shattered and then corroded to dust. The most extreme part was casting the remains into the boundless SA. And no matter how powerful the world government, how could they trace anything when the ashes had been scattered? Even if they brought in some diminutive entity as tall as an adult's calf, they would uncover no trace. Follow my command. Let us set sail. Stella glanced at the 3 girls that Hanai had settled, then nodded to Shun. Alas, the time for this splendid mission was coming to an end. Soon, they would have to reunite with that perverted Michael. Hanai felt compelled to remind you. Think back to the last time you called him that. You ended up bedridden for 3 whole days. Damn it. Wasn't it you reporting me? Hanai was merely trying to rectify your mistake. The Grand Line, Dedanio Island. Flamingo, that pirate named Baruka, actually dared to ask us for assistance in selling slaves to the Celestial Dragons at such a critical juncture. How many times have I warned you? Torpole, I said not to approach suddenly. At this moment, the youthful Doflamingo had not yet succumbed to the complete decay of his aesthetic due to malevolent thoughts, and he had not yet adorned himself with the outrageous flamingo attire. Instead, he wore a pure black shirt, with a loose red tie hanging around his neck. Of course, it was hardly appealing. Razanani, this is not a major business deal. I primarily wish to show you how our Don Quixote family operates. Doflamingo turned his head to speak to his long-lost brother, whom he had finally reunited with after many years. Razanani merely nodded in response. Remaining silent that moment, he wore a hood adorned with red hearts, his outfit resembling a variant of a clown costume. Finally draped in a coat made of black feathers, he was already contemplating how Michael and Shun would mock him for this attire. As for why he was there, 1 year prior, he had been acting alongside the Covert Special Unit. However, one day, Michael suddenly summoned him to the deck and assigned him an undercover mission. Thus, Razanani entered the Don Quixote family several years ahead of the original storyline. At this time, Doflamingo was younger and more trusting of others. Moreover, due to his humanity not yet being thoroughly extinguished, he had an immense trust in his reunited brother. Razanani had not forgotten Michael's directive. Razanani, whether your brother survives depends on your ability to apprehend him before he becomes irredeemable. Chapter 71. Greetings, scum. Time ticked away, and the entire Don Quixote family remained within that room. Doflamingo, the agreed-upon time has passed. Yet these pirates have yet to arrive. Are they no longer interested in trading, or have they encountered issues? No need to rush. Since the thorough cleansing of Sabaody Archipelago, the number of individuals engaged in the slave trade has plummeted by over 90%. Those remaining are truly desperate fugitives. Doflamingo reclined with his feet on the table, gazing at the cobwebs in the corner of the ceiling. Now, a mysterious naval unit was sweeping the seas. it was only natural for their tardiness. Moreover, Doflamingo was simply bored if they were late. He could always pass the time with that group of pirates, so do we really have to take on the slave trade? Upon hearing that voice, Doflamingo was taken aback. The others were even more shocked. They recognized it as Rosinanti's voice. However, the issue was that this was only the second sentence Rosinanti had spoken since entering the Don Quixote family. The first was when they reunited, declaring, "I am Don Quixote Rosinanti." After that, he had not uttered a word. And now, he was speaking up about this matter. In that moment, Doflamingo felt a slight discord, but recalling his brother's past nature, he dismissed it. "Rosinanti, I know you have always been a kind-hearted child, but in this world, whether working under the world government, becoming a Navy officer, or turning to piracy, kindness is the least necessary trait. You need to grow up now." Though Doflamingo's tone was flippant, it was evident that he harbored a protective instinct towards his long-lost brother, attempting to guide him in his own way. However, his method had been skewed from the very beginning. Rosinanti nodded, then subtly rolled his eyes, internally lamenting, this kindness. I merely wish to apprehend you, to ensure your survival." Rosinanti harbored an elusive dread towards Doflamingo within the depths of his heart. Perhaps it stemmed from his aversion to Doflamingo's actions, or possibly from the haunting fear of witnessing his father's murder at the hands of his brother during his childhood. Yet he was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, this brother of his was inherently destined to be a villain. He could only fulfill Brother Michael's mission before Doflamingo descended into irredeemable wickedness. Thus, after uttering this statement, Rosinanti once more fell into silence. He began to mentally calculate the time. He had already transmitted the coordinates to Brother Michael. Why hadn't he arrived yet? As Rosinanti's inner anxiety intensified, suddenly, the latch of the door rattled. In the next moment, the door was forcefully thrust open. The members of the Don Quixote family revealed sinister smirks, ready to mock the tardy pirate, only to be taken aback as the individuals who entered were not as anticipated. Instead, a contingent of Navy officers clad in justice cloaks marched in. Even Doflamingo, confronted with this bizarre situation, momentarily froze, then raised his hands, preparing to unleash his powers. In the blink of an eye, a pure white flame transformed into a bird. Hurtling through the doorway, Doflamingo's expression shifted dramatically. He felt the threads he had just extended towards the Navy being incinerated entirely by this avian flame. TSK, I wonder which Navy Admiral has come to pay us a visit. The Don Quixote family has never engaged in any acts that betray our conscience. Doflamingo smirked, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. If there is anything our Don Quixote family can assist the Navy with, please do not hesitate to ask. Is that so? What if I desire for your Don Quixote family to vanish entirely? Upon hearing this voice, Rosinanti finally exhaled in relief. Brother Michael had arrived, but a Navy officer with platinum hair emerged from the doorway. Backlit by the sunlight, Smoker, ever eager to please, rushed forward to pull out a chair. Michael shot him a glare and chuckled. "Smoker, you need not be so eager to curry favor. I've already been informed of your behind-the-scenes antics by Hanai. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, I shall show you what true power entails." Smoker's face turned pale as he retreated to his place, while Michael's gaze shifted to the still youthful members of the Don Quixote family. Frankly, among the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo was relatively adept at forming alliances, with formidable devil fruit users under his command. Moreover, with the likes of Virgo, a master of hockey, poised to infiltrate the Navy and eventually ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral. He appeared promising. Yet, the sole issue lay with Doflamingo himself. He was somewhat lacking. Not to mention the relentless pursuit by Granitsu, he did not hold a candle to Mihawk, nor did he possess the remarkable prowess of Crocodile and Boa Hancock. Within the 7 warlords, he was evidently of mediocre standing. Had it not been for his substantial role in the New World arc, he might have long since been deemed a disgrace among the 7 warlords. It seemed that his early prominence in the Underworld was largely attributable to his celestial dragon heritage. Point 1 could only conclude that his abilities were mismatched with his ambitions. The T.O. make the Don Quixote family disappear. Doflamingo scoffed. Even the former chief of staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, had never uttered such absurdity as a natural-born villain. He was all too familiar with how to manipulate his identity to create advantages for himself. Even as a former celestial dragon, the world government would never truly regard him as one of their own. He had even repeatedly expressed a desire to join the world government, lead the CP organization, or directly enter the Knights of God. Yet, all such offers were met with his refusal. Ridiculous. Why should he protect those indulgent simpletons? Despite being a celestial dragon, he did not consider those pleasure-seeking fools as his kind. What? Do you not believe me? Michael tilted his head, radiant light streaming from his hair and cascading gently, filling the not-so-spacious room. Truly unexpected that a villain could speak so assuredly before the Navy. As he spoke, several pure, white, holy flames ignited in the air. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses as an overwhelming pressure surged. He sensed the destructive power contained within those flames in that moment. He suddenly comprehended something that SOU are the mysterious navy that has gained notoriety across the seas. Michael nodded, offering a menacing smile. Greetings, scum. Chapter 72. In the past life I committed great sins. In this life, I encounter Michael. Michael unhesitatingly confessed, not only failing to instill fear in Doflamingo, but also eliciting a hint of exhilaration under the pressure. He had obtained unprecedented explosive intelligence. Scum. That term is indeed the greatest compliment I could ever receive. It is evident that you truly are a piece of work, Doflamingo. Michael raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Doflamingo before him, present. Doflamingo was merely a fledgling, even a year younger than Michael. He was yet to be the Doflamingo known as the Heavenly Demon or Joker. However, his inherently vile nature was unmistakable. IT was in his blood, destined to be a pure villain. Otherwise, he would not have such a profound fear of Granny Tsuru's wash fruit. Cleanse the evil within Doflamingo would be akin to erasing the majority of his soul. He would never accept it. Yet, they were both born of the same parents. How was it that Razanandi, having witnessed his brother murder their father, had not gone astray? It seemed that sin bore no relation to genetics after all. Doflamingo, I do not wish to engage in further trivialities with you. The moment Michael spoke, the holy flames in the air began to morph, and lifelike white birds appeared before the assembly. All eyes were now fixated on the members of the Don Quixote family. Even a natural-born villain could not help but break out in a cold sweat in the face of such a situation. As the saying goes, even Shin Hui had 3 friends. The reason Doflamingo created the Don Quixote family was rooted in his desire for kinship. Otherwise, the young Doflamingo would not have so readily accepted Razanandi's return. Torpol, Virgo, Diamante, and Pico were all family members he had chosen. And now, Michael was threatening Doflamingo with their lives. Doflamingo, make your move. These Navy scoundrels have gone too far. Virgo could no longer endure the scorching white bird before him, his hands instantly enveloped in a deep black hue, haki swirling. After all, it was the power of a devil fruit. In the face of haki, Doflamingo attempted to shout a warning, but Virgo's actions came without forewarning. In the next moment, as Virgo's scream echoed, his eyes widened in horror, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. For Virgo's hands, now wrapped in haki, had vanished, not broken nor shattered, but rather incinerated to nothingness after contact with a white bird, leaving no trace behind. Haki could indeed resist devil fruit abilities, but your haki was insufficient to extinguish my holy flames. Michael maintained his stance throughout, his hands crossed before him. Virgo, being the most proficient in haki aside from Doflamingo within the Don Quixote family, was unable to withstand even a fraction of Michael's power. If they had previously harbored a desire to fight, now, even Doflamingo appeared to be on the verge of surrender. In that fleeting moment, the display of power was staggering. Why had this individual not caused the seas to tremble like those Navy admirals with animal-themed code names? The Navy. What scheme are they concocting? Doflamingo, you are a good child, are you not? Michael finally stood, casting a glance at the unconscious Virgo. Have you truly come to assist slave traders in connecting with celestial dragons? The term good child instantly reminded Doflamingo of Vice Admiral Tsuruo. Tisk, regardless of my answer, you will not let me go, will you? Doflamingo gazed into those eyes, more dazzling than any opulent sapphire, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Proficient in all three forms of haki, he acutely sensed the indifference emanating from those eyes. He was even more formidable than Granny Tsuru. There was no escape. No, you are mistaken. Michael finally revealed a smile, his previously holy and merciless visage coming to life. I can offer you an opportunity, a chance to redeem yourself and spare your subordinates. That Michael's sudden shift in attitude took Doflamingo aback, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. An opportunity? What opportunity? Please elaborate. I have recently found the Underworld to be excessively chaotic, yet simultaneously vast, making it quite challenging to manage. Michael extended his hand and gently pinched Doflamingo's cheek. The effort expended in cleansing a single archipelago had already consumed vast human and material resources, let alone the daunting task of purging the entire Underworld. Therefore, Doflamingo, I present you with an opportunity to become the preeminent star of the entire Underworld. After Michael spoke, he leisurely regarded Doflamingo. Villains indeed deserve their comeuppance. Yet in this extraordinary time, Michael finds himself in need of capable individuals. Thus, some proficient evildoers must be exploited to the fullest, even if it requires extracting every last drop of their essence. For instance, entrusting Doflamingo with the unification of the Underworld may appear to create a formidable entity. But in truth, as long as Michael maintains control over Doflamingo's lifeblood, the actual authority over the Underworld will reside in Michael's hands. This not only conserves resources but also provides indirect assistance to the Revolutionary Army and even the Navy. Take the Celestial Gold, for example. After all, in the original narrative, it was Doflamingo who pilfered the Celestial Gold. Wouldn't it be splendid to have them conform to history? Moreover, villains are akin to stalwart individuals born amidst the heavens and earth. How could they remain subservient for long? When they are ready to rebel, it would be prudent to eliminate them, thereby ensuring that every resource is utilized to its fullest potential. After all, Michael is an angel, not a demon. The entire Underworld. Is your ambition not a touch excessive? No, the true question is whether your ambition can sustain your unification of the Underworld. In response to Michael's probing question, Doflamingo fell into a lengthy silence before finally emitting his signature laughter. Truly an irresistible proposition, for even I yearn to survive. So be it, let's strike a deal. With that, Michael decisively turned away, leading all naval officers towards the exit. Just before stepping through the door, Michael glanced back and coldly remarked, "Do not harbor thoughts of double-dealing. My eyes are always upon you." Stella and the others also turned their gazes towards Doflamingo. This man undoubtedly committed numerous sins in his past life, and now he is rewarded with an encounter with Michael. Chapter 73. Michael, my luck seems quite fortuitous. Could you repeat that? You brought those three down from the pirate ship? Michael inquired calmly, pointing at the three young girls still sound asleep. Yes, Major Michael. They were indeed discovered aboard the pirate ship. After eliminating the pirate crew, Stella and her companions joined Michael. Yet, before they could provide a detailed report on the seized goods, Michael swiftly led them to the island designated for their transaction. Very well, your involvement ends here. Everyone except Mr. Ishao, please leave. Michael waved his hand, and the members of the Sword Special Unit promptly filed out. Over the past 2 years, if they learned anything, it was that Michael's orders demanded absolute obedience. After all, ignoring Sengoku's words would lead to a lesson. Disregarding Garp's advice would elicit a chuckle about growing up. Neglecting Akiji would render him indifferent. Ignoring Kazuru would not only invite indifference, but also a shared dalliance and idleness. And disregarding Akainu's commands would leave one half-cooked. Yet none matched the severity of Michael's punishments. Smoker had already been reduced to his underwear, suspended at the bow of the ship, serving as a human figurehead for some time. Allowing them to leave also meant they would lower Smoker down. After all, he was a naval genius, destined for at least the rank of elite rear admiral. It was only right to afford him some dignity. Once the crew exited, Michael turned his attention to Ishao. Mr. Ishao, have there been any developments in Marineford? None for the time being, just as there have been no changes over the past 2 years. Ishao, possessing the formidable strength of an admiral, had temporarily stepped back from the front line to undertake the vital task of monitoring Marineford. This was a duty only achievable by his terrifyingly expansive observation Hakaidat present. Michael relied solely on Ishao's combat prowess to escape from the Knights of God, or the Gorsi Eye, should his identity be revealed. Fortunately, Ishao had never been compromised in the past 2 years. Excellent. But for now, please return, Mr. Ishao. Michael smiled gently. The situation with the celestial dragons had stabilized entirely, and there was little chance of any complications arising in the near future. I've just been blacklisted at the casinos around the nearby islands of Marioa. They say your gambling luck is destined to bankrupt their establishments. Michael shrugged, yet I find great pleasure in witnessing such a scenario. Ishao did not mind Michael's jest. He ignited the ground with his supreme blade and took a seat. Then, with his eyes closed, he gazed towards Michael. What is the situation with these young ladies? They are from Amazon Lily, and this young girl with black hair is the future Empress of Amazon Lily. In other words, a pirate with a bounty of 76 million has bravely ventured into the Calm Belt and abducted their crown prince from the Kuja pirates? Even Ishao, usually composed, displayed astonishment. Has the Kuja pirates weakened to such a degree? Michael nodded and then shook his head. Weakness is an undeniable fact. Last year, the previous Empress of Amazon Lily passed away. Out of desperation, they had to seek the assistance of the former Empress to manage state affairs. However, the notion that someone so easily dispatched by Smoker could defeat the Kuja pirates head-on is laughable. It was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity to abduct someone from the ship. Upon hearing Michael's explanation, Ishao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So, how do you intend to handle these children? Handle them? I must say, their arrival is perfectly timed, and a triumphant smile appeared on Michael's lips. The promise he made to the Fire Flower could finally be fulfilled. After all, I am a man of my word. So I shall reluctantly incorporate Amazon Lily into my fold. Oh dear, Michael, you truly are a shameless fellow. Labeling the powers of the gravity fruit as gambling luck disqualifies you from calling others shameless. What? The 3 Hancock sisters have gone missing aboard the ship. Shaki abruptly lifted her head, looking towards the disguised Fire Flower in the bar. According to the timeline in the original narrative, Fire Flower should have already begun to degenerate into a diminutive old woman, gradually losing most of her strength. Yet, she still appeared as the stunning beauty from 2 years ago, with only a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, as if to mock time itself. Regarding this matter, Fire Flower was equally perplexed. Having succumbed to despair, she had anticipated her impending decline. However, after collaborating with Rayleigh and Jabba, and even engaging in occasional sparring, she had grown significantly stronger. Initially, she believed her state was merely maintained by combat, but later realized it was likely due to Michael's influence. Michael's divine light was the only unknown force she had encountered in the past 2 years. This power had enabled her to resist aging, serving as a reasonable explanation. However, she had no desire to delve into the specifics of Michael's divine light with Shaki at this moment. Indeed, the Kuja pirates contacted me when the incident occurred nearly half a day ago. Sigh, the Empress has just passed, and the Kuja pirates have immediately disbanded into chaos. Shaki rubbed her temples. Fire Flower, let us not rush. That I will notify all intelligence channels immediately to concentrate on searching for information regarding the Hancock sisters. Before I came here, I also requested Rayleigh and Jabba's assistance. Although they are not particularly skilled in intelligence matters, the Cross Guild has a considerable number of members, and at the very least, they should be of some help. Within the small bar, the previous emperors of Amazon Lily exchanged silent glances, waiting for new intelligence to arrive. After approximately half a day, a series of knocks on the back door broke the silence, the kind that allies would recognize. Fire Flower hurriedly opened the door, only to find several Navy personnel standing outside. Just as she prepared to assume a defensive stance, she realized the leader was none other than Michael. Michael, Fire Flower, please remain calm. Michael calmly placed a hand on Fire Flower's shoulder, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. They do not know your identities. They believe you are merely relatives of the children. Children? Have you found Hancock and the others? Yes, the little Hancock sisters have been fortunate. Michael nodded, his smile radiant. I, too, have been rather fortunate. Chapter 74. Let me show you a world where everyone will be happy. Where am I? What has happened to me? At the tender age of 12, Boa Hancock awoke languidly on an unfamiliar bed. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Her memories began to resurface. She immediately recalled how her two younger sisters, Santa Sonia and Marigold, had been abducted by a band of pirates while they played near the bow of the ship. She quickly glanced to either side of the bed and saw that her sisters were still deep in slumber. It seemed that her greater strength and potential had allowed her to awaken first. But what was she to do next? Although Hancock was being groomed as a royal heir, she remained merely a 12-year-old girl, utterly lacking the capability and experience to navigate such a crisis. Just then, the door creaked open. "Oh, you're awake." A man dressed in naval attire entered, his platinum hair swaying slightly with his movement, casting a faint, almost tangible glow of sanctity. The Navy? Before Hancock's mind could fully process the situation, two older sisters rushed in from outside, their age indiscernible. "Thank goodness, Hancock, you're all right," one exclaimed. "Next time, be sure not to let pirates capture you." That's hardly a fitting tale for a royal heir. Little Hancock stared at the two stunning women before her, bewildered and unsure of their identities, questioning why they were so concerned for her safety. "Who are you?" she inquired, leaving both Fireflower and Shaki momentarily speechless. Akati was a question that neither could easily answer. After all, in the records of Amazon Lily, Shaki, the former Empress, had long since passed, while Fireflower, the Empress before her, was merely missing. Due to complications with the Cross Guild, she could not reveal her true identity. "Allow me to clarify," said Michael, perceiving their awkward predicament. They were once residents of Amazon Lily, but after venturing out to sea, they chose to settle elsewhere. Hancock found herself believing Michael's explanation instantly, as such circumstances were commonplace in Amazon Lily. Typically, those who resided beyond its shores would send their daughters back to be raised in the island's nurturing environment, a practice that helped maintain the population at a healthy level. What exactly happened to me? Hancock pondered. Did the dosage of the sleeping medication prove too strong, resulting in incomplete memories? Michael raised an eyebrow and, with a casual gesture, summoned 3 beams of light that surged toward the Hancock sisters. This was the holy healing technique, an ability he had unlocked while developing his fruit powers over the past 2 years. It could instantly heal certain physical injuries and had a tremendous calming effect on the mind and emotions, acting far more swiftly than directly channeling divine light and, crucially, without the need for physical contact. Under the influence of the healing technique, Hancock's mind cleared completely, and her sisters, Santa Sonia and Marigold, gradually began to awaken. The 2 little girls retained their adorable appearances, clearly destined to become beautiful young women, unlike their future selves who would consume the strength-boosting hot pot and transform into the more robust versions depicted in the original story. Seeing the Hancock sisters embrace and weep, a smile crept onto Michael's lips. For the past 2 years, he had been searching for an opportunity to officially intervene in Amazon Lily. As he planned to extend an olive branch, he could not resort to violence to breach the nation's gates. That would be no different from the world government's approach. Thus, if he wished to achieve his goals through diplomatic means, he had to rely on the kidnapping incident involving the Hancock sisters, which he knew roughly the year of, but lacked specifics regarding the time and location. However, from this day forth, he realized that as a traveler, all events would inevitably converge upon him. Such a constitution could only be described as a propensity for chaos. Even the Sword Special Task Force could inadvertently lead to the discovery of the Hancock sisters. This serendipitously resolved a minor dilemma for Michael. Without the Hancock sisters, he had contemplated masquerading as an amnesiac and drifting to Amazon Lily to forcibly unlock a new map. Thus, Michael hastily brought them to the Sabeti archipelago, delivering them to Ishaki. As the sisters' cries gradually subsided, Michael continued, "Let us return you to Amazon Lily. Aren't you going to capture us? We are members of the 9 Snake Pirates." Hancock exclaimed. "Well," Michael mused, stroking his chin before revealing a sly smile, "that may not be the case for long." You, what do you mean by that?" Hancock's demeanor transformed into that of an irate kitten, her fierce expression only serving to amplify her adorableness, her stance resembling a playful pounce toward Michael. I could see that moment. Michael discerned that without power, every action appeared to be an attempt to charm. "Enough, Michael. Don't tease the child. We must make haste," Fireflower interjected, attempting to leave, only to be yanked back by Michael. "You intend to return to Amazon Lily?" Don't you realize that would place it squarely under the world government scrutiny? Michael's words quelled Fireflower's impatience. Not forget. The price you must pay is that you cannot return to Amazon Lily until the world government is utterly vanquished. That Michael's assertion held truth. This time, it would be best if he took the lead. Shaki lit a cigarette, taking a drag before exhaling slowly. Tell Rayleigh that old coot to come over and manage the shop. With that, she strode toward the door. Little Hancock glanced at Michael, then at the grim-faced Fireflower. Although she was unclear about the circumstances, she chose to follow Shaki outside. As a fellow citizen of Amazon Lily. She deemed her far more trustworthy than the Navy. Meanwhile, Santa Sonia and Marigold closely trailed their sister. Michael, will I ever achieve that goal? Focus on what you must do. Leave the rest to me, Michael replied. Turning to exit, leaving Fireflower alone, that I will show you a world where everyone can live in happiness. Chapter 75. 9 Snake Pirates. We need someone who can speak. What? Amazon Lily. Are we truly heading to the legendary island of women? Heavens above, earth below, which angelic brother has bestowed this blessing upon me? It is my brother Michael. Aboard the warship, Smoker and Cheyenne exhibited a singular lack of composure through their varying tones, especially Cheyenne, whose typically nonchalant demeanor was shattered by this revelation. Michael's lips twitched as he observed his unremarkable subordinates, wishing he could dismiss them on the spot. Yet he refrained, considering how hard it was to acquire capable individuals. If they were uninspired, then so be it. Meanwhile, the others who could still think rationally expressed their concerns. Michael, if I recall correctly, Amazon Lily is the territory of the 9 Snake Pirates, correct? Stella furrowed her brow slightly, glancing toward the cabin where Shaki and the Hancock sisters were located. While Amazon Lily was known for its plundering, primarily targeting pirates who dared to enter the calm belt and smuggling vessels seeking shortcuts, it was still fundamentally a pirate domain. Can we, as Navy, even set foot on the island? Do not worry about that, Stella. Michael grasped her hand and gently patted it. Before long, the 9 Snake Pirates will cease to exist. You intend to obliterate the entire 9 Snake Pirates? Do not associate with those of low intellect like Smoker. Instead, engage with Robin. She is clever. Michael sighed softly before continuing. While it may be termed obliteration, the means will differ from your understanding. Upon hearing this, Stella regarded Michael thoughtfully. Based on her knowledge of him, she knew he was not the type to indiscriminately slay pirates. His philosophy centered on maximizing benefits. For instance, rather than eliminating Doflamingo, he had manipulated him as a puppet to consolidate the Underworld. His motives regarding Amazon Lily were likely for some ulterior purpose. While my intellect may not shine brightly, I will always stand by your side, even if I must partake in actions deemed subversive by the world government. Most of what you do is indeed rather subversive. Under Shaki's guidance, within a mere day, their group arrived at Amazon Lily. The speed of the warship was indeed astonishing. Shachi gazed at the increasingly distinct Amazon Lily in the distance, unable to suppress her exclamation of awe, although she had anticipated that. Under his guidance, their journey to the Amazon Lily would be swifter than she had imagined. She was still astonished by the remarkable speed. Generally speaking, even the ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates, drawn by 2 serpents, would require nearly 2 days to return from the Sabeti archipelago to the Amazon Lily. Reflecting on this, Shachi became increasingly amazed by the advanced naval warfare technology. Do not be so astonished. There is no vessel within the entire Navy that surpasses this one's speed, Michael remarked with a smile. Unless Vegapunk suddenly decides to demonstrate goodwill and provides the Navy with a comprehensive technological upgrade. In which case we cannot say for certain. What do you mean by that? Shachi raised an eyebrow, her keen intellect as the strongest intelligence broker of the Grand Line, allowing her to sense the peculiarity in Michael's words. Is Vegapunk not aligned with the Navy, or rather, not in accord with the world government? What do you think? Michael evaded her question, turning instead to shout towards the cabin. We are nearing the Amazon Lily. Prepare to disembark. At that moment, a massive pirate ship approached from the southeast. In terms of sheer size, it even seemed to outclass the war beasts of the elite vice admirals. It was the 9 Snakes Pirates' perfume snake. Shachi turned her head and recognized the vessel at once. It appeared they had detected this Navy ship and intended to intervene. I suspect their intentions may extend beyond mere intervention, Michael remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Have you forgotten that the Amazon Lily has just been brazenly invaded by a group of audacious outsiders who kidnapped the Crown Prince? With his words, Shachi comprehended the imminent events. Yet, after much contemplation, all she could muster was a single sentiment. Do be gentle when you strike. After all, they will soon be your comrades in the Navy. If only all the inhabitants of Amazon Lily possessed your level of intelligence, how splendid that would be, Michael responded, unfurling his wings and, with a gentle flap, lifted off the ground, soaring towards the swiftly advancing perfumed snake. Meanwhile, Shachi cast a glance at a man standing by the railing on the opposite side, savoring the sea breeze with a smile. When would this man, who was not clad in naval attire, finally make his move?